Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win, but not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it?
best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies! For a bit on it. Tries already, but a drag slide. Their rapid, crazy minds right in the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Hello everybody and welcome to the third week of LEC Versus. We're officially halfway through the regular season and we'll start looking teams soon or out of playoffs in the next few days. I'm Law and I'll be joined by Jack Spectra and Dracos for the day. How are you doing, guys?
I think we're good.
Yeah?
You think you're good?
Okay, well, I know I'm good. I don't want to speak. We speak as a single unit.
good.
Are we good? Is the
We are
collective
good.
The
Oh my
collective
God.
is good, Lore, because the league is exciting.
Yeah.
There's so many matchups that would have been, I'm going to be honest, completely boring. But people are so invested in so many of the teams that are on the lower side of the standings
know.
right now that everything just feels like it's hitting.
That's the beauty of Best of War. Nothing makes sense, as we can see here in the standings. A lot of unexpected results, I feel, since the beginning of the season. What are your takeaways from where we left things off last week?
I mean, I would say I'm even more invested in the bottom tier teams than the top ones, to be honest. 'Cause
We
I
love a
feel
good
like-
hate watch, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hate watching going on, and there's also a lot of like excitement stuff, like Lost Ratones finally getting 2 wins. Was back to back? I think it was back to back. No, like
The
with
same
Nemesis-
week.
The same
yeah,
week.
The
The
same
at
week,
very
yeah, yeah,
least.
Yeah, I mean, and Nemesis.
Navi continues to be a surprise. Again, I don't think any of us would have seen that coming, but
No.
we're just so used to it now, and with them sitting at 4-2, that we don't think it's special anymore,
Yeah.
which is a bad sign, because it's still...
I wish it was still Rogue, because then we'd all be like, wow.
Why
you
would
know?
you ever say that?
Because
no one
then it would
has
be
ever said that.
then it would be an actual surprise. Like then it would be like
Rogue,
visceral.
no.
How much of a surprise it is.
The world is healing. We don't have Rogue anymore. We don't need to bring that back again. But everything has been chaotic so far in the LEC. I feel like a lot of unexpected results, but if something is consistent with the league, is that everything is in unison.
true.
Everything makes sense.
That's true, Laura.
Everyone is on the same foot.
Same,
after
well, I
these
don't know about
3
the same
weeks.
foot.
Kinda.
Really quick, before I explain what this is, does anyone in the audience know what this is? Has anyone seen this diagram before?
Do you know where this is heading?
That's right,
don't.
Circle of Suck. This is the Circle of Suck.
Nice.
Every single team going this way, that's clockwise, has beaten every other team. So a lot of this comes down to the major players. And I want to give a big shout out to Na'Vi beating Vitality. I know it seems minor given how good Na'Vi are. Rogue could have never.
Nah.
Thank God for Na'Vi. Shout out Mainter, shout out Relech. Some of these other ones also getting a little bit crazy. Los Ratones doing their part in the Circle of Suck, both losing to KC Blue, important to give them that crucial win to keep the circle going, but also beating Team Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, Heretics beating Giant X as well. And that's a
Boom.
Giant X that's beaten G2
Boom.
and beaten Koi. So this
True.
is not a slouching Giant X by
Yeah.
any means.
But we gotta be real, right? There are 2 games in this circle that make absolutely no sense, and it's the only reason that this circle is possible, and it's
Which
this
one?
one right here. Shifters, who cannot, to save their lives, end a game.
Unless
with
they're
any
against
kind of
Koi.
lead, unless they're against Koi.
Then it's a 26 minutes easy stomp with Paddock going 11-0
They're
on
the
the virus.
Atlas holding the Circle of Suck above their shoulders.
They did manage to lose to Los Ratons and win against Koi in the same week, I believe.
Shifters
That's
are doing a
something.
great service in the content department.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The gameplay department remains a work in progress, but in terms of the content, they're providing both for the Los Ratones fans and for the Circle of Suck here. Last one I want to highlight right here, bam. SK beating Fnatic. The SK project
yeah.
remains an enigma. I'm optimistic about this particular enigma.
I think this win was fake.
I think this one was an ego win.
Yeah,
the boys
like,
needed it.
They blind picked Renekton and then Imperials couldn't play, and Wonder looked like he was 2019 in Prime.
I mean, if you can't hand check a guy who's like 40, who can you hand check, dude? You gotta keep it. I actually shouldn't be. I'm so much older than Wonder. I really
But it is not your job. It is not your job.
That's
See.
true. That's true. Anyway, like the whole circle completes. You can figure it out. It's been on Reddit. People are recognizing. I'm sure there'll be many more permutations. But overall, all I'll say is that nothing feels certain. I would love to say that our top teams will stay top teams and that our bottom teams will, I don't know, fight each other like the monkeys in a circle with the knife Simpsons gif, but you just never know.
I mean, I do think, though, I think we could rebrand this a little bit. I'm a little bit more of an optimist. I think this could be the circle of strength because every team is stronger than the other. So you're just going in a
Someone has to be
circle
the
getting
loser.
stronger
I
and
mean, if we're
stronger.
looking at it from the viewer perspective, I really appreciate the strength of the viewers who managed to sit through some of these completely arduous
If
games.
anything, it's entertaining, but it's entertaining until the point teams have to actually drop out or qualify to playoffs, which is
True.
what we're headed to here. I want to focus on the bottom of the standings here, actually, because as we said, we love a good hate watch. I want to check who can make it and how, given the games that they're going to have in their upcoming schedule.
So we know for sure that like once you get to 6, you're in at
Yeah.
this point, essentially mathematically locked. Although we'll hold off on saying anything definitive until we know. But what I want to highlight on this graphic when you look at the bottom teams is the more teams you play at the bottom, the better your schedule looks. So again, for SK Gaming Team Heretics, that's our first game today. Super crucial matchup. But you'll notice, and part of the reason I'm kind of optimistic about SK maybe being the one to make this run is they get to play Los Ratones and they get to play Shifters to end, which are two teams fighting with them at the bottom. They hold, they hold the cards in their own
They hold
hand.
a lot of cards, but I think I agree with one part of what you said, and that's this SK Team Heretics matchup is just so crucial. I think the winner of this one, or the loser rather, is 99% out of playoffs because you lose that momentum that you really need to start off this weekend. But I think if there's one team that's going to make it, it's Los Ratones. And that might
What?
sound really crazy.
Wait,
because
wait.
you see, you see MKOI, you see G2, you see Navi, and it's like, what? What? They can't make it. Okay, listen. MKOI, that's probably a loss, right? But when you lose to a top team, it's fine. You go the next day, and it's fine.
To be fair, you go against G2.
Yes, G2 has been really coin flip right now. Maybe Broken Blade decides it's round 2 with the Lee Sin. Who knows what's going to happen? But even if they lose both of those 2 matches, I think Navi is starting to taper off a little bit. If you ban out Relech's crazy jungle picks, you ban out the top laners, suddenly he has to play more of a traditional jungler. I think you're looking at a way weaker Navi. Mainter, already off Cassante, they figured him out. And then SK, they're going to have lost to Team Heretics, they're going to have lost to Koi, they're going to have lost to GX, they're going to be off a terrible momentum. So then Los Ratones takes the win, and then Vitality, it's Humanoid Carzzy. Who knows what's really going to happen? They're going to lose.
That is the highest scope I've
does
ever
your
heard.
mic drop fall apart if I ask a follow-up question?
No, follow up, go.
Name one strength of Los Ratones. You've
Nemesis-
just listed how their teams are going to like slip on a banana peel, and then suddenly he's got a concussion and he can't play for a week.
To be fair, if the opponent doesn't know what you're doing, how can they predict anything, which is something they could bet on?
I know, they've been losing. That's what they've been doing. They've been doing that more than they've been going down in every single early game. Like, I don't want to sell out the Los Ratones fans, but can we not?
I have a
We
light
don't
of
have to
hope.
play into the psychosis.
I have a light of hope for you guys, and it's a team that we didn't have in this graphic, Vitality.
That's a light of hope.
That's a light of hope for Los Ratones because Vitality had the easiest schedule so far. The teams they have left are G2, GX, Koi.
And then Los Ratones.
It doesn't look good
and then
for
they're
them.
going
And
to go against
Los
Los
Ratones.
Ratones after they've already tilted, lost all those games. Boom! Nemesis puts the banana peel and they slip right on it.
I like it.
I like your faith in Nemesis. I can get behind that argument at least. I don't know where this how we got started on this banana peel thing.
You started this banana
That was terrible. Why did I do that? Regardless, the Vitality thing does scare me.
Yeah.
Humanoid and Carzzy, they are magic, but not...
It's your typical...
Chaos magic.
It's your flex queue on a Sunday night at 2 a.m.
Yeah,
you never know what's
if
going to
anyone's
happen
ever
with these
played
guys.
Dungeons and Dragons, it's wild magic. You're rolling
Yeah.
a D100, which we have never had to reference in League at any time in the history of the game, and just praying you're not turning everyone on your team into a potted plant. Like...
Okay.
Yeah.
Looking at 2 teams who are their life on the line potentially with this matchup, as you said, Jack, it's Team Heretics and SK. They're going to play in a few minutes. And I gotta poke your brain on the man in the mid lane on the side of SK because I know there's a lot of people who were looking forward to seeing Leader back on the LEC stage, for better or worse. So what has been about for him?
I mean, he's definitely been the linchpin of this team, and he's been the defining member in both their wins and their losses. I'd say disappointed, to be honest. I feel like...
What are you doing?
No, but we
You're
have
the
not...
biggest hater I know. You're
we
holding
have not
off?
seen...
Are you scared?
Okay, we have not seen...
He's right
He's
there.
behind
The
you right
aura-
now.
Are you scared that he's going to come up here and he can take you? Because you've been talking mad smack last week, and suddenly you're very diplomatic.
Well, okay, you saw the stats right there. We showed the stats when we were casting it as well. Down 25 CS when they lose a game. I think the whole of SK, they need to sit around him, make a little campfire, and just be there the whole time, because otherwise you're getting an ASOL 2.0. Like, he needs Mickey, he needs Skeens to be around him at all times, because otherwise, who knows what's going to happen? He might just die.
I think this Echo was a terrible day to have Ice. But like, it was the case for a lot of the matchups he's been playing. But when he's on his bread and butter champions, he's actually doing decent.
I mean, they've had 2 good games. I don't want to like completely sell it the opposite way. I think the thing that we can agree on is
The Yone was very good. I
Yone
like
was
the
very
Yone.
good. I think whether people are excited about it or not, the map revolves around him when he steps onto the Rift, and some of that has been because matchups that were a little bit losing have turned really bad really quickly, and some of that is because the Yone has the necessary setup. It helps the Pantheon, but this is the guy you look at. Like, I would love to come into this match and be like, Wonder has been so good, and it would be true, but I don't think it matters. I don't think that whatever is going to happen top lane is going to be a significant enough gap for us not to just be looking at mid lane, blinders on, not going anywhere else.
The thing is, it's a black hole.
Yeah.
It takes everything. How hard is it to draft around a player like this, though? To put him in the best conditions every time? Because we saw that when they do it, it works.
It's hard, especially because he doesn't have a super good champ pool, right? If he could play every matchup and he could look for every type of angle and he could go last pick and you could get some crazy things going, then of course you can always play around mid lane. But if you're restricted in always playing melee mids, which usually will lose lane, then it becomes kind of like a band-aid solution that Mickey and Skeens are like, oh, we'll come help you, please don't die. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting with this team.
That seems like the plan. That's the plan. I think the plan is get help, don't die, survive. I just think that the plan has a decent chance of working if they get good picks. I'm not here to argue that there's a different plan. We can all see there's one plan, and it's just they're going to keep trying until they either fall out or make playoffs.
I mean, that's the thing. Do you let him be free? Do you let him be himself and express himself in League of Legends, or do you try and fix him? Mickey tried. Didn't work that well, so we'll see how this one evolves in the game they have today against Heretics. But Genie caught up actually earlier today with the man in the mid lane, so let's take a look.
Thank you, lore leader. Welcome to the interview ahead of your game against Heretics. Let's start off with your role specifically and how it has been for you individually over the last couple of weeks here in the LEC.
I think right now, how I've performed, I think it's been like mix and match, but honestly I feel like there's been a lot of random stuff going on, so it's hard to actually have like a proper stable performance, I would say. That's just the nature of best of ones, so I'm not really happy with how it's been.
Okay, well, I do really appreciate the honesty. When you're talking about like random things going on, is it more specifically to SK and to how the team is performing, or rather in general the competition?
I think it's more like individuals, like for one game, for example, in the G2 game, they did well to scout me, I guess, on how I stand level 1. So they abused that fact, and then the game is like very, it just exploded from there, I would say. So that is one thing. The other thing is like some curveballs that have been thrown towards us, I would say, like gameplay-wise or even like draft-wise, that I don't think we've adapted well enough. But for this week and how we've practiced, I'm more confident that it will be more stable.
Yeah, it's a very much welcome to the LEC type thing with the curveballs thrown your way. When it comes to this week specifically, because you are currently tied into the 8th place with Shifters, Los Ratones, and Heretics, 2 and 4. Sorry, I see your face. I'm so sorry, gotta do it to you. But how was the prep for this week then? What was the real focus that you think is going to make that difference?
I think for this week we've practiced less champions, I would say. I mean, maybe. Like, I don't.
Wink,
maybe we have less champions or more champions, but I think we know more what we actually want to do with when we get on the Rift, basically, like how our champions work, and we're like more confident on how to set the puzzle pieces together. I would say that would be the biggest difference from the first 2 weeks.
That sounds like very promising in terms of how this week is going to go. It is kind of, do or die time. You really got to lock in. So what are your expectations for this entire week moving forward?
I think our schedule, honestly, at the start, looking at how the standings are now, we've had a rough teams that we played against, I guess. So I think it should be easier looking at the standings, obviously, going forward now. Except Mad Lions, I think that will be the hardest team to beat for us in the upcoming 2 weeks. But the rest of the teams, I think it should be doable, and I am confident that we're going to take those wins home.
All right, I absolutely love the honesty and the confidence. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Good luck for your matchup today as well. We're going to be heading over to our caster, so guys, take it away.
Rob, one of us is going to have to go change.
Yeah, this is kind of embarrassing, I'm not going to lie.
I don't know who did this, bro, but yeah, welcome. We're not brothers. This is Bill. This is Ben. We are Flower Pop Men.
You could have even gone for Bob.
No.
It's short for Robert.
No. If you grew up like I did with the iconic show, Bill and Ben are classics. welcome to the LEC for the start of the week. Week 3, we're past the halfway point, and I guess, yeah, that's all the content we got for you. See you next time.
No, I am very excited for this week of games. Like, there is so much on the line. Like, you heard it there. There's a ton of teams that are at that 2 and 4 spot. And now, Heretics, SK, one of these teams could actually take that leap forward and finally start to move up the charts. But it's going to be a tough one. Like, both these sides have had their struggles, but now you've really got to lock in.
You do indeed, especially when, you know, cheeky teams like Lost Ratonas are coming out of nowhere, right? When teams like KC Blue have been on the edge in the vicinity of some of these bigger wins. This is what the best of ones are giving us. This crazy landscape, Rob, where one single win propels you up. As you said, here we go. 2 and 4 to be finally broken by Team Heretics or SK as we go into this first game of week 3. Now, Rob, Varus is a must-go. We know every region here in 26.2, it just has to go. Ryze is starting to get attention. Chase is still getting the same attention in jungle. In fact, a triple jungle ban by SK.
Yeah, Azir still very, very popular, though, and incredibly strong in that mid lane. So wouldn't be surprised to put some emphasis on that pick. But as you say, like, that Rumble is still there. So with the Ryze gone, maybe it's the Azir ban as well. And then Orianna starts to rise up the priority. So we'll have to see. Actually, it's going to be the Yunara. So I wouldn't be fully surprised here if we end up seeing Heretics the SK take the Rumble and then end up going, hey, we'll just take the opposite side of Orianna or the Azir, whichever side we want to go for.
Right, that Rumble is just a no-brainer, right? Let's see if Tracing gets a lock in here of the Cassante. Played it twice already alongside his Rumble. They're both the most played. Tracing's also been that kind of carry player with the Bruiser, like the Ambessa, like the Gwen. He's getting some praises on social media at the moment, and we can see if he really follow that through. Cassante, again, if you're talking about no-brainers, he fits the cake.
I did think, though, they'd try and maybe take away some of the setup for the Rumble. Like, Wukong, very strong. Like, Rumble, Wukong, a great pick together, especially if you're going to be giving, like, an Orianna across as well, because suddenly you've got kind of that hot pot combo. Or even something, especially with the Jarvan gone, that's kind of where my eyes start to teeter towards. But we'll have to see, as Heretics still have their option here. I imagine you want to take Azir or Orianna in this position.
You'd think so. Okay, Aatrox jungle for Sheo. His first of the season, but not the first we've seen. I still believe after last week, this is a 4-0 pick. I'm just going to double check that, but it has been a huge pick in the LEC that's been rising up as the Pantheon in response. Azir, a must take, and Leader's not going to be in a melee champ. We're going to see how he goes on something that's a bit more functional in team fighting.
There's the Orianna trade. So nothing too crazy. At least with the Rumble and Pantheon, you've already got a couple of melee champions that'll enable this Aatrox coming through from the jungle, which will be nice for Sheo. Especially as you imagine Mickey's going to go towards something like an Alistar or something along these lines that at least will be a little bit more front-loaded. So I think for Heretics, with the composition you have at the moment, you're kind of happy, honestly, with the way things are going. Until you get something that can really enable the Rumble in this draft for SK, I think Heretics are okay.
All right, let's see what the engage gets piled on as we go to the second ban phase. Quick sidestep back to that win-loss rate. Real Edge, I remember that Na'Vi game last week that they did, in fact, lose. That was kind of unexpected. I believe it was against KC, but it is now 4 out of 5 with win-loss in jungle. So still a very big pick as we start banning away 80 carries. Okay, Aphelios Corki straight off the board. Dagda, we are limiting here for what can actually be picked up because I'm counting 480 carry bans so far.
I'd imagine it'll probably keep going. I thought Heretics would kind of limit more the support pool, to be perfectly honest, because I think you're relatively okay with kind of trading any sort of AD carry here. Right. Like, you've still got Kai'Sa in an okay spot, and the Jinx if you really want to. Things like Caitlyn still exist as well, so I think you're okay with options in that bottom side. I thought you'd try and limit the engage tools more for SK, because if you have to rely on just Pantheon, it doesn't really end well.
That's why you're so right about that engage tool. With Misfortune gone, Team Heretics seem to think that, okay, what SK are going to be able to pick as our option after we get this 80 carry is going to be gone. Or rather, is not going to be as good. Caitlyn, you mentioned before, that's straight taken off the board. So a bit of range to add into the mix. What's left? The last range 80 carry, I would say. Jhin has good setup here, Dag, that can help match the Rumble that you're concerned about. Now what do SK have to finalize?
Yeah, I think you're in a bit of an awkward spot. Okay, they're just going to go for the Xayah, so definitely fairly far down the tier list, but Xayah Rakan in a decent spot. Yep. You can also now take the Leona if you want to. Forest End, have a very strong bottom lane and good CC setup for like things like the Aatrox and the Orianna. The Alistar, kind of okay into it. It's not the end of the world if you want to go towards it. But I imagine like rounding out some sort of engage tool here to enable a lot of that would be stronger.
You did engage, right? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Are you concerned about how Heretics start fights? Or do you think a lot of these ulti, like Orianna, Jhin ult, do you think the setup is enough?
I don't think it's too bad for Heretics, just in that relatively short range on SK, right? You've got 3 melees in support, jungle top. Xayah, relatively short range for an AD carry as well. So in theory, they should be coming into you to take that fight, which will help out in enabling, especially with like an early Shurelya's pick up for the Karma, the Mantra Shield to speed you up as well. And plus, that Jhin does have that ultimate to kind of help you with the curtain call and also the deadly first start fight. So it's not the end of the world. I think it just would have made things easier for Heretics. But at the end of the day, like, I think a lot of this is going to come down more to like how this early game goes, because if you look at SK's wins have come when they've had strong early games, where they can play around Skeens, setting up Wunder an awful lot of the time if you look back at their game from Monday. So I think that'll be where we'll start to see that aggression from this Pantheon in the early stages to try and snowball the victory for Heretics. And it's really on Sheo to be on point and shut down those early plays. Be the same Sheo he was last year.
Because it's a mixed bag, isn't it? Sheo so far this split has not been that same Sheo, that not that top 3 jungler that we highlighted. The LEC has big bar and Sheo needs to return to it, or Team Heretics will fall by the wayside. The battle of the 2 and 4 is the battle of SK versus Heretics. It begins now. Welcome to week 3 of the LEC. And let's see if Heretics can keep their enemies at arm's length, essentially, as you were saying before. Because they've got a bit of range on their side, and SK, if they run into them, well, if they find their engage on Heretics, maybe it'll be a very different story. But you did say Skeens, and I like starting there as a point on this Pantheon, seeing what he can do.
Especially because I think Skeens is going to be a bit more on his lonesome. One of the things about Jhin Karma is that you have a lot of push, you have a lot of aggression in the lane, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Mickey to try and get out of that bottom side. And maybe that's what the game plan is for Heretics here, to try and stop Mickey's roams. Hello. But so much of Mickey's playstyle at the moment has been babysit mid. Try and cover mid, right? And you've got the Orianna now who can, in the least level, the early levels, play aggressive, try and get pressure in this lane. I'm curious if it's about trying to isolate Seren versus Leader and try and bully Leader, who hasn't looked as strong on some of these control mages.
Oh no, some of his lanes haven't been great, but even more so, some of his plays, the Echo game that you and I were casting last week, Dagda, was not the greatest team fighting. So Leader's copped it a little bit, to be fair, but it is a team game, as you all know, and in this environment these days, let's not forget, we're talking a lot about schedule. We're talking a lot about the scoreline. Reason being, because team strength of schedules are super important, because in a best of 1, you only face each team once, 11 games in total.
And as you can see for Heretics, it's not an easy load. Like, you've got SK, KC Blue, okay, that's all right. But MKOI, Fnatic, and KC itself still to play. Like, that is going to be a difficult back end of the week. So at this stage, I think for Heretics, this is a must-need win to try and bolster up those stats when it comes towards the scoreboard.
SK on the other side, I can tell you exactly what they're going through, because it does feel like they have a slightly easier end of split. Giant X are a big question mark right now, but with this win, which is potentially playoff deciding for either team, by the way, I would say that SK can round out. They have lost returners and they have shifters. Winnable matchups for them if they play like Wonder did on that Kennen game.
Yeah, and I think it's, as Leader was saying in the interview with Gennaro earlier, just, they have to find their style, play fewer champions, figure out exactly what they want to do. And I think in that sort of situation, SK, we have seen moments that look good. Like, you look at SK versus Fnatic. I think the surprising one to me, though, is just how strong Wunder has been for this squad. Because you look back at Wunder historically, and he hasn't been the, go-to carry. But Wunder's been insane.
He's normally
a
facilitator.
Been so good.
Yeah.
Like, look at that damage percentage for him. He's been popping off. And I think Wunder has really been the focal point. And Skeens might be agreeing with me as he's sitting up on this top side. I think it's just for Scuttle. But still, I think Wunder, he looks fantastic. And especially on a lot of these picks, like the Rumble, like that Kennen. It's a difficult matchup in some situations, but he's making it work.
Oh, that Kennen game versus Fnatic, you're right. The flashback to that was crazy. And that's when you saw SK not as just a bunch of old men, but a bunch of mature men. That's the difference. When people call you old, it's offensive. But when people call you mature, It's a respect thing.
What was the graphic we had? Like their average age is like 24 and a half, 25 and a half or something we had the other week. Yeah.
And I can't remember, our youngest team is still KC Blue? Did we decide that? It was like 17 or 18 or something?
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
But also, I remember our great analyst desk put together average game time, or rather time in the LEC as Ice. That face check almost cost him. Skeens was going to flash, but he didn't want to risk it. Ice had barrier and flash himself, of course, so not going to get anything there, and now they know Skeens is bot.
Yeah, I don't think it's the end of the world, though, because you kind of assume it, right? The cams are starting to respawn. You have an idea that he's on that bottom side, so it was kind of implied information already. But Skeens just poking his head in to see if he can make anything happen. But again, I think this is where we're going to keep our eyes on like what Mickey can try and do, because you can see him floating in towards the mid lane here. I think it's just a cover. Make sure the leader is able to push out and get the reset that he needs, especially in low mana. But his impact, I think, is going to be sorely missed because of the pressure Ice and Stend have on this bottom lane right now.
Mickey does like paying attention to mid, though, doesn't he? It's not the first game that we're talking about Mickey hovering over leader. Leader low on mana, as you said, helping get that push out as Seren is just teleported back. Teleported back with a Mana Crystal and Lucid Boots. Not often do we see that as like the first kind of rush for an Orianna. Mickey's going to be okay here.
Mickey should be fine. There he goes.
W, son.
I think this is probably an adaptation because of the matchup. Like, oftentimes, especially with a Pantheon, like, you burn the flash early, you hit 6 as the Azir, and you just rinse and repeat over and over this gank in mid to kill the Orianna. The summoner spells being back up at least can nullify a little bit of that. And the fact that this flash hasn't been burnt already, I think will just keep Seren a little bit safer in that mid lane. And he just wants to scale. Like, in this matchup, that's all you really need to do is get to that later point of the game as Orianna.
Putting hope in the fact that Seren, as you said, can be part of that space creation device, for lack of a better name. I'm trying to rephrase what you said in pick ban, because it is interesting. Like, I feel like comps without hard engage dagger, or rather, but you know, like Nautilus, like very easy supports that press Q and set up as one of the setups there. Seren does flash away. Skeens was nearby. Further to my point, a shockwave comes through. That was one of the big devices. Now down. But a flash down from leader in response.
Great trade back from Seren, though, because one of the things that makes you very vulnerable, that we just said, is Orianna flashless in this matchup, especially if leader gets to hold on to his. But because leader had to flash away, now that potential of that flash Emperor's Divide is completely nullified. And Trayson and Sheo now fighting for the scuttle.
What are we doing here, though? Trayson does have the all-out. Wonder's already used the equalizer for the wave. Not up and available. Flip back from Trayson is good. But Sheo really wants that scuttle crab. They both do. The difference is the dangerous Aatrox is small engage down in bottom. Meanwhile, Ice just gets chunked out massively. Beautiful trade from Yoppa as Mickey avoids the deadly flourish in the meantime. Camera went away from top because it looks like in the end, Team Heretics will get their grub.
It's a nice trade from Mickey, though, using the fact that he had the passive shield to absorb the fourth shot and knows that then there's the reset coming through on the fourth shot, so ends up opening up a window for Yoppa to go aggressive. And now, very strong underneath the turret. And as long as they can keep Ice in this position while he is going to reset, you're in a much stronger spot as SK because they're not able to play as aggressive on the wave state, but you can already look, there is that CS lead opening up for Ice and Stend off the fact that it just kind of sucks as Zion or Khan to be short range of playing into this.
See if it gets better with the BF sword difference. Lethality, of course, picked up by Ice now. As well as the fact the wave is pushing in, so home guards might lose a minion or two, depending on what we see in bot and what wave we're on. I don't exactly keep track. Leader just gets a bit of the Genomite and runs out. Oh, he took 2 turret shots, so hang on. Sten gets the slow. He just used flash for the turret plating leader, for the turret plating son. There's not many claps in the audience because I think they saw the boo-boo. All right, all in, maybe to fix it. Skeens comes in and Seren's just dead and instant. Big shutdown. SK now on the board as well. Phew.
I mean, it's kind of recovering it, but that was a massive mistake from leader. No excuse. Like, you don't need the turret plate, you can back away, and you see the karma. You know she's got movement speed buffs and a shield. Like, you're never going to win that.
Just especially after using a flash. That is a mistake that you cannot afford to make. Now, recovery there for Skeens as Dragon does go down.
But also, because Skeens had to invest the ult mid and then that flash, you can't really try and force around the middle lane into any sort of play. So the Aatrox able to sneak over the wall, take that with Stend, and now you've got the Dragon stacking for Heretics off the back of leader's mistake.
This does get out of there. 4-shot helps, but he has to flash away from the root caller. Nicely done from Yoppa. And this young prodigy, I mean, this guy's got some fingers, you know. There's some skill going on with Yoppa. The Varus game Dagda from week 1 and week 2. My mind's a little bit fuzzy today, but I tell you what, I will not forget how skilled this guy is with the bow.
Day 3 of week 2, he had some great flashes over like Rakan Ws and setups and everything like that. So he definitely is playing well. And I think it helps to have someone like Mickey alongside him as well, right? That veterancy kind of show you the ropes when it comes to a lot of the matchups. But nice side steps, and as you say, the hands working well for him.
Yopper again, good trade. Now you can see nearby Shao has just backed off. He was setting himself up for the potential overstay of SK's bot lane, but nevertheless, heads back, gets himself Tunneler, Caulfields. He's got a Ruby Crystal in the hand as well. Forget the boots for now. He does have the Inspiration second though, so that's probably why. But 9 minutes in, Dagda, grubs are up, and it's being slow thought about here by SK. You can see Skeen's up in top. He's thinking about what angle he can bet, but once again, there's a fight over Scuttle. Looks like Team Heretics might win it.
Mickey trying to roam up, but Stend is going to win out if they come to the fisticuffs, so ends up backing away. I think Scuttle Crab actually went over to Shao, which surprised that. But there's not much on the map that SK can really do right now. The fact that you had to use that ultimate earlier, Skeens, nullifies a lot of that global map pressure that the Pantheon brings. So, well, there's a move down to the bottom side at the moment, but I think Shao sniffed it out.
Something does smell, doesn't it? Team Heretics, it's not you, Dagda, don't worry. It's probably me, you know.
Good recovery.
Bro, since having a child, I've just found I'm just always stinking. I don't know what it is, man. Probably her fault. God bless her, is that. All out and top. The pause, Wonder flashes away. Trayson's got the blades out, but that's just a classic Cassante move, isn't it?
Yep, and Wonder, fine. Still going to collect the wave. Still going to be relatively okay. It does open up Shao because you've got that health advantage, though, for Shao to move over towards the Void Grubs and pick them up themselves. Skeens isn't really in the position to look for any sort of cross map, right? His camps are on the bottom side, he's just cleared them, moving top. You've already got resets on the bottom end, and the Cassante's already stepped away, so kind of just Heretics finding nice timing windows to pick up these dual objectives.
Well, that's what we know Shao for as well, as Equalizer used just to thin out the wave in top. Having full control over the Rift in the early game, yeah, there's a gold lead from Skeens, but it's come off the back of the kill. Shao has been the objective master so far in this one, and for Team Heretics, gold's not really an issue anyway, because mid's got an advantage, support has an advantage, bots even. That jungle top slight lead is mitigated by that, and the game's even at 11 minutes, bar the objectives.
Yeah, I think it's more so the kill that went to Saren. Like, the Orianna getting accelerated is going to be nice, especially if you try to play for, you know, 2-item spike with the Jhin, because you tend to go this like lethality build with the Jhin.
Yep.
So you have an opportunity to try and play around that spike, whereas, you know, you're looking at Azir who kind of wants to get to his 3rd item. Yoppa would love to try and get a little bit more damage into his kit as well before those feathers really start to hurt. Like, you're fine, I think, as Zioff with 2 items, but just comparatively, the Heretics should hit harder.
Well, it's been a slow one, Dagda, so I hope the hardness gets a little bit harder. It's 1 minute 20 until next dragon comes up. Shao's on the way down. Maybe going to sneak into this brush, but he's spotted out. Mickey finds the engage. Maybe it wasn't in time. Yoppa in the firing line as the world enters up, but he can't move. Shao gets a bit of healing, dunks down as well. The rotation of Q's now down, though, as Ice Ball shot does nothing yet. Curtain call in the vicinity are SK, but moving out on the wing is Yoppa. Now Mickey onto Skeens, and that's all. A lot down for Team Heretics as the play fizzles.
It's a good read from Shao, though. Oh, Ice, that was not the step.
Up, and Yoppa, he's waiting for the root once again onto Ice. Close getting the feathers out now. Finally, the ulti, the root, the flash. This man has hands.
Huge mistake from Ice, stepping up too far. And Yoppa managing to outplay, even dodging the 4th shot with the ultimate. SK picking up wins on the bottom side.
First kill over to the Xayah. Dragon's coming up in 30 as well, and that's going to change a lot.
I thought it was actually a great play to start things off from Heretics. Like, Shao reading the potential play in the bottom side, making sure he was there to cover, because Ice didn't have his flash up and available. If you end up just everyone backing away from that play, you're happy. Skeens doesn't have that ultimate, a large global threat off the map. But now Ice just ends up giving across the kill for nothing, and now it's a 1k gold lead for Yoppa.
Huge lead as well. Stormrazor just picked up, and let's talk about advantage. Wholly clean. Yeah, I know. Pull out the skull, I agree. Koi Academy's bot lane. Ah, oh, feels old, man. I can go back and tell you the year. Where are we? Is that 2023? Actually, it's not that old, is it?
You may not have time, though. Dragon started up here by Heretics. I don't think you're in a position to try and fight Skeen still over by the red buff. And with the Cassante moving down, looks like Heretics just going to be able to pick up another objective. So you're kind of getting these small wins for SK. Like, with the fact that Yoppa's got some kills for himself, but they're not really finding windows to actually use these advantages.
Just waiting for the smite. Yeah, SK not finding a piece, and Double Dragon over to Team Heretics.
Yeah, Wonder even TP'd down, so real mistiming on the window there from SK. Thought they could take the fight, but now Casante's back up top. Wonder is now in the mid lane, and Leader doesn't have a TP, so there's going to be a wave at least lost topside by SK for trying to answer to that play.
So it's a little bit messy. And meanwhile, I mean, Yoppa's still the one who's just chilling her out, but Xiao's in the vicinity once again. Skeens is ulti not up and available, so next 10-15 if something develops, which it won't. I was going to say there could be some action down in the bottom lane, but we're changing again, Dagda. Wonder's going to go down to bot. Return here from Yoppa and Mickey. Looks like they'll just head through mid. And with the lane allocation changing up as well, for Herald in 40 seconds, that's the next call.
Yeah, I think the window SK had to try and play is missed though. Like, as that dragon spawn, they just hit first item pretty much across the board. I think that's what they were hoping they could wait for, but too late back out onto the map. And now if you look on the opposite side, pretty much first items completed across the board for Heretics, so it's a much more even spot. And I think with the position that Heretics have, they should be in a position to at least contest.
Mid push from Yoppa in the meantime though. The Genomite's going to be taken down. So Yoppa does get a bit of crystal as Team Heretics come to respond. Again, 10 seconds, now 2, now 1. Just counting down. Herald's up. And 4 members of Heretics in the brush for now. Teleport advantage for Trayson.
I like this from Heretics, grouping up to push mid-wave and guarantee they get into River. Like, the thing we were talking about is Heretics need SK to play into them. So if they're late to the objective, it becomes a little bit more difficult to do so. But if SK have to face check, Heretics have a little bit of an easier time in trying to take these fights.
Senna's just keeping them at bay for now as well. Feels like Heretics have been very good with spacing and like choosing when they want to approach as well so far this game. SK forced to step up, Deadly Flourish instead, and all this hovering. Mickey gets pulled back and dies. I mean, SK, they're playing very coy, Dagger. I'm not talking about the team.
They kind of have to, right? They needed to get that wave push so they can move in towards this river area. But Heretics, using that fact again that they were grouped up, they controlled that spot on the map. And it just is too difficult for SK to really face check. And now Heretics, like they are controlling this map well, and all of the objectives are going towards them.
It's super easy for them right now. SK pose no threat. You know, despite the kill, despite the mishap in bot, it doesn't really feel like, as you were saying before, it doesn't feel like SK are really setting up or doing their due diligence in this game. Herald now over, and that means all objectives so far in this 16-minute game have gone Heretics' way.
And I think a lot of it has been the fact that, like, the moments SK have tried to play off of, like, Xiao has done a decent job of getting there ahead of him, right? Look at that play bot lane. Obviously, Ice fumbled the play after, but Red, Skeens is a potential play to the bottom side. Leader ends up overextending the mid lane for the place, which ends up giving that kill then, and Skeens has to invest that ultimate again. So, like, the windows to play around that ultimate from Skeens have gone away. And now you're in a position where you're actually pretty comfortable as Heretics. None of your towers have gone down. Orianna should be relatively safe in this side lane to farm up. We'll probably still need a little bit of help, but she's held onto flashes. There's been little threat in mid lane. I think for Heretics, as long as you can hold on to this game and play it out slowly, you should be in a very good spot.
And Dagger, I just had a thought about some of these later game fights as well. How fun would it be to play Aatrox in this where you have Ball plus Karma Shield? You just sprint at them, you fly at them, you know?
Well, it's the joy of it. You don't even have to, because Rumble, Pantheon, and Rakan all have to walk at you.
True, that's right. Fly at them and then come to me. Yeah.
Use a nice little gift basket. You know?
True. You get a gift from both angles. Mickey, not in trouble, but he gets whomped a little bit. Next Dragon's up in a minute, and I am very worried as Xiao gets over the wall and one of the balls on him, as well as Sten nearby, already fulfilling the prophecy I was foretelling. We got Dragon in 45, Dagda. If SK loses this objective as well, I don't know what's coming.
Yeah, I think Heretics are making a smart play here. Play heavily for blue buff, force Skeens to react.
And he is reacting, and Bertle Chains pops him back. Xiao gets the shield. Mickey's come in for the engage. There's the quickness, but Mickey, can't you see? I think that ulti hypnotized me. Now up against the wall, he finds the engage and equalizes him, but Xiao gets in the Herald and escapes. He's using it as a battle Herald. Looking for a knock-up, he gets Skeens, gets the turret first. The root from the Deadly Flourish from Ice is great as well. Team Heretics, I will say they've come out of this okay. Bit of damage onto Ice, but A bit of a whiff from the support of SK.
Yeah, I think SK wanted to try and pull the trigger because the initial play, it felt to me, was Skeens trying to play on towards the Orianna in the side lane with Leader. But now they've overforced. Their main engage tool is down.
Well, Skeen's going to make it himself, though. They finally get in a 4-man shuffle from Leader. That's it, SK. Wakey, wakey. It all looks good as Team Heretics find a blow back, but they finally pull the trigger. We have been waiting years for that play in the making.
The flashes weren't quick enough on Heretics, and Leader sends in the soldiers, picks up the kills, and SK come alive.
Well, one play's all it took. Dragon goes down, and Skeens was he just had enough.
He needed to do it, and a great engage, and then the flash from Leader. Ice is the only one that actually managed to get over it, and SK able to pick up the kills off the back of it. Really well played, and as you say, Skeens with the flash in, Mickey immediately with the follow-up. Heretics just pushing that a little bit too far, a little bit too confident after they saw that Mickey had no ultimates.
Like playing a game with jump scares, you know, like observation duty have been playing, right? And they bring a new one out, and you think it's all chill, then the anomaly is just big spooky guy on the camera. And that person loves Yoppa. You know what? I love him too. And I will say, I mean, Yoppa has been clean, like, in the back of the fight. Look, I mean, I feel like I'm already impressed by this guy. What was more impressive to me is Leader, who's getting a bit of flack right now. That was a very clean play. He was set up by his jungler, but finally we got to see the comp come together. Finally we've been able to see what SK can do now that they're on a roll. Mickey, he gets a launching pad from Skeens. It enables the kill for Leader to pick up his first. Another one for SK, 3.3k is the lead.
SK with tempo is a dangerous beast, and Sten found out about it. Nice pick from SK into this topside jungle. And that should be plates. If not, maybe the tower over to the Azir. Not quite enough when it comes towards the minion line, but you can see Leader going to do some serious damage to the structure.
All right, sidelines for now. Leader's, I guess, just chilling, and he's going to take this by himself. Share's coming up, though. So as I say, that defense is possible. Follow-up power from Heretics is not. SK also hovering all around this. Pings are going deep into the blue side jungle.
Yeah, Yoppa and Mickey have joined up with Skeens just to put some pressure here. Sheo basically trying to isolate them from getting to the tower, and Saren with that Luden's Echo has enough damage to clear out the wave, so not really an opportunity for Leader to look for too much more. But as long as you keep having to invest here on the top side for Heretics, you see the resets for SK coming through. They will be back out into the map faster. I think that's going to give them that window to take that top tower, set up vision around the Baron, and just continue to get a gold into Leader so he can hit his spike.
Item soon to be on the way. Speaking of spikes, Yoppa onto the third soon. He already picked up the Infinity Edge. I believe it was before that fight. Maybe that's why he just shredded through and destroyed.
Yeah, Saren needs to be careful here. He still has no flash available, and Mickey's ultimate just about to come off cooldown as well. So for SK, feeling confident, just pushing on towards this top side. A couple of autos from Leader, yeah, we'll take the tower. That's what we're talking about, like the quicker reset from SK, the TP coming through from Leader to get back out onto the map, and then at themselves their tower.
Sure does get his own blue buff, which is nice. Mickey's still behind, though. Note that Mickey does have the bagpipes, so going to feel really nice for Yoppa in the fight. I mean, you've got two on-hit carries. Like, Azir also benefits from the bagpipes as well, Dagda, so...
Yeah.
Still such a broken item. What did they add? 200 gold to it in the latest patch? It's still good.
Yeah.
I think it's still, with its stats, it's still
I
like
mean, in LCK, there's Casantes we're building it, so...
No.
You know?
I did not notice.
Shout out to Atlas and Ox, the real bundle pipe savants.
We need more musical instruments in League of Legends. The bagpipes are only the start. We need some flutes. We need some clarinets. We need some drums. Like, this is only the beginning, you know? I feel like also, I just will say, the bagpipes need to be more tuney. Like when they activate, they need to be more. There needs to be a tune that comes out.
You want to hear the sound.
I want to hear it. What's the point in having a musical instrument in the game if I can't hear it?
Oh, this is dangerous, Leader.
Leader. All I can hear is him escaping. That's okay for now. Mickey's got an angle over the wall. And he's absolutely okay. Dagda Dragon's up in a minute 10. That's why SK are getting real busy in this side of the jungle.
There's a huge amount of pressure from SK around wherever Leader is in the map. We just saw it there where you had both Skeens and Mickey sitting in behind these here in case Heretics tried to make a play now. The walk through the jungle, nearly ended up as a bit more of a dangerous jaunt, but either way, I think SK, like, they're happy with the way this is set up. Like, you can look at the vision that's in behind the back of Dragon Pit. They're going to get their resets coming through now as well. And honestly, with both Yappa and Leader here, this Terror should just go down.
Got a bit of build-up as well, so that'll help. You see one whole plate taken, and yeah, mid-turret open, all outers open. SK have the map to themselves. One simple play as Mickey tries to make it another, but narrowly misses onto Stend. 20 seconds till Dragon, and you know, perfect timing to deny Mountain Dragons from a Cassante. SK are looking prime to take the next objective.
Heretics trying to contest on midway and to move in, but as long as SK can control this spot, you can see Leader able to do some decent damage with the shoulders through these soldiers through these choke points.
Hard to say, I know.
I know, especially with his accent. But as Mickey now set up.
Doesn't find the engage. Mickey tries to get onto a Cassante. Trayson is pretty tanky, but here's Yoppa clearing through, gets the root down. Trayson still taking a while to die. Wonder needs to get in the mix as well. He's holding midway for now as SK still a little bit lenient on the Dragon to kick things off, but you can see Team Heretics, they're committing to this 5v5. They want to fight now. Trayson wants to flip now as well. Deadly Flourish almost connects. Mickey's just used his engage tool. Wonder gets flipped around as well. Curtain Call now going to begin as well. Team Heretics getting close to the fight. The equalizer not too bad, but it's only really onto Trayson and Stan. Wonder's now lost his objective, but in goes Mickey yet again. Yoppa gets the kill. Shockwave only onto Leader. Yoppa at half HP is Trayson at half 2, but I'd be a little bit scared if I'm SK. They're getting poked out. Seren's doing a lot of work, but he's low on mana. Dragon still goes down. A win for SK. Skeens gets the stun. Understand. A 1-for-1 in the long play, and SK are the winners in the end.
It's a 1-for-1, but crucially it's Shale that goes down. So SK, they call for the burn, the Dragon, and they're just about able to take it. But like, this was a little messy. Like, good opening here from Heretics to try and get the damage down. The ultimate from Wonder splits the fight, but no one in SK really wants to follow up. But Mickey gives his life with the engagement schemes to actually get the kill on towards the enemy jungler. And here SK, it's Leader and Yoppa just kill Dragon, like focus it down so we can actually try and get out of here. The Heretics still trying to use some of the poke that they have. But still SK, they get what they want. And it's 2 Mountain Dragons now in their hands.
2 Mountain Dragons, third item for Yoppa. I mean, this extra bit of sustainability plus, I should say survivability to be technically correct. I think the big thing about it is Dagger's taking away from Team Heretics. Mountain Dragons for a Cassante denied. And it's delayed soul for a team that, again, was already confident with how they were going and how they're scaling into the game. SK have firm control, 5.5k gold, just about. And we're now looking at a Baron, and it's not the slowest Baron. That's one hell of a Baron with bagpipes into the mix.
Yeah, 3 items on towards Yoppa. Very, very scary alongside Leader, who's no snuff when it comes towards the amount of damage that he can do as well. So for SK, I think, again, it's just take it slow. And the biggest blowouts we've seen for SK is when, well, you think back to like the G2 game, where they just completely lose control in the early stages of the game and there's nothing they can do.
True.
I think SK, when they get to this sort of position, have enough veterancy on the roster that it does become a little bit easier for them to try and play at the map. Like, they understand how to play these 1-3-1 pick scenarios. Yoppa, oh my, where did he go?
Yoppa does it again, okay. If there's one way to open up the possibility of Baron, it's there.
Yeah, just murder the Karma before you can get anywhere. That was absurd, but yeah, I mean, I was talking about the veterancy, but the new guy, you know, he definitely wants to be talked about as well.
He does indeed, and Mickey is going to give him something else to talk about. I see Mickey's angle. Yoppa in the wing as well. Team Heretics have 3. Shayo's there. Mickey's about to come on in. They want ice, and they're going to find him. He flushes over the wall scheme, looking for the target now onto Trace in the root back, and the Giant Slayer passive, it's back all right, with passion. Yoppa steps in, scared of nothing. Shayo goes in alone. Shockwave only finds Mickey, who flashes out, dies in the end, but the problem is SK are grouped up, and right now are just better in their clump. Skeens for the chase, 1-2. Team Heretics looking for Yoppa on the wing. They find Leader, who walls a little bit late, but Wonder steps in, cares not about the fire because he was born in it. And Yoppa now stepping in as well. Seren, half HP, he's rooted back, he's feathered back. Sher gets shielded up. This is the problem with the comp, but someone needs to kill the bird. Someone needs to kill the bird. Yoppa gets another. Dominating for a reason, Dagger, 6-0-2. If he's not dead, Team Heretics ain't winning.
It's a bird and an Iron Man that managed to make the play work in the end. But it's a good setup here from SK. Immediately jump onto Trayson. With the LDR set up for Yoppa, he can tear through Trayson. And I'm keeping my eyes on both the Azir and the Rumble as they try and come through here. But good flash from Yoppa, again from that shockwave. And the follow-up damage is perfect. It's this lack of respect here from Leader, though, that comes back to bite him. Because he ends up moving into a position, not respecting the bush. You can see Yoppa is like, I don't want to go near that.
And then he's like, I'm going to go near that.
So exactly. So Yoppa then ends up trying to follow through here. But with the positioning from Seren, it makes it very difficult for Yoppa to really be able to follow up on that engage. And then Cheo at least able to get one back. But Yoppa with some really nice positioning again, able to pick off one more kill.
Okay, yeah, no one wanted to see what I just did with my Rumble.
I didn't even catch it.
I did not. Again, I was
Maybe that's the point.
I was looking at the Star 80 carry instead. Navori's picked up. Yoppa is the light of SK. Now, Wonder is mega fed as well. Let's not, excuse me, take the respect away from him. But it does feel like these fights are dictated by this Xayah. It does feel like, again, Team Heretics are stepping into the zone. You talk about the range and draft actor, and I'm seeing it again.
Oh, Seren.
All in, set up, Shockwave on the spot, but Leader destroys him. More so, Wonder's ulti perfectly placed as well.
Yeah, just that one we spotted.
Yes, we did. That's a good one, Wonder. Don't worry about that. Trayson, disrespectful positioning, but he is a Cassante. It matters not with 1 minion and more in the vicinity. SK open up in a turret bot. Dagda Seren is down for 30 seconds, and Dragon's up in 10.
SK going to try and fall back. Leader has that TP to come back out from base as well. But honestly, with GA on Skeens and the opportunity to just jump on folks, I think it's very difficult for Heretics to really take this fight. Rightfully so. They're going to just try and set up around Baron instead, hope they can look for the big purple worm fight instead.
It's a strange game, isn't it? Like, one mistake, one fight from Team Heretics that went south, and SK again, they've got this huge star power, and I can't remember who said it a couple of weeks ago. It was at the start of the split where it was, someone was talking about SK and they were like, they can either be zero or they can be everything, right? I think a lot of people said that as Sheriff. He's caught out Leader, steps on the spot, but hang on, SK, you're a bit close. Leader, you went over the wall, melee into an Aatrox. Let's think about that, yeah? Okay, Yoppa's trying to carry and bring it back. The Feather is out, once again, to stand, flashes away. Ice from range. As Mickey behind the Baron pit has to get out, and he finds a path to escape. Team Heretics get the mid laner, and Leader was like, yeah, I've got to go in as much as possible as an Azir.
Yeah, could have tried to play over the wall. Maybe would have worked out a little bit differently, especially when it just comes to the raw healing that Cheo has, because that was what we're talking about in draft. Like, an Aatrox wants to hit multiple people with his Qs because you just get so much of that lifesteal back. But in that sort of situation, it ends up coming back to bite Leader, and it comes back to bite SK, because now you're off the map. Heretics get an opportunity to push out the waves, get an opportunity to relieve some of that pressure, and maybe try and get some of the standing gold on the map. But I mean, at the moment, it's just about survival and hoping this Rabadon's death cap from Seren can maybe hit that big ultimate you need.
Dagda, I'm just going to say it again. I say it every week. I'm going to say it again. It's not over till it's over. In the LEC, the Nexus got to fall. Otherwise, everything's on the table, and SK say, okay, Baron is there. Now, this is going to be mega fast. Shadows coming in for the steal, but way too late. Good smite. SK get the objective. Baron puts it in more firmly in their pocket. Mickey, he just used his engage. He now has to battle dance away, maybe back over the wall. Shadow is onto Wonder, and Wonder's stuck. He's going to go golden. He's burning alive, crisping, and he gets shut down. Mickey found out again as well. And this is going to be 2 kills for the Baron. Nothing else is up, but that's something for Heretics.
I don't really understand why SK just didn't get out. Like, even just give Mickey if you want to and get the rest of the team out.
Yes.
Because you can already see, like, Baron doesn't give as much gold anymore. So immediately you're starting out in a negative Red Bull Baron power play. And Skeens, this may not be the phase check you think it is.
He was seen moving in. He has GA. He's flipped. He flashes away. He's dunked down. This is a tank and a big bruiser, but the turret should be enough to hold back. Sheo heals it up. Poked out with a curtain call. Skeens decided to make this play. There's the redemption. And, like, what is happening here as the turret goes down with him?
It's a great question. I'll get back to you with that one, because I'm gonna need to check some notes backstage, because I don't know exactly what is going on with SK.
I mean, to be fair, it must have all been a ruse, because Skeens dying there in top opened up a bit mid and opened up bot. So it was like a net neutral play.
I think the thought was Skeens was like, hey, there should only be Cassante pushing here, and I can probably hold the wave. But it was just Sheo blind queuing into the bush to actually start that off, worked out well. And you also had the follow-up from Ice, but massive mistake from SK. Again, like, you can, sure you get some pressure on that bottom side, but you're taking people off the map. You have a minute left on this Baron buff, and like, what have you done with it?
As we listen to the cinematics, you can hear the music. By the way, great season music. We'll have to just tangent and say, it sounds like I'm listening to Two Steps from Hell. That's what the orchestra sounds like in the back. Is you wanted to see what they did with Baron. You want to see what they could do in the next 44 seconds in this minus 300 gold Baron power play. If they could get that plate maybe a little bit, but you're pointing at Wonder from the base. He's got a rabbit on. Is that what you're excited about?
No, it's just you can't get anything. Wonder's gone to base, so you're off the map again. And that's kind of been the whole cycle of this play for SK, is just people constantly off the map because of these kills or because of these mistakes. So Wonder will catch the big wave boss, but like, look at that gold in the top right corner of your screen. You were the ones that got Baron, and you've gone down gold. It's not exactly ideal.
No, not the grand scheme of things as well. Dragon in 30, Soul for SK. It's all going to be on the line. This is where everything is decided. What items do you want to talk about, Doug? He points a lot. You can't see it, but he likes to point at things. And he's pointing at Yoppa's 4 items right now. Mickey just flashed. Sheo got over the wall, but Sheo went over prematurely. The whole of SK sitting there waiting. He darts back over. Redemption heals him on the cusp as Tracer now with an angle. SK get the grub, and that's more important that Scuttle gives the vision. Deadly Flourish from Ice. He's also got a bit of items, and with Rapid Fire Cannon, he can hit from even further back. Wonder and Mickey looking for an angle Dagda, but again, all on the line for this Mountain Soul.
Sheo's gone into the pit, but open up on the curtain call.
Grayson's getting hit by feathers as well. 6k. Sheo, if he can stop this, it'd be huge. It comes down to a smite fight at 1400 for the steal. Sheo goes into the winged beauty, steps it back, but the engage from Mickey might not be all that. It doesn't matter. Shockwave finds 3, but the Dragon goes over to SK. Wonder flashes away. A double root from Yoppa is big, but Team Heretic second test. Unsuccessful.
Wonder's ultimate there was on point. Completely cuts off the offensive and retreat play from Heretics. We'll see it here as Mickey goes in over the wall. The Rumble ultimate groups Heretics together, which then sets up for Mickey as he dives in onto the back line. Again, Sheo gets caught off on the Shockwave. Really well orchestrated by Saren, but just not enough in the tank. Thanks to all those Mountain Dragons that have built up from SK, that Shockwave just doesn't hit the way it's supposed to.
And especially with Sheo not alive, how else are you going to dunk down on them afterwards? So for Heretics, they've just lost Soul. The game still feels so hard for them, obviously favored for SK. Elder comes up in 5 minutes, and I got to say, with the way this game's going, with the edge that we're hovering on, you know, the diving board we're sitting on, scared to jump, it does feel like this will either come down to the next Baron fight, Dagda, or the Elder will decide it all.
I think it'll be the Baron. And if I'm SK, it's just a case of play off these 2 waves.
Yes.
Push in mid,
yes.
Control top,
yes.
Get all your vision down in that top side jungle.
Yes.
And just deny any sort of access for Heretics to the objective. And that's where you can open up for plays from Mickey for opportunities with leader. You can see Heretics, they just want to, while the waves are desynced, get as much pressure in this mid lane. So that wave now that's pushing in top can actually be dealt with. And SK don't have any sort of plays to move across the map with.
It begins. 35 seconds. All right. I'm listening, Dagda, but I just don't believe yet. Okay? My problem is trust. I've built trust issues in this league.
But the biggest problem is just that, like, the waves aren't situated. Like, this is where one wave is, whereas this second wave is coming down.
Yep.
And we're constantly getting Yoppa clearing it out in mid. But if the waves are never synced, there's no pressure. So Heretics can group on mid as 5 here and actually push back Yoppa and still manage to get across if they want to in towards River or to defend that top turns.
But face checking into Yoppa, I mean, this guy's just running at them. This 80 carry, the gumption. As Mickey look for another angle on the show. Now that he's spotted out as this rush is massively controlled, SK look for the fight. They're sprinting. Mickey, he's got an angle maybe on the stand. There's the flash engage, the quickness as well. Mickey found the enemy support. Heretics have lost stand. Leader makes it a 4 versus 5 now. Baron is free.
SK move over towards the objective, and the pings from Heretics are down towards that bottom side. I wasn't sure if they still want to try and commit, to be honest. Like, yes, you lose Stend, but a potential shockwave might be the end of it. But this Baron, I think, will end the game regardless. SK move immediately towards the top side. The outer turret in their sights. And inhibitor turret's next to fall.
All right, let's fix it this time. Inner turret last time from Leader wasn't able to access. This will be easily done. Now it's about breaking the base, because if this Baron doesn't do it, then we do have to come down to that Elder. I think SK don't want to end up flipping the game as you said, there's a lot of tools from Heretics. The engage from Schemes, though, into the back line, and Leader flips and makes it so. SK running the base willy-nilly, but I wouldn't say so as Shao just gets jumped on. Equalizer from Wonder is defensive, and Yoppa is stepping forward. A triple turning, Sour turning beautiful. Stands up next and turning it into a quadra. A penta delayed. Yoppa is him.
Yoppa, welcome to the LEC. SK, welcome to 3 and 4. And SK hoping that this might just push them into a welcome for playoffs.
See, Jin stops counting at 4, but Yoppa can only count to 5.
SK, it was a slow early game. A couple of mistakes here and there. But once it got to the fights, Yoppa popping off. And so many of those fights were so well orchestrated as well. Like, I'm starting to get a little excited, but I'm still gonna hold my breath. There's still some, you know, I want to see some drawing in between the lines before I like move them up in the class, you know?
I mean, he's got a rascal support, like Mickey is a rascal and he knows it. And then Yoppa is this incredible playmaking genius. Where's the bow? That was a, yeah, okay, all right. Well, your player of the series. Vote now at LEC on X, Schemes, Leader, or Yoppa. I did not see a bow, Dag, though. I saw like a little sidestep and then away. We're gonna have to call them back.
We're gonna have to bother review.
You guys are gonna get in trouble. I am wondering where this team goes now. 3 and 4. We said this could be the game that is reflected upon, you know, getting into playoffs. And I do feel like SK would know that as well. The boy genius over with Ginny.
Thank you guys, Yoppa. Congratulations on that incredible performance, finishing it off with a pentakill as well. And welcome to the LEC. Lovely to have you for the interview. Could you let us know what it's been like to join the LEC, but also to join it with a roster that has so much experience on it already?
Yeah, I think joining retirement home was not easy. Everyone is 30, different schedules, different mentality. It's like I want to play duo queue, but Mickey wants to go to sleep at 8 p.m., so it's a bit hard, things like those. So I think I took my time to adapt. I think now I'm getting on the same wavelength as them.
So you're like leaning more towards like the retirement home schedule rather than the Gen Z?
Yeah.
How's that been?
It's rough. It's rough.
Is there anything you want to say to the people that have been shouting your name here?
Yeah, I want to thank fans for the support. I really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with our second best of one of today, Na'Vi against GX.
It's a good read from Shale, though. Oh, Ice, that was not
Stepping up, and Yoppa, he's waiting for the root once again onto Ice. Close to getting the feathers out now. Finally, the ulti, the root, the flash!
I'm looking here. Yeah. I'm on the flank. Look here.
Yeah. Ori no flash, Ori no flash. Ori dead. Lucas Santel.
Yeah.
You guys are so f***ing cute.
That was insane.
When you talk about the range and draft actor, and I'm seeing it again.
Oh, Saren.
All in, set up, Shockwave on the spot, but Leader destroys him. And also Wonder's ulti perfectly placed as well. He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some ARAMs or something like that. I mean, it's a new map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
On another level, step into the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. No one above me.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to LEC ahead of our second game of the day. It's going to be Navi against GX. Two teams currently sitting on top 2 position alongside 2 other teams. So you really... There's a lot of smoking here. Sorry, completely caught me off guard.
They don't
But
tell
yeah,
you this about
you
show
really
business. The smoke is stinky. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
it
me
does
neither.
It does not smell good.
I feel bad for the players because they have to go through this usually. Anyway, 2 teams currently locked top 2 of the standings. You really want to get those wins right now to solidify your position.
Yeah, the thing I want to say right off the bat is I think Jack laid something out earlier in the day that is really important for us to track Navi. I think there's a lot of people who are skeptical. Like, Navi is now run out of steam, you know, start a season, it's the honeymoon, other teams are learning to play, and this is a matchup that is going to kind of show us how good they can really be at the highest level. But GX have kind of been spitting recently. They've been putting up some big numbers.
They beat MK.
Yeah, while Navi has some questions, I think Giant X has shown a lot of answers.
Oh.
Especially with Noah in the bot
Spitting
lane.
fire here.
I mean, I got a little clip here of Noah and Jun that I really want to go through because
right.
I just absolutely loved how they played against MKOI. So we could show the clip here, and I will walk us through it. As it starts off, it's Noah and Jun on Caitlyn Elise. And the thing with this bot lane is that you really, really need to be winning throughout the whole game. Otherwise, you will be completely useless. So it starts off with Jun and Noah being able to get a 2v2 kill. That in and of itself is really nice, but it's not enough to win you the game on this bot lane. We saw that KC actually tried to play Caitlyn Karma against MKOI, and they were not able to snowball a lead like Noah and Jun did this game. So after they've now gotten this 2v2 kill, they call onto their mid laner with the Talia move and with the Vi to come dive enemy bot lane to continue this pressure. That way, they're able to continue zoning super from minions. They kill Alvaro once again, and they're just continuously setting MKOI's bot lane behind over and over again. And it doesn't stop there. After they've gotten the full bot tower, they rotate the top, and they continue pressuring MKOI. And that's what you need to do when you're playing this Caitlyn Elise. And the thing is, this might not look impressive. You might think, oh, they're just doing good League of Legends. But the thing is, everybody could be playing Caitlyn Elise, and they're not. Because if you don't do these things, if you're not able to, you're useless. But if you're actually able to do it like Noah and Jun can, suddenly you got a free win on your hands up against the best team in the league.
That's what makes the whole difference from the Noah that we knew previous years into the player he became recently, because he was popping off on Kai'Sa. Nobody could doubt that his Kai'Sa was actually deadly. But the fact that he's able to activate champions like this and bring the victory to his team is actually what shows how much of a different player he transformed into. And Gilotto last week actually was telling us that it comes from a lot of confidence, something that was missing from him before.
I feel like he's become a leader in this team. He's really come into his own, and it feels like the game is much more around him. I feel like especially in Fnatic, you could tell that even when he had good games, there was like a level of insecurity there, and he felt like his team needed to provide things for him that he couldn't himself give. While now, he's come into his own, and he's a completely different player.
And I really love that GX, it feels like, have recognized that he's a player that they want to invest in terms of in-game resources, right? The Caitlyn Elise you talked about, eventually it gets that support from the jungler. That's what really brings it home in the context of this matchup and allows them to keep that snowball going, make sure that Supa never gets to play the game, and that's good. Because last year, GX were like, it's the Jackie show. And look, I'm ready if they want to make a game here or there, the Jackie show. But the Noah show...
The Jackie's Yone, I mean...
It was solid, but I'm renewing the Noah show for like 7 seasons. You know, the Jackie show pilot was good, season 1. I got some questions. The Noah show just keeps coming back, keeps delivering. There's interesting plot twists. It's better. And this, for me, I think is the best version of GX right now. And I think it's a meta where you can just keep going bot. Look, it worked for Fnatic. Not when Noah was there, but it's going to work for GX, and Noah is here.
Got a new main character for this team, and it feels good for GX. What's about Navi, then? They also have a main character, and it's that crazy man in the jungle.
The thing about Relech is we've kind of said everything that we can say. Because all the data just keeps sending the same message. The consistency, the champion pool, although we've gotten a little bit stuck on Aatrox now, but it's fair. It does just look very, very powerful.
It looks really strong. I think for me, the only worry I have for Relech is the champion pool. I'm surprised that every team has kind of just let him pick whatever he wants. Some teams have decided to ban out the Kiana, but he's gotten Aatrox time and time again. Even in their loss against KC, he had like a really good play, and he just looked really solid throughout the game. And he's been the most consistent member of Na'Vi, while Mainter I feel like has fallen a little bit off once Xanta's been taken away. Relech is that key star player for them that's always going to perform.
I have an argument on this because I was talking to them actually minutes before we got into that segment. I went to Relech, I went to Mainter, I was like, when are you finally going to let your top laner play Aatrox? Because I know that Mainter is a godlike Aatrox. He would love to play that champion. It's just that Relech is not even going to share. From what they said though today, they're willing to play something else and spice things up a bit. So what could we be looking at?
Okay, I'm just going to say, don't spice it up.
Okay.
Yo, I don't want to throw too much. Wait, do they have their headsets on? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I don't want to throw too much shit when they can hear me. I'm not going to let this go, and I'm sorry because this is old news. Isma Malphite Alta Damundo with passive. This is not the day. Let top lane just be 2 tanks. Give that man his Aatrox. Let him dominate his 1v1 jungle matchup. There will be times for Mainter to be off tank duty. I don't think today is that day.
I'm going to steel man you a little bit, because for me the thing is that I think they need to swap things up a little bit just to have the steam continue going. I feel like we've seen them now play the same game plan 6 games in a row, and you get to a point where it's like, yeah, that works, but once teams start to figure you out, suddenly, if you haven't practiced other things, you hit a brick wall, things stop working.
You know what? I trust Navi to innovate.
I don't care. Don't innovate. This is what everyone says. You're like, oh, you've hit the thing. Let's immediately go to the next goal. They weren't even like they were supposed to be like on the cusp of playoffs. They're currently at the top. Keep going. Get first in a regular season. Get top 4 in a regular season. We do this to every European team. It's like, you're good at that. Now you get no points for doing that ever. You must immediately improve somewhere else. Just let
It's best of one. It's LEC Versus. If you want to try weird things, it's the best moment to do it. You guys do it. It's fine. It's fine. No worries.
He just said, what about Worlds? I'm like, can we stop, please? Can we just like get through one league before we're like, will you beat Faker?
This guy also said that Los Ratons is going to make playoffs, so I'm completely disregarding your opinion from now on. Final question I have for you guys is from Noah popping off GX into Reledge being the maestro here in the early game and in the games for Na'Vi. Who's going to have the upper hand? Where do you see things happening?
I'm going to say GX, because the Maestro in the early game is often abandoning his lanes and leaving them to their own devices. And we saw what happens when you ignore the bot lane when Noah and Jun are set up for success. I don't know if they'll play something like Caitlyn Elise again, but I've seen what an explosive GX early game looks like, and that's usually what I'm rooting for.
Where's your money?
Jungle is OP roll, but Giant X, they've beaten the top teams. They're taking it today.
All right, let's see what happens on the Rift finally. Casters and teams are ready. Over to you guys.
Okay. We'll see how crazy you guys are. Dracos is swearing a little bit, so we're going to have a talk to him afterwards, though. That attitude has got to stop there.
Look, he's not used to being down there.
He bagged out Isma, you know, and to be fair, actually, the Rock game was not great. I'm sorry. He was correct there. But that man, let's see if he's right on the rest. I feel like GX are getting hyped up here, Dagda, but Na'Vi are still a pretty big opponent. Yes, they threw it by the wayside versus KC, but this team has been explosive in their individual roles. I would not put them by the wayside for this head-to-head best of one.
I mean, it's just hard to kind of come off the back of Giant X beating MKoi and be like, nah, they're not that good. You know, it's like they absolutely blew them out of the water.
Yep.
Noah and Jun looked fantastic with this Caitlyn Elise. And also Giant X kind of just knew how to play around.
True.
Like they knew what to do, how to push that lead forward.
That was a fantastic game.
And again, as you say, I think it was just a really great addition. So for Na'Vi, and now it becomes a case of, all right, well, how do we try and control that? And a lot of that has to be the focus on the bottom lane. Now, SamD and Paris have looked relatively good in the 2v2. Poby has kind of defaulted to a lot of the Taliyah play. So do we just continue to see some of that pressure down towards the bottom side to contain Giant X? Because at the moment, it feels kind of like bot lane go like amazing or bot lane go bust, and we kind of don't have a great time.
I do like that, though, because Noah and Jun feel like one of the strongest points. So if you've got stability in lot now, and then you've got Jackie's being a question mark in side lanes, if you can rely on Noah and Jun, then they can take you anywhere, especially in this meta when bot lane has, I think, a lot of versatility, viability. I like words starting with V. Let's start with first pick, though, Dagda. Orianna, interesting for GX, gets locked in. I guess the Azir's gone, but Yunara is still up. And Na'Vi have their pick of Yunara and Rumble.
I was going to say, I think SamD going to be very happy if he can get the Yunara as well. Like, he's looked very strong on that pick. We'll have to see if that is the plan. Because the other option was like something like a Rise here as well, or the Taliyah for Poby. I think securing strong top and bot is simpler. But if main tour ends up going for the Sion, like, Lot, I think, I was going to say opt into a lot of different picks into that. So I'm going to just go back towards the Rumble instead.
Yep.
And it's just a case now, do you have a higher priority on SamD getting Yunara, or do you have a higher priority on Reledge getting his jungle pick? Because you have to take that third slot base to answer the mid lane pick.
You do indeed. So priority 80 carry, or do you get an early jungler? It's something you've talked about before. The Jarvan's gone, so what else can help set up? You actually mentioned this last game, Dagda. This is the pairing, and Reledge on the Wukong here is his first game. I mean, this is the standard jungler. It's been Aatrox, Kiana, and Ambessa. That's what he's played so far. Reledge adding a fourth.
So I think you get the Xin Zhao makes sense as Isma. Like, it's decent if the Wukong early can find him in a lot of situations, and you can have the Orianna to heal or to shield and protect you as you try and take some of those early skirmishes. I imagine Na'Vi is probably going to respond here with that Taliyah for Poby. Like the Cyclone into the flick back already with all the Rumble and that there should be relatively decent. But Loss, what do you want to go for here in that top end?
Just a tank to neutralize, right? The Cassante's gone. This is the next best thing. It's been hovered over before, and I think it's going to be locked in. So, Sion here with the Zins out. Now, Dagda already building a pretty straightforward comp here for GX, right? It seems easy to execute. I think it's really important in the top side so far. How are Na'Vi going to respond? You wanted to question what was it going to be like in the mid lane? It is Poby we're talking about. Oh, Poby, right? Okay, man.
Okay.
You also mentioned this before. 3 very strong picks.
Yeah, I mean, especially as the Rise can just opt in towards providing that CC chain for the Wukong as they started trying to play around mid. But either way, I think strong skirmishing, decent, very decent AoE when you get towards team fights as well on that top side. So I think for Na'Vi, it is very clear that they want to try and take fights where there's a lot of splash damage. And I think for Giant X, it's going to be about trying to isolate and find like 1v1s or 2v2s in a lot of their skirmishes so that then they don't have to fight against how much AoE there is on Navi's side.
Seems logical as getting rid of some of the AoE follow-ups. So I was going to say maybe a support. There goes Nico. Caitlyn went with it as well. So maybe Sam D goes for like a mid-range AD carry, especially since Aphelios is now off. Yunara's gone with it as well. We're going down the tier list a little bit again. Do we think about the Zyra Rakans again for Na'Vi? Where do you want to go with this?
I'm thinking about Kai'Sa for Noah. It's been a pick that he's fairly happy with, especially if Sam D wants to go towards the Ezreal.
Yep.
And you don't have a huge amount of tools to reposition with the Kai'Sa is the only thing I would be slightly worried about, but at least if you try and play in towards the backline, you can just have that shield as a defensive tool. I think though, Ezreal, decent answer to Corki. Both Spike and the Triforces, you can match a lot of the Corki's power. And also just farm safely, so it's a little bit more difficult for the Corki to really play aggressive. Although, that being said, no, I'm also, I'm curious what Paris wants to take in this position, because I think that's what the back and forth there was. Because you imagine Nami could be an answer here for Paris. You've already got strong engage tools, and just being able to enable that would be great. You have a strong bot side that you can play through. But Jun kind of preempting that and saying, hey, at least I'll take a somewhat enchanter myself on the Bard. And we can kind of match any sort of range discrepancy here.
And there's a lot of engage, a lot of options here from GX as well, right? There's Pyke. Okay, man. Do we want to talk about this?
Yeah. Pyke is not where I expected this one to go at all. So, I mean, an incredibly strong bot lane, a lot of kill pressure.
A lot of bullying.
But it's also a lane that you want to have a lot of support for, right? And that's not traditionally what I'd expect from Wukong in these early stages.
Yeah.
I think that's more on the Xin Zhao that can try and be involved in that bottom lane and have a bit more success. So I think for Na'Vi, the first few levels are very much going to be a case of trying to spot out where Isma is and finding these timing windows for Sam D and Paris to play aggressive with this bottom side. But we already kind of said, you've got good setup with the Wukong once you do hit 6. So if Paris starts to roam with this Wukong, I think you could pick up a lot of kills, just jungle support plus a solo laner. I think the body count can start racking up.
And Relech has been so active in jungle. What I've loved about him is he takes risks, right? Against KC, that triple kill bot was so risky, but he outplayed. And we've got a lot of new players in the LEC right now who are good with their hands, right? Okay, just listen. Paris and Relech, this combo that you're talking about, Paris especially had to step up to the plate coming into this split, and I think he's done so. With Relech and how big he is as well now on 2, this could be an explosive early game, especially at the level 6. Let's see if Na'Vi can break into the 5s, and if GX can do the same hit. Dagner's chuckling. What did Noah say?
I'm proud of you, Paris.
Oh, what a sweetheart.
And Paris just saying good luck, so. Yeah, a nice little wholesome start to the day.
Yeah, that was a wholesome start. Jun on Bard. He's taking the electrocute into the matchup. So none of the Guardian stuff. First Q lands. Holy Pyke. Yeah, okay. Well, we don't need to let him cook. The draft has been cooked. Now we're going to see how they link up.
Interesting to see main drop doing towards the first strike. Definitely something you can do in this matchup, specifically because you're not under a lot of pressure. The Comet that you usually take to try and poke out, a lot is just realistically going to be able to sustain through thanks to the shield and that.
Oh my God, ignite down. Hang on, Noah. He's not in trouble, but he just gets chunked out. It's about how Paris gets out of there. Now, because of the passive, Paris is going to be able to heal up a little bit. Noah got ignited, chunked down, and that's from one bone skewer landing.
But look at the pathing here from Isma. He wants to have an early gank in towards his bottom side. Oh, actually, no, he still has his crop up. It's just underneath the ward. So they know that Isma is pathing away from this bottom side. So I think Giant X now going to be a little sad about the way this early game has gone.
Oh, yeah. Good ward on Raptors. Going to see the movement up. Paris did that on a ward. As I said, 2 for 2. It's that confidence. It's like a Blitzcrank game, a Thresh game, Dagda, you know so well. When you land it, when the enemy knows you land it, that confidence goes through the roof, and they're like, oh man, okay. We're going to expect it. And Paris has got level 2 as well, so I'm not sure what he leveled up second, but I'm assuming the Phantom Undertow is going to come through with the Q. Healing, though, from Noah and Jun means that they're okay if they get caught again, especially with Ignite down.
Even though, then, just controlling the push, being in a good spot, and their jungler moving towards this bottom side means that they should be able to keep up this pressure and just start to take a few pop shots at turret plates as well, as Paris fish for one more, but the wave going to block that one.
Yeah, fishing, good one. So Sam D stepping back on the wave. And Jackie's been chunked a little bit here in mid. And Poby's just emoting in his face. Now, Poby on Rise, hot damn. If I don't get goosebumps from the greatest of some time. Dagda, like always with today, is Bone Skewer again. Hits. There's a Phantom Undertow. Flash. Wait. Paris doesn't need to commit his. Instead, Jun burns. And Paris gets out of there with a bit of healing again.
But it's also both pots on Jun burnt, pot on Noah burnt, and Paris just able to take his now. So you're still going to have a health advantage or a health surplus for Na'Vi in this bottom lane. And as we said, Relech or in this bot lane could end up going over the wall and look for something.
Isma could be coming from the tri-brush as well. We look towards top because Relech has just backing off, and Mainta is deep on the wave. The state ain't too good. He's stepping forward, a ward spots him, and this is perfect gank timing. Isma has an easy angle, and Lot just has to knuckle down and press the Q. Flash away from Mainta, but Isma still coming in. The level 4 Zin's out, has a great angle. Wind becomes lightning, and here becomes the Talon strikes. 3 makes perfect. Mainta for the trade onto Lot, though. First blood, as it ends up being a trade, but Lot ran in to get crispified.
You have to be so careful when you're ganking that top side. Mainter managing to get the kill. I think the first strike ended up proccing in the middle of that fight as well, which gave him just that little bit of extra damage. I'll have to rewatch again. But nice job from Mainter to get that turnaround.
Kill means a lot. He has TP as well. He just got boots of swiftness. And kill for Isma's nice, but look at the replay again, because Lot's like, I'm a tank, I'll survive this.
Yeah, I mean, you're just not at this stage of the game. The overheat coming through is lost. You can manage to get the damage down. It doesn't look like actually first strike ended up coming through, but still, just enough damage in the Rumble to finish off. And I think Lot going to be a little bit devastated that he ended up giving that kill over in the fight.
The Scion, though, maybe you'll be okay in the long term as Halo Blades comes in. Jun just gets hooked again. Paris is landing almost every hook on our screen so far, but since he was spotted out by Jun in that little escapade, I don't know if that's the right word, Dag. The English is not so good. It means that Jackie's will be safe. He knows he's on the side. Jun's going to hover him, safeguard this Orianna. Well, Paris continues to roam. 10 seconds by till Dragon, by the way. And bot right now is controlled by Na'Vi.
I'm more curious about what happens with this second Scuttle Crab that's up in a few minutes, actually, because it doesn't matter. Relech is just going to end up taking this. So what we've started to see a little bit more and more is that if you full clear at least once, and then on your second rotation, don't take one of your camps, reset, and come back out onto the map. Jamada did a great video on this. You can actually leave your camp. The bonus experience that you gain before you kill that camp will give you just enough as you kill the second Scuttle Crab to hit 6. And that's what a lot of junglers are waiting for now before they end up going for the Dragon. But with the Scuttle Crab spawning on that top side, it looks like instead, Relech is just like, all right, I can just take Dragon, trade that potential, and still be completely fine. But you see it in a second. Isma just will hit 6 as he finishes off the Scuttle. There it is. And yeah, I think that's where you can try and play from these timing windows.
Yeah.
But basically, Relech turning that on its head and saying, no, I'm just going to take Dragon before you can get back down to the bottom side.
On spawn, using Paris' pressure quite well. First Dragon of the game's Mountain. And remember, if Cloud's coming next, we got maybe a Boring Soul coming up. What I'm more curious about, Dagger, is that Grubs, or rather, yeah, Grubs coming up on the top side of the map in 145. As Relech goes to clears, we will see that level 6 regardless. That feels like when the real fighting is going to come through. Phantom Undertow, not much taken. Noah, meanwhile, getting the Valkyrie out of Sam D as the 80 carries 1v1. Isma also spotted out on a ward, so no longer is it fair for Na'Vi.
I think Sam D saw the barrier burnt by Noah and was like, hang on, why are you trying to hard trade with me in this situation? So kind of just backs away, expecting something to be a miss. And it was Isma going to be there just as they come through. So Na'Vi not overextending on that bottom side. and giving a bit more time for Relech to clear out this top end of the map, hit 6 himself, and now I imagine try and look for plays on the map.
Kobe hovering though. Jackie's low on mana. Hit by an overload, and that's about it. That's the Rise play. A bit of extra damage. Yeah, cool. Now, I will say, backstage, I saw Jackie's before the game, Dagda. He almost tripped looking at me. And I said to him, I said, brother, that was close to you being, having a
Ball
bad
in your
game
face,
day. Yeah. Yeah. I'm hoping that doesn't happen in game.
So I have a philosophy.
Okay.
All right. And like the way I look at the world is if I wake up in the morning and I spill my coffee on myself and I stub my toe and end up tripping over.
Yep.
I'm convinced that I've used up all the bad karma for that day.
Really?
So the rest of the day is going to be great.
I'm completely
all
opposite.
the bad stuff has happened already.
What's happened with Jackie's? Maybe it only just started as he goes down to Relech and his bad karma's just beginning.
And I've learned that my philosophy does not apply to Jackie's.
Maybe it's still going. Maybe it's still in that little section. He almost tripped. He's just gone on stage. It's only been 20 minutes.
Yeah, and it's still the start of the game. So,
That's his night time.
this is the stub your toe.
Yeah.
But as soon as we hit 15 minutes, Jackie's about to have a great time.
All his karma out of the way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, all the bad karma out of the way.
Yeah, all the bad karma out of the way, and there's only good karma left.
As a hook lands again and finds Isma, as Paris, by the way, initiated that last play. Grub's a halter, but Relech's just going to go back on it. Small reset. Second one, not resetting, as Relech just gets back in the bubble. Again, set up. Isma, ulti straight away. Two-shot barrage does some damage. Equalizer down. It's nice as Isma goes golden, but still over the grubs. Relech's like, I'm going to play this. Lot has no mana. Paris is getting chased and maybe getting baited in. Meanwhile, Jun gets the back of the fight, but GX, look forward. A shockwave onto Relech. Catches his pants down. He finds an escape, flashes out, but so does Isma. Through the magical journey, Jun gets him midway. What a dance. Poby flashes out, and I feel like we just went round the barn with that play.
I think we went around it twice. That was a weird old fight. Na'Vi very separated as they try and step up because Poby end up isolated from the rest of the team. And an overcommitment gives Giant a few more kills. There we go. Jackie's starting to turn his fate around.
Oh, he is. It's already the karma swapping around. Observers, I'm going to need a replay on that, though, because I don't know what the hell just happened.
Yeah, because this fight kicks off, right? Relech ends up working here with Paris, and it works out well. But because Kobe ends up going back, he kind of ends up playing in this weird spot across here where he can't really get access to much of the fight.
Right.
Lost ends up finding a lot of space in this top side, and Jackie's is kind of able to work with Isma back and forth to pick off kind of the isolated members of Na'Vi. And this is what we were talking about for Giant X. Like, if you can spread out these fights so they're less clustered and more about these individual performers, well, then you actually got a chance, and Giant X playing it well on that one.
Splitting to pieces. After that play, just a quick note. While Noah didn't get any, because I believe the 80 carries just weren't involved, Isma starting to launch in this early game as well. 2 kills under the sky, and Trinity Force just picked up from Relech, yeah, but I think in the end, Giant X are going to be okay losing grubs and getting a bit off the back of what again was chaos. Invade here for the blue just before Dragon. Paris going to see it. He found him under toes away, but Relech is here to cover with Sam D over the wing.
Still fishing. Relech over.
Cyclone starts it off as well. I believe there's a shockwave to bring them back in. Rather not. We waited, and we see that Jackie finally brings it in with the distance to secure. Blue buff still contested, but Paris can't do much. Giant X hold true and win the fight.
Na'Vi trying to help out their jungler, but the bot lane gets put in timeout, and Giant X again fishing for kills, and this is what we want to see from Giant X. Confident play, aggressive invades, and it nets them a Dragon number 2.
Split the difference with Na'Vi, and I do feel like, again, this early game is getting better and better. And Jackie's is definitely getting more fortunate here. Well, what are we at? Chemtech Soul. Exciting for all. Still, I know we're in a new season. I mean, I do feel like Chemtech still, it's not bad in certain comps. You know, we got a bit of Mundo going around and comps that thrive on half HP. I mean, Sion, you could argue the same thing. But I do feel like, is it the weakest chat? Or Dagda, or anyone? I mean, is it, do you hate it as much as like Cloud Soul these days, or?
I feel like it should be justice for all dragons, you know? I don't want to put one in the trash.
That's right.
I think they all deserve, they all have their own merits. They're all doing their own things.
They should all be treated equally. Yeah, that's right. I mean, look.
And this is what I've heard a lot of teachers say in parent-teacher meetings as well. Similar thing. All the kids have merits.
All the kids have merits.
They're all trying their best.
But what about my kid? You know, what about my kid? The parents aren't asking about the other kids. They don't care about the other kids. Like Chemtech Dragon's mum just wants to know, like, what can Chemtech Dragon do? Chemtech Dragon, you know, helps people when they're down a bit, and like that's the kindness of of what he or she does, and good for Chemtech Dragon. Everyone has their opportunities, and as you said, merits. It feels like
when you go into a parent-teacher meeting and the teacher says, "Yeah, he's a real people person," that's what you want to hear.
So are all kids. If all dragons are the kids, then Elder is like the father, right, or mother. Like that's the parent. Because Elder has the traits of all of them. There's 5 kids in the family. Elder's the mother. Baron's the other parent.
The uncle, I was going to say.
Oh, I don't know. I think they've got to be related somehow, no? Do they come from the same area? They're all Void people?
No, Baron is just Void, right?
Baron's Void. What is Dragon?
I don't know. It's in the Demacia trailer, so I'm assuming it's something to do with
somewhere
around Demacia.
We need a new... I mean, Atakan popped in, probably from some unknown Void world. We need another monster.
Well, he was just a Darkin, right?
Oh, was he?
He was just a demon.
Oh, yeah, he
was.
The
LeBlanc
so
brought
you
it.
know the lore.
Look, I play the little in-game browser games. You know, the Demacia browser was happening at the moment?
Yeah. They're good.
It's good fun.
I mean, the only lore I know, I think, well, is Ivan. Ivan and Oriana. Oriana got, you know, piece by piece.
I'm surprised you watched Arcane and don't remember it.
I started season 2, and then I think it was like at the end of my wife's pregnancy, so it was like we just didn't go to, you know, but then I can't remember. I don't remember where I stopped. I still haven't seen it. I still have not seen it, and I work for the game. That's a problem.
But Giant X don't really look like they're about to stop on this bottom side of the map. Jackie's getting that push in. They want to try and establish some vision and maybe go for a repeat push in towards this enemy jungle. Again, I just like the fact that they're getting decent vision down, and there's little that Na'Vi can do. We kind of talk about, like, Relech has been such a powerhouse for a lot of these, like, side lane plays that we see. But Giant X kind of doing a good job of keeping him in check in a lot of situations with just the vision that they're managing to accrue, or at least spotting him out on where he's going to be.
The whole game's just been based around some of this jungle vision. As 50 seconds till the Herald. Dragon's up in a 45. Noah's fine in mid. It's an Ezreal. I will say playing Pyke versus Ezreal makes it so that Noah is not going to be the perfect target unless you have these sick predicts. The top side, 2 versus 1 again. Main to win too far forward. Caught out once more, but they ain't a trade this time. Lot smacks him down, and Giant X, they're throttling a bit on this game's pace.
Yeah, overheated. I meant that there wasn't that same turnaround potential in that situation. Noah trying to steal the crab, doesn't quite get it. Paris? Oh, no predict.
You got to predict it. With Ezreal only predicts. Good damage, though, on the Pyke in the interim as I think that Herald, because Giant X found the top laner, might just be theirs.
Yeah, I don't think you're really in a position to follow up. You can see Relech very nervous about even entering his own jungle. But you talk about it like first items on both sides. I just think with Na'Vi, the positions they have is so much easier. Even the TP to the bottom side to match Lot there. Yeah, Giant X going to continue to keep pressure on towards the objectives. And I think Na'Vi do have like big team fights and big opportunities they can take. But unfortunately, like, they're just not finding them as...
Oh, direct hit! Hang on! That truck came slamming into Sam D. He has no chance to escape. Lot. Oh, we're going to have to see the wind-up.
Because Sam D, I think, had Flash. Didn't have, I assume it didn't have enough mana for
Maybe
Valkyrie.
He just didn't
very
expect it. He's
low.
just like...
Yeah.
Or yeah, Valkyrie must have been on cooldown.
But I think he was really low on mana. So I think he didn't have enough mana for Valkyrie. But I think the Flash was up. Maybe I'm wrong.
Let's go to the what do we call it? VAT. What do we call the
VAR?
VAR. Yeah. VAR or R.
Don't
yeah, sorry.
use that.
Listen,
All right.
Sometimes I get confused.
Yeah, his Flash was up. Just wasn't ready for it.
He was just shocked.
Yeah.
Bone Skewer shocked in once again in the magical journey. Poby's got some good damage. But he's still scaling there with Rod of Ages, just finding its first stack. Thank you very much, goated observers. Let's have a look how Sam D got caught.
Yeah, because the ward is there. He sees him.
No mana.
Yeah, but he had Flash. So
he was
just didn't want to burn
scared.
it.
Equalizer, beautiful. Onto Isma. Fantastic play from Na'Vi. A shutdown. We've come back to live. And Lot, as he tries to flash over the wall, is going to be matched. Bonked on the head. That's 2. Sam D might be caught out yet again, though, as the all-in happens and Giant X find another, but Noah's now in the middle of everyone, and X marks the spot. A double over to Noah, and Na'Vi just found their window of opportunities. Jackie's also run out of mana. This game is going to keep on delivering as Dragon's now a freebie.
But I don't understand what Giant X were trying to... Like, Isma was on Dragon, but Jun was top lane. Like, Jun had to walk the entire way down from the top side of the map. Giant X were not in a position at all. It looked like complete miscommunication on, are we taking the fight? Are we not taking the Dragon? Like, what? I really don't know what Giant X were thinking.
Neither do I. Let's go to the VAR.
I love the VAR. But yeah, look, you got Orianna and Jun is top lane. So you're starting the Dragon as, like, starting this Dragon fight as Isma, and you're nowhere in position. The Orianna's TP'd in, but you're still, like, you've got the Rise that's moving in quicker. Yeah, this was bizarre. Like, you got two members top as Giant X, and Na'Vi just able to commit faster to the play. And they already have, like, the core damage dealers they want in the Corki and also in that Wukong Rumble combo. So you just managed to chase down the kills.
But Jackie's, he got a cannon on the way out, plus 60 gold. So, not leaving empty-handed, but for Na'Vi, small gold lead on the horizon. They got that last Dragon, and we do come back to live, and Giant X have also almost taken down the outer turret in mid. So this game is very close, and it does feel like with Baron coming up in a minute 45, while both teams aren't the fastest, we're going to have a lot of posturing here. With one of those games, it's going to be edged out by a team fight, I feel like. You know, one of those big 5v5s, Zagna. It's my kind of League of Legends.
So the nice thing for Na'Vi is the fact that by getting that second Dragon, now if they manage to get a third, that fourth Dragon will have fully stacked Rod of Ages for Poby, just based on the timers.
Yep.
And he's in a fairly decent spot where he can work his way up towards Actualizer. So I think just playing around like Poby spikes will actually be very strong for Na'Vi. For Giant X, they kind of now need to find windows again to look for picks, try and protect Jack. But it's very hard when you're trying to protect Jack. He's on the side lane. So this game with that mistake just got much more difficult for Giant X.
Oi, Jackie's in a side lane. Jackie's in a side lane. Alert! Alert! Get the cat! The flash, the tempered fate. It recovers. Jackie's being saved by Giant X. As now Locke gets into the mix as well. Paris looking for the hook and he finds nothing. Shockwave catches the TP from Mainta. The full-on fight. It's here and it's in the top lane. First down is Poby. Giant X get pulled back, but Lot even against the turret. They care not as Noah's on the chase. Flushes in. Mystic shot after Mystic shot. One will connect, the other won't, but Paris, I don't think he's getting out here either. John gets it from range, and what a punish onto Na'Vi in the top lane.
I just said it was going to be difficult, but Giant X, the double TP, or the TP from Lot invested to try and keep that top side safe, but you are losing the mid turret. I think a good amount of damage on that bot side turret, so there's some go back, but this is definitely a Giant X win. And it comes off of, you can see here, Jackie's knows something is potentially available here, but not checking the alcove. A good flash from Paris, but it's the lack of flash from Poby that actually comes back to bite them. Because Jun gets this CC with the late flash from Poby, which sets up the play. Shockwave from Jackie's keeps Mainter in check as well. And now that you got Lot there, like, you're so tanky on the follow-up, and Noah even transitioning from mid to top, able to pick up some of these kills. It's Giant X, massive gold swing in their favor.
Big gold swing in their favor, but it's to and fro still. It's 2,000 just about for them. Now in the lead, that Baron sitting up and waiting, and worth mentioning because, again, we are getting towards that mid-game point where one more mistake leads to the Baron, leads to the biggest swing in this game. That Dragon in minute 35, also very important to note as Na'Vi would be moving to 3 and onto Soul Point. But I do question again as we get to the second item territory, I question how Na'Vi going to fight this Dagda, because I feel like, despite Jackie's almost getting caught out there, their fights have been pretty easy to execute. Lot steps up, either ults in or he walks up. Isma's there as well. Jun can play at range. And the damage dealers can play at range as well. Like, it's very hard for Na'Vi to get there.
Yeah, I think the focus is more on, bypassing front line of Giant X if you're Na'Vi. Relech goes into the back line, you set up with that Wukong Rumble combo, and then Paris can start to finish off low health members with the ultimate.
That is true.
And that's where you can start to snowball, right? It's kind of like bypass a lot of that strength of front line. But unfortunately for Na'Vi, these fights have kind of been, apart from that one at Dragon, have been a bit more spread out. and they just haven't really been able to find those combos within the team fights. And it does make a little bit of sense. Jackie's is the only real one that's kind of vulnerable, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him stop off for something like Zonya's or in the next couple of minutes just to try and help survive in these fights. But there is a chance until that's completed that Na'Vi can look to just one-shot some of this backline and hope that they can carry the fight through that.
Okay. Well, I feel like then again, if we're looking at Mainter as his second item, we're looking at this Rumble to do a lot more in the fight than I feel like we've seen so far. I feel like for Na'Vi, as they approach this dragon, they've got to really think about their aspect of approach. Relef seen on a ward, clears it. Na'Vi stepping up, and the biggest question I want to ask you, Dagda, is how the hell do you get past Lot right now? And you said, well, they're going to dive. They're going to dive onto Giant X.
But they need an opportunity for Relech to get into position, and these wards have been great from Giant X, spotting out the Na'Vi, trying to move down towards his bottom side.
Set up, Relech just flashes in, Cyclone initiates the fight, but the hook in on the Scion is better than I expected. And CC Immune with the ulti running away, but charged out, Lot flashes out, manages to survive. Remember, the heist was all about Dragon and Giant X get it and get away. It's X to mark the spot for the first kill of the fight, and the only kill of the fight for Na'Vi, as they walk away otherwise empty-handed.
Yeah, the kill is not really going to be enough to write home about, but the position on the map may be in their favor. They swapped Sam D into mid to clear the wave, and they do have push on this bottom side, but with resets coming through, not convinced that they want to try and look for that bottom tier 2. But Relech have to make this fight happen, and he does. Immediate flash over the wall, as little Jackies can do, and it kind of splits the fight here. You can see Noah and Jackies up with Isma to just finish off the dragon, and it is the Scion Lot that gives his life. But the call from Giant X was just get the dragon and get out.
Good predict from Paris there, but yeah, Giant X losing minimal. A little bit of gold to Paris. I didn't see who he shared that with, if anyone, but regardless, Dragon's down for a bit. Now let's talk Turkey. Baron in the top side of the map is the obvious focus. And that's where we're just going to chill for the next 5 minutes.
Still, Poby is in a fairly decent spot. Like, Actualizer on the way. He'll be dealing some serious damage in these fights if he gets half a chance. And Jackie's has had to go for this kind of tankier style build with the Cosmic Drive, just because we talked about, like, he's going to be the main target for a lot of these. So it doesn't mean that the shockwaves aren't going to hit as effectively as they potentially could. Sure. So I still think you can see Giant X are fine in these fights. It's just that Na'Vi have, like, maybe some windows they can play. But as long as Giant X are kind of playing the way they are, I think they'll be fine. Play off of mid-wave, don't spread yourselves too thin, and allow Na'Vi to fish for these picks. Because you can see here, that's all the Na'Vi want to do. Find these small pockets of vision where they can combo with Relech and Paris.
Giant X enabling that, or rather disabling that by grouping up. They're isolated with Paris, how easy it is for Giant X to get caught. Relech sees Noah, ward in, sees Isma on the wing, who has GA, by the way. So it makes it a little bit easier for this guy to just send it. Sam D engaging, Valkyrie in mid lane. In the meantime, Noah gets out and is trying to help heal him up. Noah's a little bit low on mana though. So whether it affects Giant X for some kind of play up in this top lane, we will see.
Now, Giant X are just biding their time. They got the push in mid, they got the push in top. Great. That's we don't want to overextend here. We understand that we don't have vision in the enemy jungle, and until we're in a better spot, we can't really overextend, especially with Na'Vi having Mainter to constantly push bot and roam mid. Like at the moment, this is kind of the safe part of the map that you get to play with if you're Na'Vi. Anything further along is actually just going to be the danger zone, because you're just constantly having, you can see it here, push in boss and these roams from Mainter to try and get in behind them. But Giant X might have overextended.
Might indeed. Relech with the angle onto Jun. Is it found? Yes, it is indeed, with the Cyclone down to start the fight yet again, but Relech has no support. He's pulled back and Noah claims the kill. Blood onto Mainter next. They call for it with a decimating smash, and Lot lands it down. The setup with the ulti's beautiful as well as double already landed in Jackie's lap. Another decimating smash, but this time Sandy has to flush out of it. Lot takes it all, and Giant X have now opened up the Baron.
Giant X don't actually put themselves in any danger. That's going to be the kill. Woo! That's going to be 1,000 kills for Noah, and that'll be the Baron as well.
I thought it was his birthday, but that could be even better. 1,000 kills, and the Baron and a Giant X win on the horizons. We look at the flank here, started by Relech actually.
But look at Noah. repositions with the arcade shift. Relech isn't really getting the value that he needs. The follow-up from the backline of Navi is too far away, and a great ultimate from Jun keeps Manger in check. And this is what we were saying, like, Giants were aware that this could be a case. That's why they're playing so far up in the lane, like towards that Barren River, so they always had an escape plan. And they don't actually give Navi that opportunity to force the fight.
Giant X in very good hands right now. The setup in these fights have been beautiful, and I mean, it's another reason why in pre-season and off-season, I feel like Sion was his pick that was hovering around since the end of last year. I mean, it's been around for over a year or more, but just easy setup for Giant X has enabled them to control the map, and now with the turret going down, the push is there.
But Paris is in behind Giant X, and Giant X have no idea. That's the TP for Manger as well. The pinch is on.
Game-breaking play for Paris. He needs an angle. Kobe jumping in, the shockwave's huge, but Roulette, as he starts spinning, Giant X are still so healthy. True shot barrage lays through the whole team, and a flank gone wrong. Mainter's going to go golden, but as Noah gets out alive, he's too far away to claim a return kill. A triple over to Isma, and it looks so beautiful, but things when they're up close are uglier than they seem. Jun will drop down, a quadra to Isma. We can't have back-to-back pentas today, so it'll end there with the ace.
Giant X still going to be happy. It was a Hail Mary play from Navi, but they just could not find the damage that they wanted, and that's the base opened up for Giant X.
A bone skewer to try and save the game onto Noah. Halo plays the flash as well. X to mark the spot. Paris gets a kill. Under turret, he tries to jump back. It's a penta! It's a penta! It's delayed! Back-to-back pentas in week 3.
I can't believe you'd lie to the fans like that, Asterix.
I didn't know it would happen.
Back-to-back with the pentas.
I thought it was stolen.
Nicely done by Giant X, but it was all you could hope for Navi. They get one kill, but Noah again stays so safe. Manger can't actually finish off Noah in the back line. Doesn't have the DPS before he escapes over the wall. And Isma is doing so much work in the front line, managing to pick up all these kills. And Giant X, this is great. Again, back-to-back solid. I'm going to put it out there, wins, because it looks like they're about to take down Navi. Like beating Mkoi, decimating Navi. The scrim plays starting to come to reality.
It's starting to come to reality. A jungle pentakill.
I didn't realize it.
Yeah, neither did I, brother.
For you, Isma, I died for you.
Well, solid from Noah. Isma getting a penta, that's crazy. I mean, not many junglers can say that they've gotten a penta as well. This is the third only pentakill on a jungler, by the way. Inspired and Yikes the other. I assume that is in the LEC. As ulti yet again confirmed. Now in the LEC, let's break some more records. First kill does go over to Sam D. It's Jackie's, but Isma starts it off again. 4 more to go. Let's get another pentakill. He's got GA. He's in the mix, but he's going to go down immediately. Double decimating smash while Noah is free firing. Has got lethal tempo up and available. Arcane chip. Noah is unbeatable. Look at him. He walks forward. Cares not. He's got a brick wall and some kind of floppy bard in the way. A double over to the Ezreal, and Giant X get another back-to-back ace.
The towers are going to fall as quickly as Navi did as well. Giant X, a 7.5k gold lead. And again, they are looking good when it comes to these plays.
Yes, they are. From the Caitlyn game and last week, that dominated lane to a slow burner that's relying on Lot to run in. And the carries to really cement that lead. We've had some great team fighting today and a lot of hope in Giant X. We talked about how important schedule is, where these teams are standing. Moving to 5, the safety net. Giant X are now 1 step away.
Hobie realm warping in so they can try and get onto Jackie's, but Jun keeping his mid laner safe. And Jackie's at least, falls after. But there's just so much here for Giant X. They've so much extra gold. Noah's showing up after this, and there's little that Navi can really do. They're just outmanned at this stage when it comes towards that damage.
Paris almost got a reset on the ult. I think he just used it a little bit late on the GA. So didn't get to press his R all over. As, yeah, clean play from the bot lane of GX. Really the stars I mean, I do this often where I talk about, you know, all the great things of a team. Often it often is the whole team, Dagda, but yeah, it feels like there are a lot of stars in this game for GX. They've now rampaged over Na'Vi. It's an 8K gold lead. Forget the soul, forget the discussion of the next Baron. Let's talk about how they break the base, because there's a GA on Noah now, and that front line is unkillable in LOT.
Na'Vi are going to try again. It looks like TP available from Ainter.
Okay.
Wukong in behind. He's going to at least cut the wave.
Respect.
So Giant X are where they are. It's just about trying to buy time for this Rumble.
Relech on mid-wave, on full vision. As you said, Mainter trying to get what he can as a 1-7 Rumble. Inhibitor in top lane goes down. A bit of objective gold recovered by Na'Vi. But as Sam D steps it out, there's no way they're going anywhere near Giant X. Blast cone taken, and mid obviously needs to be the next directive. Ulti, that's Sion. He's going where? LOT decided, I'm just going to scare off the Monkey Man.
Well, Relech has to run bot side, and Dragon is up now. Or sorry, Baron is up now. So I wasn't sure if Isma was just going to start it, especially because you know Relech had to end. Yeah, they're just going to try and start it up, it looks like. Force the fact that Na'Vi has sent their junglers to the bottom side of the map.
Got one wave, Noah. He's found Paris again. There is a 6-level lead between that support and Noah. LOT is level 19, by the way. Just thought I'd mention. As, yeah, Baron sighted at 10k. Na'Vi coming in. Cosmic Binding doesn't connect to anyone else. Shockwave. Oh, it's gone Zonya's. Sam D, he wants to get in. Yep, with Poby he will. Tempered Fate, though, catches one as Baron goes down and 5v5 continues again. Equalizer not bad as Bone Skewer onto LOT is good, and they are burning him down. To the credit of Na'Vi, they have found something out of nothing. A Cosmic Binding that this time works well on the top laner GX, but Noah fears no man. He arcane shifts in again and again. He gets bone skewered in again, but it doesn't matter.
Where's the damage?
Matter. He doesn't die. And even if he does, he's got a freaking angel on his shoulders.
Noah is playing with such confidence, knowing that there is nothing on Na'Vi that can harm him. The GA still unpopped, but it will be the Nexus that falls for Na'Vi.
Noah's having a field day on the Azrael. Giant X having a field day moving towards the top of the LEC. This team is scaling, and at 5-2 now, you can safely say that Giant X are going to make their way to playoffs at some point. While unconfirmed, this is the GX that looks near the top.
5 wins for Giant X. And it's not even about game score. It's about performance. And for Giant X, this is exactly what the fans want to see.
Oh, yeah.
This is a team that can contest with the best in the league.
You talked about the karma of Jackie's. It rotated around. You thought he got caught out in that top side. That really opened up the envelope here for GX. As you can vote for your player of the game, Isma, Noah, or Jun. I mean, that's a hard task. That is a hard compliment burger. And if you're gluten intolerant, like, just walk away and have a bit of a think about this one. Isma, pentakill. Noah, Ezreal kill. Jun, sexy Bard. Like, you got a bit of everything there.
I mean, Jun's ultimates were perfect. The Magical Journeys really solid in team fights to reposition. And just good skirmishing early from Giant X, right? Like, that early Void Grubs fight really setting the pace for Giant X. And Jackie's unfortunately, like, definitely was targeted in this game.
Oh, yeah.
But probably happy that the rest of the team was there to back him up after he fell.
I mean, he's playing Orianna. He's solid enough.
There's little you can do.
And then also LOT gets a bit of a shout out as well. I know he wasn't there on the player of the game, but LOT had a really clean game on the Scion as well. All vehicles working in Giant X. Hi, Noah. How are you?
That's a great question. Let's start there. Noah, how are you considering you just got more than 1,000 kills in the LEC in under 200 games?
Actually, I'm proud of myself, I think, because I came here like on 3 years already, and maybe it's my last year, but I got 1K, so I'm happy.
Build diff, to say the least. I also want to ask you in general, like, everyone in the team is performing so well. You guys are 5-2 right now. What do you think is different this year compared to last year?
I mean, honestly, I think not that different as last year. I think we are the same team, you know, but I think we are just playing better on stage than Scream, because last year Scream was really good, but this year Scream is bad, you know, so we are playing good on stage. So.
Okay, so bad Scrim, good on stage, good Scrim, bad on stage. Good to know. Well, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to let you go. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with our third best of one of today.
knowing.
No,
no.
It's better.
No, before we go, you need to say I'm the best.
I'm the best.
It was better than
Okay, Isma, let's show him how to do it. Let's show him how to do it. Okay,
I'm the best!
I'm the best!
No, I will have to do.
Bro, what is this music? Boom, 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 boom.
Fiend.
Fights and big opportunities they can take, but unfortunately, like, they're just not finding them as.
Oh, direct hit! Hang on! That truck came slamming into Sam D. He has no chance to escape.
He can kill you with Parus.
Oh my god, Parus might just mess up.
If he hit hook, they can this.
Nice.
For you, Isma.
Nice.
For you.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out. I don't think this counts. Come on, let's go.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Striker, thank you for joining me ahead of your game against Fnatic. I think it's important we address the elephant in the room, and that is the fact that you guys are currently sitting on that 8th slot with 2 wins and 4 losses. Can you give us a bit of an insight in regards to what's going on behind the scenes at Shifters?
I mean, it's an ambivalent feeling, right? Because we went with 4 losses. The thing is, the way we lost was a lot of times frustrating in enemy base, sometimes hitting the Nexus even.
Yeah.
So we're trying to not overthink the result, but still not be cocky and understand that we could have won those games a different way if we are better. So we did put in the work, and we'll see if it's enough today.
So from the coach's perspective, when it comes to making sure that your team is able to close out those games and doesn't suffer when it comes to the losses and the way that they lost, what do you do specifically to ensure their success this week?
I think the first element is to remove frustration, make sure that they talk together, and after that it's to go through replays and understand that if we implement a certain amount of steps, in voice comms mostly, we can make sure that we have a more easy way to finish the game in the same situation next time,
And when it comes to your expectations for this week, are they high, low, medium?
I mean, I think it will depend on the first day and what we show today.
Okay.
Depending on that, I think momentum can be rolling on our side,
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. Good luck
Thank you.
in your game today, and we're going to be heading back to you guys.
I gotta be honest, guys, after what happened last week for Shifters, I was not very optimistic because this is the kind of loss that can just basically destroy a whole team's dynamic. After this interview, I'm not positive about this either. It doesn't feel like they actually used this week to find a solution, but also what kind of solution can you find for whatever mistakes is happening in game for them? Like,
if they win, they will feel better. That's the vibe I got, but yeah. But currently not feeling so good. I don't know.
It's one of those things where it's like I get why people give the kind of generic answers, but I do want more, especially when we see the tweets. We see everything that's happening, and it feels a little bit more than like, hey, it was a little bit rough. I was like, rough feels like an understatement. You know, it just doesn't feel like we're diving deep enough into the problem. Maybe it's because they don't want to sell any particular member out. I can always respect that. Maybe it's one player who's struggling. But across the board, it's been pretty disastrous. And again, I wouldn't mind as much. It's a new year. But when it's disastrous on the cusp of victory so many times, it's hard to watch.
yeah, that's the thing. I really want to look at that gold graph because it's really giving Diamond Slope, hard one, Olympic Diamond Slope here because they get things going, they get things in motion, and it's just they cannot take it to the finish line. And for me, it's nerves, mostly. Maybe method even.
I mean, there's a lot of different factors to this team. One of the big ones for me seems to be the language barrier and just their macro. I have a little clip here that I want to walk through you guys with. It's Vitality versus Shifters that I think really highlights the problems that I think Shifters have been having. Because if we look at this play here, first of all, the things you can see is that Shifters are ahead on tempo from Vitality. What that really means, fancy word legal lingo here, but it just means that Shifters can push bot lane faster than Vitality can push top lane. A little bit bad drawing there, but you can see that Humanoid has to push a lot of waves to be able to push top tower. So Shifters have the right initial idea that they just want to push bot lane and send members there and siege with their Baron Nashor. But the problem is they're going to run into Naknako's Cassante, who is really hard to dive, really hard to progress against, and they're not able to adapt. And this is where I think language barrier can play a huge difference, because normally maybe someone has this understanding that they need to base, they need to match Humanoid, but because this team is so disorganized, nobody ends up matching Humanoid, and he's just pushing through, and yeah, Shifters are still able to slowly siege this bot tower, but Humanoid sees that they can't end the game, they can't do anything, so he just continues pushing and gets this full top tower for himself, trading the Baron Gold completely equally. And then we have a second play after this one, which is just exactly the same thing all over again. Shifters, again, just try to siege into this Cassante. They can't make any progress, and Humanoid gets a free tier 2.
Yeah, it really just feels like this team cannot play on more than one lane in so many of these late game scenarios. And I think language is a fair speculation on what the problem is. Regardless, the comms are not there, whether it's language or structure or whatever. Like, you can't be slam dunking on a guy and then somehow, again, slip on the banana peel we mentioned earlier to lose the game. Like, it's really embarrassing, and we can tell it's doing damage to the mental.
So can't play on more than one lane. It's a make or break week for Shifters here, given the amount of games that they have left. Front to back, team fights. Let's keep it simple. That's what you want to see here?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's keep it simple and see if it works. First Shifters here again. They're back against the wall here after what happened last week, going up against Fnatic here. They have to show up now. Let's see if they can do it.
Approach. I get it for Shifters. That 3 losses in a row last week. I mean, that was rough. That was brutal.
Especially the Lost Tones one. That
that was so winnable. Like, And, you know, I passed Trimby in the hallway, I remember, afterwards, and he was like, yeah, I should have won. He was a bit disappointed, and, you know, when you see Trimby sad, it makes you sad, because Trimby's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
So, you know, for Shifters, it's a tough hill to climb. I mean, Fnatic kind of scaling a bit as well. I don't know where you stand on Fnatic Dagda. They're always like this enigma, but...
I mean, I think they had a great week. I think Losper, I mean, 2 back-to-back MVPs, like, looking pretty good. I think his Nautilus performance was really strong, so
yeah.
I'm excited to see what he can do. Especially if he can continue to grow with Fnatic, because I know, like, you looked at interviews from Grabs at the start of the year, or sorry, start of the split.
Yep.
And it was, hey, you know, these guys are going to need time to grow. We've brought in a bunch of new players, hoping that it'll all kind of click later on, but you're starting to see at least the inkling of that. And it's just a hope for Fnatic and their fans that that can continue.
Well, as soon as we get into pick and ban, okay. I just want to know, as we're on normal sides, again, Fnatic chose first pick on blue side. I just want to know what gets left open, because for now, I see Varus. I see Varus wide open. Rumble's there as usual. The Rise is there. The Azir is there. Like, that's some interesting bans this time around. And the Ori goes. Okay. Fnatic have just been given Varus. Will Upset take it?
I mean, I think you'd be crazy not to, right? So
I think you'd be psychotic not to, yeah.
Yeah, Varus, an incredibly strong pick. So, I mean, Shifters had to have a game plan. They knew that it was going to be left open. So, what's the response? I think, at least for Shifters anyway, you can still end up taking the Azir for yourself here.
Yep.
And maybe you want to go with Jhin, try and match some of the range. But I still think Varus is just so potent on this patch.
Varus really has no equal at the moment. Adding a bit of range in for Paddock. He's going to go for the Jhin for his first time in LEC. But I think that support pairing is so important. We saw last game it was a Karma that got sent beside it, but didn't really do... Well, I shouldn't say too much there.
We got to see the AD in Italy. Don't need to see any more.
We're okay walking past that again, yeah.
I think he should just take the Azir here. Like, it's such a strong pick. Nuke looks good on us. Like, there's no need not to. And with the Orianna already taken off the board, a lot of the answers that we traditionally see are gone. So maybe Vladdy just wants to go towards the Talia here for himself and just kind of look to play for a long-range poke for his side, but we'll have to see.
Does mean there are options to run into the Azir in the mid lane. Now, Echo is being hovered, but I'm very doubtful that Vladdy's just going to have some kind of leader glow up. He's got Talia available, boom, locked in. I was going to say it's his second most played. Has a good matchup into it, and Vladdy's Talia has been smooth.
Yeah, just a nice pairing in the mid lane.
Yep.
And they end up with an easy point-and-click CC to follow up with the Unraveled Earth and the flick back. So I think Fnatic already, a lot of global assault, a lot of synergy. And for Shifters, I actually don't know what Picado wants to pick. That was not on my
That was not
bingo
on
card.
my bingo card. That was not on my to-do list.
Okay.
That's a Skarner. That's the first Skarner of LEC Versus locked in. Just like that.
I don't get it. So when I think of Skarner, it's like people running into him. I wanted to get value from the ultimate, and it becomes a lot easier as a Skarner when people are jumping in on top of you. But sure, you've got the Pantheon there, but Talia is going to make it really awkward for Skarner to get value. Same you look at Varus with the Chains of Corruption, especially when we have been going towards that poke build. So I'm not 100% sold on the Skarner at the moment.
No, I want to see how it comes together because, again, I guess it definitely matters with that support even more so now. I'm part of that engage. For Shifters, they are getting rid of the Alistar Dagda, so what's that saying right now? They're getting rid of Lost as one of his strongest champions, but also the prime source of meat for engage right now.
Yeah, because Nautilus as well. So maybe it's a Leona. Like, yeah, they just want to go for the all-in on the bottom side. Other option is Rel. Like, both Alistar and Nautilus kind of answer for the crash down from the Rel. But Rel into, again, like, long-range Varus, into Talia, Unraveled Earth. These are kind of difficult. So...
There goes Nah. Maybe Fnatic are thinking of putting Empress on Renekton again in top.
I'm assuming this is basically long-range Leona, ultimate. Hope that buys enough time for Skarner to close the gap and you get the Skarner ult off as well. But it's very single target focused if that's the case. So you got to hope that you hit either the Varus or the Talia, but Varus will take cleanse 90% of the time into Leona. So Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's right. Rel gets
Rel.
locked in. Okay.
Okay.
So we lose a bit of the range, but the AoE engage is still there. What you wanted to see, the pairing with the Skarner is there too.
I think Braum goes kind of hard here if you're Fnatic.
Yeah.
I don't, like, you've already kind of got Pantheon for engage. You can probably take engage from Pyrrhus, but again, you're just going to go for the Rakan. But yeah, at least Rakan providing some engage, and yeah, K'Sante just for the beefy front line. So at least the K'Sante kind of gives you some angles for the Skarner, because K'Sante wants to try and get in close and personal. But just the range from both Taliyah and Varus means that you're kind of okay to just play this thing slow.
I want to see how this rounds out. What has Rooster got to surprise us? Today in the LPL, we saw like Rek'Sai tops into tanks. Yeah, that still exists, by the way. So Rek'Sai gets locked in for Rooster, which will have a good matchup into K'Sante eventually, but...
Yeah, I think if shifters don't hard win the early game, this becomes really difficult to play.
Yeah.
Like, if you have to retake position into Varus ultimate, Taliyah, even the Rakan as well, the game just becomes really hard for shifters to try and play, because you want Skarner to be coming in a flank, Rek'Sai kind of to be coming in a flank, Rel to a certain extent as well, or else you're heavily reliant on a flash to start things off, which just can't be up for all of the objectives in the game. So I think Fnatic in a much stronger position with the way this one's looking.
I also think giving away Varus just in its own, with how strong that champion is, both in lane and both in mid control, it feels like a mistake, but we'll see if shifters have cooked enough in the draft to really change our minds on it. They're sitting 2-4, and as we said, standings are everything. This week you're going to hear us talking a lot about what each game means, because since we have so many teams tied up, since we had, again, we talked about the Lost Ratones rise to glory at the end of last week, where they went from 0-4 to 2-4 and found themselves in the middle of the top 8. Now all tied up. Shifters is in that bunch. If Shifters lose this, they move down just on top of KC Blue. And with halfway already done, with us moving into the later portion of games, I know you all hate the cop-out, but every win does matter. It does matter. Fnatic obviously in a much more comfortable position now. Razork and Vladdy, the 2v2 Dag you already pointed out. I mean, that is a very proactive 2v2. Fnatic have a lot of tools in this early game. And the biggest fear is, as you were saying, like, shifters need to get off the ground, but Fnatic's comp is very anti-ground, you know? They own the ground floor, they've got security, they've got gates, you need a card to get in. But shifters left it at home.
Yeah, it's about trying to see if you can find a side entrance for shifters.
Yeah.
Like, look for the flank,
The emergency
see if you can set stuff up, but...
Scouter
like,
in the big 26. Frisky Wells, buddy. Whiskey or whatever your name was.
Frisky Whiskey.
Frisky Whiskey. Good brand. Good name for a brand, actually. Field burnt by Lospa.
There's no way that doesn't exist. There's so
Frisky
many whiskey producers. Sure.
True. Well, if it doesn't, sir, I would trademark that ASAP.
Specifically with the numbers afterwards.
Yeah. If you want a business partner, we can talk. Okay? We can talk. I'm okay to invest. Now, where do you want to start, Dag? The top is just going to be, as Jack Spectrum put it, he did say Sausage Fest last week, we mean the Tank Fest. You know, those are the words. He said it, not me. But it is going to be a Tank Fest up in the top lane, right?
Yeah.
And so we're going to ignore that for the time being. I think my focus is definitely going to be on what you talked about at draft. Again, the mid-jungle 2v2. And just how Paddock and Trimby try and survive this lane. That's me personally.
Like, I do think you have a lot of pressure from Paddock and Trimby. It just is very reliant on Trimby finding really good engages. It would mostly need to be from the Shattering Strike into Crashdown, but it's also kind of difficult when you've got the cleanse for Upset. And also Upset has a decent range, so trying to get these port shots onto Varus can be a little bit tough. So across the board, like, you have strong lanes in both top and boss that should push and should kind of net themselves advantages bit by bit. It's just the transitioning that into advantages. I need to see what they're going to do, especially as you start to teeter over to 6 and, you know, Razork and Vladdy can start to make plays on the map.
I just feel like Razork is going to be fine in that regard as a Pantheon in the early game. Curious to see what Bukata can do as Emperos just gets his grass, gets his trading. Yeah, Roos has a bit of sustain though. Remember, it was minimized. That's why Rek'Sai top fell out of favor a little bit. where it used to be a little bit more broken, now less so, but still sustain exists. It is a D-shield start here with TP on the Rek'Sai. The one thing I've noticed, Actor, is like top laners, they're not really getting super adventurous. Now, Razork, he is adventurous, looking for a gank at the bottom side of the map. But with Deadly Forest missing here, and the wave kind of being a bit stuck with Paddock and Trimby, I don't think there's going to be any adventure at all in this lane.
There was a transitional gank, though, in the mid lane. Bukata ended up burning both the Flash and that Ghost as he made his way up towards the top side. So Bukata, advantage on the lane for now Nuke, and also getting both Scuttle Crabs. So giving himself a nice little buffer here when it comes towards, you know, things like that level 6 for Razork. Going to be delayed at least a camp or two as he tries to get himself back in check.
Not missing anything, though, from Flighty. And as you said, it's a good pickup. Both summoners down. I was complaining about top lane is still taking TP, despite the upgrade. You know, because it gives you that 50% shield that lasts 30 seconds. We'll see a little bit more aggressive summoners, maybe aggressive plays like this. Trimby, good engage onto Losper. 4-shot connects. Getting low is Fnatic's Rakan, but he gets out regardless. So Shifter's nice little engage, and look at where the wave is now going to be reset a bit. Paddock was holding it quite nicely.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. Upside should still be fine to clear out this wave as it gets underneath the tower. And Losper will be able to get back. We'll lose out on a little bit of experience, but Upside should be fine to pick up the wave. So, not the end of the world. I think it is more going to be a case of as we teeter over to level 6, like, can Nuke now set up with Bukata to punish the flashless Vladdy? I think that's going to be the repeat pressure from Shifters. And imagine why we're kind of seeing a little bit of movement here from Fnatic with Losper moving mid just to cover Vladdy.
I like that Vladdy goes into Fog of War. Best thing about it, Talia, is, you know, especially as they start approaching 6, obviously he's level 5, but just because of that rock surfing passive, you never know where she is. Is she moving bot? Is she looking to find something in jungle? Like, you always question. That's always nice. Questions are good to ask, Dagda, that's the point. Level 6 is going to be hit soon. Vladdy actually just moments ago. Shrimby now on the roam as well. Going to see this control ward spotted out. So, of course, one mid laner having 6 is more impactful than the other. And as we said, what Vladdy does in this early game is going to have to be up to Shifters to respond to. Dragon's up. And Trimby just clearing out wards. Maybe Bukata starts his question mark.
Yeah, the Scuttle Crab is going to be on the top side. So looks like Bukata just going to be happy to start up the Dragon. I think he's one camp off of 6, so not quite in position to actually hit the level 6 beforehand. But with the push on mid, the also push on bot should be fine, or at least the control over mid, I should say. Because again, Vladdy having no flash makes it very difficult for him to really contest. Razork moving across now though. Fnatic aware that this is going down, but I don't think there's much they can do about it.
He's got triple longsword. Bukata is a little bit low. Razork steps over a control ward. He goes round a little bit. Nuke has his ulti. And Razork just clears through the mid lane. Walks up. He's going to get Scuttle in response, but free Dragon, as you said, for Shifters. Not a bad start to the game.
Vladdy's thrown down the Unraveled Earth. Bit wary that there may have been an L swoop coming through from Nuke. But yeah, I think Shifters happy with the way this early game's going.
Especially with, I was going to say, with Paddock holding CS and bottom lane. Getting bullied for the meantime, though, but another lane we talked about, doing fine, actually. Paddock holding that wave for so long, I think had great impact on these first couple of levels. BF Sword also picked up by the Jhin. The fact that CS is even versus the Varus, I don't think many people can say that. As engage, cleansed away. Upset, he's not hit with the 4th shot. It's Paddock who hits again the support. Curtain Call comes out. And Upset, he ain't level 6 yet, so he can't respond in kind. 4th shot coming. Ooh. Flash! No! Losper just killed Upset. That hurts his KDA.
That was huge from Shifters. Paddock just hit level 6, so not only does he get the ultimate, he also has that triple tonic, so ends up getting the extra 18 AD off of popping that tonic, which just gives him enough to shut down the bot lane from Fnatic. Great timing window from Shifters.
That was clean. I mean, unfortunately, Losper flashing away at the wrong time meant that Upset copped it. As you said, I mean, Paddock's played this early game beautifully. Now watch this again.
Yeah, so they're basically just playing, because as soon as this cannon minion goes down, that's 6. Trimby hits it to proc the level 6. And then, as they chase down here, Paddock, you just see there, hits the triple tonic, then immediately opens up with the ultimate, and Losper doesn't end up blocking, flashes away, doesn't tell the AD carry.
Nice.
Ah!
And I think that might be reportable.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Glad I censored that one.
I mean, Trimby also, clean play from him. And I think this is what we've really highlighted out of Shifters. People wanted to focus on the solo lanes, talk about Rooster's great laning from last year, how Nuke is kind of this linchpin holding it all together. I feel like Paddock and Trimby are still this fantastic 2v2 that continuously try and source solo kills in lane. They've done it again, and they've given themselves first blood. Paddock now, again, I already mentioned the gold lead. Rooting towards the Infinity Edge already. Shifters in a great spot after one of their lanes find so much success. Now, Emperos trying to get some success in his own right, but Roosters holding strong here in the Rek'Sai matchup. And hence Shifters up about 1,000 gold in this early game. Good name for a team.
Fnatic still trying to put pressure here. I don't know how much they can. Like, Razor's kind of sitting here. We'll get the Scuttle as it spawns. As Fnatic move up, we do have to be a little careful. Like, Upset is not strong. Tyr and Electrics too. The BF sort of Paddock. But Fnatic going to be able to get the little win in River at least.
Sweet. Hurting more and more. Rooster wants to step up and get those icicles, but Emperos with the defense on the wave. A lot of respect given, meanwhile, as we hover our camera back in towards spots. So, while we're lolling about and just chilling here, yes, the story is once again about how this strength of schedule is looking. Now, Shifters, we talked about why this win is so damn important. Seismic Shove is also a good look there, but look at their schedule. Outside of SK and KC Blue, 2 behemoths coming up even after Fnatic. As Ricardo approaches the grubs here, you have to think every moment is important as the first mic comes down from Razor.
TP coming through from Lospa to try and get here. Fnatic, looks like they want to take the fight after.
Ricardo happy to absorb the damage. He's still a little bit tanky. Smite does come through. He gets one, but will he die for it is the biggest question in the pit. Impale is great. Rooster comes over the wall. Bukata rams Lospa in. The engage from Trimby. The wall in. It's messy, but there's no damage as Nuke flashes away from the Seismic Shove. His survival might mean it finally flows through. Trimby with the re-engage is gorgeous. And Shifters with 2 more. That was expertly played. Let's look back towards bot. Upset avoids the first, the second, the third curtain call, and the fourth goes into the wave. 80 carries stayed bot to fight.
Still though, huge win for Shifters on the play. Fnatic try to take the fight, but instead it's Shifters with a great engage from Trimby. Fantastic follow-up from Nuke, but Nuke is in trouble.
Weaver's wall, he already flashed before, Exhaust is out, and this time he gets flicked back, and Flatty claims the shutdown.
We'll get into the replay though, because Fnatic all jump onto Bukata here, but he buys just enough time, and Rooster just ignores Imperos to get into the fight. And you've got Nuke who's here as well, so Vladdy managed to flash away from the engage, but he just doesn't really have the damage to finish off members, especially as Nuke flashes away from that flick back. And Shifters just Shifters getting a lot of value from their ultimates in that fight.
Nuke's wall, fantastic. Trimby's engage, fantastic as well. And I noticed Bukata got his aftershock as he impaled there. So a lot of the damage just mitigated for the little while. Meant as he survived a long time, he can do so much more. Now we haven't engaged Razork.
No way.
He flew out a Summoner's Rift. I think he landed in Valorant.
I see Paduk just nervously scratching his head. And I'm just like, he obviously has just seen this Grand Starfall about to connect to the bottom lane. And he's like, really?
Really?
I'm not allowed to run?
We'll find out what the pause is. We are gathering information. What a time to pause as well. Maybe Razork's just not coming back.
What goes up is just not coming down.
Not coming
ever.
down. Razork went out for some milk and he just never came back.
So though, at least looking at the screen, like, the Varus is like kind of chasing down. Jin, so Upset is chasing down Paduk in that bottom lane. But Paduk still has flash. So I don't know how effective this is going to be, because Upset also doesn't have the Chains of Corruption available. So trying to make this play happen is going to be fairly difficult. So I think Shifters should be fine. The only thing is Trimby's not in that bottom lane either. Sure. So it is Paduk just completely isolated. But I think with flash, you should be able to get out of this.
I will say, though, does he know it's coming yet? Did the spear come down with that ultimate animation?
So what I saw was Paduk nervously put his hands above his head, scratch his head, and then mime, "Can I talk?" So I think the man is aware.
I think he's like, something's coming. Okay. The spear or maybe the hitbox has come in.
Yeah, I'm not 100%,
yeah,
but I'd imagine
I think so, yeah.
he's aware of it, yeah.
Shifters are the ones, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, who have initiated the pause. So we have no information just yet. It says, as you can also see, there's a potential bug. I don't know what it is.
Oh.
We can't see anything yet. We've got a lot of code streamers. They're probably rewinding the VOD. Oh, I think it's this. Okay, well, chill out, guys. Just wait. We'll tell you, okay? Or we won't, and we'll get back into the game.
I mean, who doesn't like a good mystery, you know?
Oh, I love mysteries. Shout out to one of our producers, invited us, my wife and I, over to a murder mystery party last Halloween. Yeah, I didn't do it. But I found out who did it. I won it. I won the whodunit. Because I guessed it was.
You didn't do the murder, or you didn't do the murder mystery
I didn't
party?
do the murder. I found out who did it, though.
Okay. Oh, nice.
And I guessed it. I guessed it first, yeah. Very good. Very good time, actually. I didn't really, let's talk real. I didn't really get to celebrate Halloween as a kid because, my parents were like, oh, it's an American tradition. And in Australia, like, people kind of did it, sort of.
Yeah.
But not many. And we grew up in suburbia, and they were like, it's American tradition. You don't need to do it. And I was like, I want lollies. I just want the chocolate and the lollies, the candy, they would call it.
But I've also just been informed by said producer that you also won Best Dressed. So I feel like you took it. You went hard.
My wife dressed me, so technically she won Best Dressed.
Oh, okay.
I mean, at the time, she was also a pregnant vampire, so she was pretty convincing.
And what were you?
Not pregnant, and I don't know, just a vampire, I think. I can't remember what it was. In comparison, just if you wanted a comparison. I don't know what I was. What did I dress up as? Can't remember.
I don't know. Maybe the producer can tell me again. We'll find out.
Yeah, well, maybe she has better memory than me.
Yeah,
Okay, we're getting back in.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was. It was a bug investigation.
Yeah.
You know what? That bug is gone. We're going to jump back in. There's an ulti coming through, and I have a feeling there is a Paddock about to die? Question mark? Upset got him. All right, that range is absurd. And Upset's back on the board.
Okay, so Fnatic actually managing to get that kill on the bottom side. And you can see why Paddock was nervous. But on the top side, Imperial's actually taking some decent damage here from Rooster.
Doing damage. But yeah, I don't think he's going to call her friends yet. So, where are we at in the game? Biggest question is, I guess we're at a fighting stance, aren't we? Bukata comes in, gets the smite, engaged from Lothra on the back. Razork's looking to chase his others. The quickness is good, but where's the damage on Bukata? Upset ranges and hits Trimby, and that Scorpion with a cheeky heart steal, he's a bit tanky.
You don't really have damage, though. Your AD carry is coming out of base, but Shifters actually do enough to push Fnatic back. Fnatic now confident to start up the objective. And now it's a late reset for Upset, so you get a little bit of time here as Shifters if you want to start up the objective yourself.
For Bukata would be the second. Dragon so elusive, lost the health bar. We have no idea.
The Dragon's actually immortal.
The Dragon doesn't die anymore.
That's what happened. Y'all gave some crap to the Chemtech Dragon, and it was like, all right, I'm just going to infinitely buff.
I'm just going to not die. Well, there we go, eventually. Chemtech goes down second. Third maybe has a health bar. But Shifters have two Drakes, and yeah, their early game, despite Paddock just getting ganked there, still pretty good.
Paddock is dead.
Ooh, flash. Yep, Paddock is caught out again. And the problem is, as a Jhin, when you have no flash and you get caught out, you just stand there.
Yeah, well, I don't think he should have been standing there.
Not exactly
I think if he stood, not that way.
500 meters
back.
back.
If you walked the other direction, I think he would have been fine.
Agreed.
But look, getting caught out. And look, it's two Dragons, at least for Shifters. They are stacking the objectives. Kind of going back to the LBDS routes there. But yeah, just little focus on the bottom lane, and Paddock is the one paying for it.
Second time round, it's becoming a trend as Rooster just steps up to the turret, gets plating, completely ignoring his flatty. He base checks his brush. Bukata's waiting for him with an impale. How easy is this? Don't worry about the Unraveled Earth. Nuke stands his ground and delivers a kill.
So nice for Nuke, and a good job from Bukata there. Flatty in the wrong position. Not much else to be said about it. A minute now until that Rift Herald. Maybe you've got an opportunity, Shifters, to use the fact you've got some kills on Nuke now to take that fight. But I'm seeing astrology signs in the top lane with all those.
I'm seeing wet and wild. I don't know what you have as water parks back in Ireland, but
For me, that calls out
It
Wet
kind
and
of
Wild.
rains too much for water parks.
Dublin. Well, for us, I mean, we love the water. I tell you what, that just reminds me of home. They're crazy. Wet and Wild. If you're in Australia, go. Banger. I think it's in Queensland. I can't remember, but it's banger. I recommend. Now, Dagda, you want to talk about Drakes? You want to talk about Drakes? You can't. 3 minutes. But I can talk to you about Heralds. I can offer you Heralds. Nuke has just opened up top. He does feel like for shifters, this is an easier approach with the spawn in 15 seconds.
Yeah, I think shifters should be in a position to try and move over towards this. You can look at where Bukata is. Takes his blue, immediately moves back over towards this top side. Although reset on Trimby maybe makes that a little bit more difficult. And also on the Azir. So again, Fnatic have a little bit of a window to try and press through this. But shifters may just try and push in mid and look for the tower damage instead, if Fnatic are just too quick to take this.
You're right about them being quick. I was surprised. I thought Nuke was going to stick around, but I guess no. I mean, that reset, very important, but maybe he didn't need to because, again, with that reset, with that strength, shifters looking to fight.
It's also upset not really able to fight as hard as he wanted to on that mid wave.
Yep.
So Paduk kind of keeping that even, and even just the curtain call are going to do a lot of work, but Paduk does have to be careful. Upset could look for kind of the start off a play on this mid lane, like burn the Chains of Corruption to get the cleanse, and then Lospa follows up. But all said and done, like, Shifter's still in a fine spot. They're just going to catch waves and make it difficult for Fnatic to really contest this.
Yeah, really, really slowly. Remember as well, Empross and Rooster can always join with the TP. So while they're sitting bot, this can just evolve as a fight.
Yeah, I think they need to wait for Paduk to overextend on mid lane, and then you could maybe look for like Razor Ult or Flash. Well, it's Flash, you know, but follow-up stun afterwards and try and burn that cleanse. But Paduk not really giving them that opportunity and playing safe. So Shifter's just pushing in topside, use that long lane. Now they've got Azir who can shift across quicker, and they're starting to get control over River.
It's just that balance of power, isn't it? While my eyes are going to bot and I'm just watching Rooster just get in the jungle, go behind, get some trading. And top lane is doing nothing. This is, I don't even know why. With Titanic, he's just clearing waves, that's it. Nuke is chilling.
I think it's because, look at Paduk just backed, got Last Whisper, and Trimby back to complete his locket. So I think that's where shifters were like, hang on, we don't want to force anything until we can match the locket that's being picked up by Lospa. So now, in a better spot, and Rooster's just continuing to win on sides. So this kind of slow play from shifters is netting them advantages.
Rooster might be able to get this as well. Empross comes in with Home Guard, tunnel taken out, smooth criminal. Rooster takes it down, 2.5k gold lead now, and super chill from shifters.
And the good news for Rooster is he's on a champion that does things, rather than AD in Italy. So the Rek'Sai can be useful in some of these fights, you know?
That's a very good point. Vladdy, we saw that. we just saw that, son. He accidentally pressed, what is it, D, yep. The right button for flash.
In that case, it was the wrong button, I'm going to be honest.
It was the wrong button, but on the right key.
I think he would have been happier, actually, to be Burn Ghost instead of that.
Oh, I mean,
here we go, TP, dragging up and available.
And I don't know if they know if Vladdy has no flash, but the rest of us do. At the very least, he said shifters commit TP. Razork committed the stun. Vladdy's coming in. It's a 4v4 through mid. There is no mid lane and no top lane, and vice versa as Deadly Flourishing for the pick. Shifters go over the Unraveled Earth. Bukata first. Stun up means nothing. Seismic shot from Bukata. Bit of damage, but the Skarner's taking enough to absorb. And the fight continues.
Fnatic just using the range, playing back, knowing shifters don't really have a good engage unless Trimmy can find that flash engage. So upsets, poking, Vladdy just using it. Here we go, hold on.
Flash, Nuke uses his as well. Deadly Flourish catches him in the act though. Shattering Strike with an angle! What an angle with the shift back! Oh my god, Trimmy tries to get an engage in the meantime, but Fnatic have them right where they want them. And Impale that Slater better than ever as Empross goes into the all out. We're going left to right to left to right to left to right as Nuke sends out the wall finally. And now he's got range! It shifted again. I'm sorry for the pun, but it really has shifted. They found the fight. They found the angle. 3 dead on the side of Fnatic. The shifters lose 2.
Fnatic thought they had the fight. Went to force the engagement. And Shifter is able to turn it around. Nice job, especially by nuking that fight. End up catching the Varus in the middle of it. But we see it here, right? Shifters are all still relatively healthy. As Razork flashes to try and get the engage, he then overextends, and Bukata is then able to get value from the ultimate off the back of this. But you can see here, I want to keep your eyes on Nuke, as he goes on towards Upset, he goes forward to try and kill Bukata, but Nuke predicts Upset going over the wall, immediately follows completely across, and then is able to get the Emperor's Divide to continue through the fight. So mistakes from Fnatic trying to quickly force the fight, and good engages from Nuke and the follow-up from Bukata to keep the fight going.
And as we do this again around the Dragon that was yet to be taken, note, Fnatic have ultis. Upset up, Razork for a re-engage, Empress almost with the all-out. Look at timers on Shifters.
Just Fnatic play it patient. There is no flash on Trimby. There is no real way for Shifters to start a fight.
True.
Use your range, keep them at bay. If you try and hard force this again, Fnatic, it's only going to be the same situation once more.
And if Upset gets caught out as well without that Edge of Night, he's in trouble. Here comes Edge of Ishtar once more. Bukata helps find the pick on Vladdy. Down goes the Greek, and Shifters now in a 5 versus 4.
Vladdy just caught out. Takes the quick route towards mid and ends up finding a painful situation. Now Dragon going to go the way of Shifters. And it's Shifters punishing over aggression and mistakes from Fnatic that is netting them these opportunities.
Much better look. Again, it was such a hard last week for Shifters, but this game is looking like a good slice of life. 4.5k, soul point for Cloud. And, you know, a lot of these fights have, obviously been on the back of Nuke, but like Bukata and this Skarner has been involved in 6 out of 8 kills. And I really think he's making this Skarner look worthwhile.
It's the fact that Fnatic are playing into his range that is helping, right? Because we
They
kind of
are.
got that engage that ran in towards the blue side red buff.
Yep.
And you can see that, you know, Bukata was just not able to get anything, ends up overextending, Vladdy gets the flick back, and Fnatic are certainly winning the fight. But in the last 2 engages, we've had Razork trying to force an engage, which gets him caught, and then Vladdy taking the wrong side of that wall to bypass mid and into river that ends up catching him as well. So Shifters now in a much better position, and Trimby fishing, but won't be able to get anything.
Big blast cone, maybe thinking about it with Ward over the wall, but you're right. There's no bait on the hook, and turret goes down. Shifters also take themselves a bit of cheeky jungle camps.
Oh,
now
TP
looking towards
behind.
top as well, you're right. But that ward, I believe, no, not spotted out yet. There's the ulti from Razork, the Weaver's Wall as well. Nuke disengages. Trimby tries to disengage himself off the horse, but luckily walk it out. Fnatic ran out of steam. Used a little bit there to get cheeky on top of Baron.
I mean, great disengage from Shifters. Nuke timed the ultimate perfectly, so there was no follow-up. And also then the wall actually becomes a benefit, because it walls Imperos off, and it keeps both Trimby and Nuke safe.
Nuke's Azir has been mega clean this game.
Honestly, like, even though they lost the Lost Ratones, like, Nuke also had a great game there. He was like 5-0-6 at one point on the Talia. And it's kind of been these small mistakes from the team that continuously happen that blow things out. But Shifters in this game, you know, slower, not finding these moments where they can punish Fnatic, and kind of letting Fnatic run into them.
Yeah.
That's giving Shifters these opportunities. As long as they can continue to play through the lane pushes, and maybe fish for picks when Fnatic try to contest vision like this, that could be their opportunity.
They're definitely fishing with Trimby and Bukata first, but Trimby went too far forward. He gets knocked up. He's going to be punished here, but with the Magnus Storm out and Bukata to save the day, with an Impale flashed away, they're trying to turn it into a play. Paddock with the range. Curtain Call comes out, but Bukata is the first to die. Razork averting the Curtain Call, if I can speak and properly get it out. Paddock runs out of steam as well, but that's Bukata down in front of Baron for 30 seconds. Paddock steps up, does some damage to Razork, which probably helps out in the grand scheme of things.
Trimby expected Rooster to be able to TP in. That's the teleport advantage that Shifters had gained off of the failed Fnatic play. But Imperos chased them out, meant that Rooster couldn't TP as quickly as he'd like. And it all goes south. I mean, even then, it was still an overextension from Trimby. Like, there was no need to go back for that ward. But these are the kind of mistakes that we saw from Shifters against Lost Ratones, and it came back to hurt them.
Doesn't matter how far up they are, it's always in the back of your mind, isn't it? I think against Lost Ratones, it's like 6,500 in the base. The game looked like it was over. I'm not saying the line again, but you know what I'm thinking, everyone at home. A Baron still up, staring them in the face. A minute 30 till the Dragon. This game is getting more and more interesting by the minute. And at 24 here, Weaver's Wall's going to come out. I think Vladdy was caught out top potentially, with Vladdy moving up, or rather Nuke moving up towards that top lane. So that is the Weaver's Wall down, for what it's worth, with that next objective on the spawn.
It should be back up for Dragon though, and I think it was more about, hey, I can fully push in this wave top, reset, and buy some time before Shifters can really threaten that top turret with the wave states. So now we actually get to en masse go mid, push out mid wave, and control the Dragon area. Because you can see now, right, if that wave hadn't been pushed in fully, Nuke would already be in a position to start now getting on towards that tier 2 in the top side.
Dagda Nuke is 2k gold up. He's on a Rabadons. It's worth mentioning with this fight that this guy could have this third item up. He's got TP available as well. My old man eyes are trying to find him. He's up in top wave. Maybe just waiting for the next wave so he can teleport for the fight. His most played champion at 60. If he has another fight like he has before, he'll show us why. Seismic shove. Trimby caught out again, but no Bukata to save him. Magnustorm comes out, but it's late. Threaded volley finishes him off. Teleport going to come in from the top lane, and Fnatic might have just stopped the Dragon stacking.
Rooster is going to move down towards the bot lane and try and take out the tier 2. Just managed to finish it there. But Trimby again getting caught. These are crucial mistakes. And it's Fnatic now that will stop the Soul, buy themselves time, and keep themselves within touching distance this game.
I don't know if they're going to try and flip the Baron. Pings are going down. They're saying, help me, help me. But Paddock is staying mid. Dragon does go down. Rooster's putting on pressure bot. Baron has begun with just an Azir. It is a bait. Weaver's Wall there. Paddock was in transition. He gets flashed and flicked on. Down goes the AD carry Shifters. Razork comes in to stop the Baron, but meanwhile, bot does go. And Rooster finds his turret in response, but Fnatic is starting the Baron.
It's not a particularly fast Baron though, and it gives time for the reset and the TP to come back in. Fnatic still can be contested. You've got Nuke, who can deal a lot of damage.
But there is no AD carry for 30 seconds. Paddock is out of the picture. Low health bars exist for Fnatic, and they get whomped away by Baron. So the reset comes in, they disengage, and for Shifters, they did commit teleport for that, but Rooster also got bot lane turret.
Yeah, like, Paddock getting caught wasn't great, but the fact that you've now cracked open the base puts a lot of pressure on Fnatic to constantly be able to answer on that bottom side. And you don't have TP on Vladdy. He didn't take it this game, and Imperos is only halfway through. So you've still got these windows where you can try and push in through that bottom side. And you just have to be a little bit careful, so... yeah, this game's starting to get a little scrappy.
It is indeed. Rooster's 3,000 gold up. I don't know why I'm talking about Nuke. That Rek'Sai, he gets 3 items deep.
Also super interesting to see the Dusk Till Dawn on Nuke as well.
Yeah.
Because double up on the on hit, so obviously you very quickly will deal some damage. And it kind of looks like that's kind of the understanding Shifters have of, hey, we're only going to be able to lock down certain members for a short period of time, try to get as much burst as possible. So I think it's a cool build and a cool adaptation from Nuke.
And again, we've seen a couple of Z's in the east as well. I've noticed as well, and good point out with the Nashers. With Rabadons now picked up, there's a lot of damage that's going to be facilitated by this mid laner. Nuke has been the one in charge the majority of the game against Vladdy. But I think what I'm more curious about is these AD carries have now moved to 3 item status, and especially a Jhin. He's getting closer towards one-shotting. Fnatic trying to face check for now, though. Our eyes are on the Baron. Shifters hold the control, and rightly so that the team has still got so much more gold. But as Nuke gets poked out, you start to see that upset. Lands a target, it's great. Emperor found a target onto Paddock under the turret. It matters not, but are they too deep? Is Mangor too far? Emperor gets the all out, but meanwhile, the dive that's come through from Razork is too much. A shove back, Nuke's caught out, and that's the member. That's the key target that Shifters needed alive.
That was a messy setup from Shifters. They try and scramble for Paddock, but Nuke leaves himself out to dry, trying to look for the flank. Exhaust for Lospa, the flick back was there, and now Fnatic.
Rooster's in, flash knock up, it's good. Under the turret, they're using the damage onto Emperor. He's getting low, but the Bruiser Rek'Sai needs to heal up, and now they'll re-engage. But Carter sets it up in a 3 versus 4, sort of winning. The tanks do well, Trimmy gets a re-engage. Back in goes Rooster. Sterix Gage comes out, he takes the tunnels out, but it's matched nicely. Nah, you're not them. Shifters getting knocked back, and Eschel's impact going to be interrupted midway, but Shifters lose their turret with it. and Fnatic equalize the goal.
Shifters all in on the tank with a support, a tank, and a bruiser. Like, that was always going to be difficult. But you see here, like, Paduk gets jumped on, Fnatic gets a kill, Imperial ends up ripping Paduk out, which gets him to safety. But Nuke, this was kind of crazy. Like, you're walking into Rakan, who still has ult, has exhaust, against the 2 carries from Fnatic. That felt like an insane job that you were trying to achieve. And then here as well, like, you're jumping onto Imperios, who's the tank, has the shields, has his W to reduce the damage. Like, who's doing the killing here?
Yeah. It's a good question. I mean, Ambition love it. But a 4 versus 3 with no damage is, yeah, kind of rough. They got close. They got close. They got close to bursting that wide open, but gold is now even. Dragon's up in 50. Still soul point for Shifters. But as Empress takes this, gold now in favor of Fnatic for what feels like the first time this game.
It's just so difficult for Shifters to play. Even this next Dragon fight, like, you've kind of lost control of a lot of these positions. They're trying to force it by moving Bakata into position, but Fnatic happy. There you can see the damage onto Nuke. Just play the long game, poke from range, deny Shifters that opportunity to take the fight they want.
Bakata looking for an angle for Ishtal's impact. We are A-ramming, and we love it. Fnatic are relying on their poke as always. Blooddy's gotten some good flicks alongside Upset's damage. That's the goal really, is Empress continuing to step up. Midwave under control, teleport burned by Nuke. That Dragon now spawns and Fnatic have River.
Rooster has been pinged out unceremoniously in that bottom side. There was so much happening there. And they know he's in that position, so Fnatic just baiting Shifters, calling, taunting in this mid lane, hoping they look for the overextension.
Deadly Flourish gets a connect. Trimby looking for an engage. Nuke just got poked out though. Meanwhile, Curtain Call starts the fight. Rooster's found out and he's so far away from the rest of Shifters and he just dies on the back end. Empress pulls the all out and the quickness comes in from Lospa. Interrupted nicely from Trimby, but he'll die for it. A double over to Upset, and Shifters are just moving their heads all over the place at once.
And now it's just a scramble. See if you can catch these waves for Shifters before Fnatic go back to base and set their sights on this Baron. But Rooster went over a ward, and I don't think he realized this. So Fnatic pick him off. You've just got to tank your member in Imperios to be that front line. Trimby basically saving what could have been a disaster if that knockup had actually connected to Lospa.
All right.
But still, there's that Baron, and still got 3 members only on the map for Shifters.
Bakata was attempting a steal, maybe still thinking about it, but on a ward he is now. Slow Baron is helping him out at 7,000, 6,005. Bakata has to get in for the miracle steal, but Fnatic turn on him instead. The flick is there, Deadly Flourish from afar, trying to do something is Paddock, but the Baron goes down to Fnatic. Empress is going to be the first to go. Shifters turning it into a winnable fight. Rooster has an angle, and he has a tunnel system as well. The knock-up interrupted. Seismic shove, another tunnel. Lost for perfect angle. Trimby flashes, Shattering Strike. There's Ishtal's impact, and there's the Impale. Bukata giving up his life for a double, making it into 3. Set up perfectly. Shifters give more of a dive. It's Rooster who's found Bloody, but the Pebble's on the way. Annoying as anything. Bloody still found. Flashes away to save his own life. The Curtain Call back up. Bloody found. An ace for Shifters.
They have
what
a wave.
Fight.
They could actually try and end here. They can get the push through. 4 members on the turret is giving a lot of resistances, which is slowing it down. But as they move towards the Nexus turrets, that could be it, Fnatic.
It is it. Fnatic just lost the game. The Baron looked good, but the chase from Shifters. 3 and 4, they will move. I am stymied how Shifters won that game.
Fnatic grouping on the Baron ends up being a disaster. But just somehow Shifters find the fight. The wave is there, and they can immediately run through that top side.
You vote for your player of the game, Rooster, Nuke, or Trimby. I feel like also Bukata needs to be on there. Nuke had some great moments. Trimby had some good early game. But that Skarner Impale at the end.
Honestly, I think the ability Rooster opened up so much of the map in this game, and it was really kind of the amount of work that he did, even in the fights as well. Like, this was a tough one, but Shifters, they managed to pull it out.
I don't know what happened. That game seemed like it was Fnatic's in the bag. They took the Baron. They were turning for the fight as well. And Emperos, he was so used to going by himself, I think maybe he's too far as well there, Dagda. That's one for the VOD books. That's one to just go back and just ask yourself.
I mean, for Emperos, it makes sense, right? Give your life, buy space for Fnatic and hope they can try and escape, but there just wasn't room. Shifters managed to get the chase down. Big smiles from Bukata. I think he knows. I mean, look, this is the one you get back for Lost Returns, right?
True.
This is the back on the scorecard, and it does push them up to 3 now as well. Like, it's a pretty sizable win against Fnatic now. That 4 and 3, they still have 1 in the lead, but definitely going to sting for Fnatic.
This is a huge win for Shifters that came out of left field. Nuke's going to have to explain how that game turned into a win.
Right, let's start there. Exactly. So that game was a bit of a back and forth at one point. I think a lot of people thought that Fnatic was going to be able to take it away and we're going to have a reliving of last week, but that wasn't the case. So can you talk us through, I would like to hear the comms specifically when it comes to the moment of where you might be worrying that the game is tipping in Fnatic's favor.
I think it's a clear pattern in Shifters, right? We often take a lot of leads, we have stacking Drake, and the moment where we should close out the game, like the most important moment, we often fail it. The comms, I'm not sure. I think there's for sure pressure, right, because of the last week results and everything. But I think it's just we have some struggle to, I think, all link together in communication to have a good plan. So I think that's the main issue, right?
What do you think, besides like the communication, you said that there is this pattern that you're struggling to close out games. What exactly is the reason behind that? Is it still communication?
I still think it's communication.
Okay.
I think communication is a big issue. Like we have 2 Korean, and to link everyone ID and to be all on the same page is really hard. I think, we just need to work on to make those things automatic. No need to voice, in the game to make it happen. So.
And how exactly are you moving forward with trying to make those changes?
Like in training, putting more, I'm not sure, actually, I will not lie, I'm not sure. But just keep putting as much effort as we can to all link together and, close out game more cleanly. So,
okay, well, thank you so much for your time, and congratulations on your win, very much needed here. We're going to be heading over to the analyst couch, I guess, with Lur, so take it away.
The analyst couch.
Let's not keep that name, please. I love seeing Nuke smile, especially after last week. And you know what I like? Eating my words, because we were trash-talking Shifters right before this game, and turns out they still had it in them.
The dream of strikers alive and well.
Yeah.
In one game, everything will be fine, and they did win the game. There's no arguing with
all
that.
they needed to do was get a gold lead, throw it, and then win.
How scared did you guys get? About like, no, there's no way. There's no way they do it again. Come on.
I thought Fnatic was going to win.
Yeah, I think the Shifter fans were scared. I think we were nervous when they started winning. We're like, wow, we just made a lot of really bold points about how they need to work on things. And they're just, Bruce was just Goomba stomping in the side lane. Everything seems to have come together for this team. So, I mean, credit to them. It was still messy. Honestly, it was still sloppy. But this is a step in the right direction. And again, right now they're in the bracket of will they make playoffs? So a win is a win. Progress is progress. I think the optimism is justified.
I think, it's a confidence boost win more than anything, and just something that's going to help them moving forward. What I'm wondering, though, is did we see any glimpse of hope for them, given the expectations we had ahead of this game, Jack? What do you think about how they plan, maybe coming from the draft and the way they executed it?
Yeah, I think we saw a lot of hope, especially around Nuke. I have a little clip here on a little team fight, and I think just if we look at how Nuke played this team fight here on the Azir, you see a lot of good things that allow his team and set him up for success. So it starts off with Razork. You'll see him now looking to flash onto Nuke to get that flash W, which then Lospa would follow up and Nuke would just get one shot. But he flashes that incredibly fast and will just continue to pump out damage, dodges the Cassandra Q3 here as well, very nice, and just showcases a really high level of mechanics that allows his team to continue going forward and continue playing the team fight. And then he finds the angle onto Upset, dashes onto him, now Upset is completely isolated, and he pretty much just solo carries the game for his team.
Obviously, they do throw after this, which undermines your point a little bit. But this is really what puts them in the driver's seat. And I think those confidence in those early game moments, we've seen them before. But it's nice to, again, see them so consistently, especially against a team like Fnatic. Adding on to that, again, the difference of Rooster being so far ahead and being able to be a side lane pressure point instead of a stack 5 and pray for the best sort of game plan is good. I didn't like the draft. I was really skeptical, but they really did make this Rek'Sai pick work, and it shows in the numbers.
I mean, that's the thing. We had some doubts, and you expressed them actually, Jack, whether or not the language barrier maybe could be an issue. So when you see Rooster like this playing on the side lane, being able to join team fights against Scrappy at times, but still made it work with the Rek'Sai, he's the key player of the game here, and I do feel like it's deserved given the time that he doesn't quite shine the way we expect him to. But I think it was Vladdy at the beginning of the season who said Rooster really undervalued, one of the best top laners we have in the league, and that's what I saw here this game.
I think his macro this game was much better. I love that he was willing to side lane and willing to actually pressure the game on his own. That comes with some mistakes. You could see him getting caught out, but I think that's what shifters need to level up their game plan and finally take a win.
Are we hopeful for shifters?
Things are beginning to shift.
Things are going to shift. I think, yeah. I mean, that's the best you can hope for this team so far. Shift in one direction or the other. Today it was towards a win. We'll see what the rest of the weekend has for them. But for now, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. G2, KCB behind me. You see them. They're the next game.
Upset, he's not hit with the 4th shot. It's Paddock who hits again the support. Curtain call comes out. And Upset, he ain't level 6 yet, so he can't respond in kind. 4th shot coming. Flash! No! Lost but just killed Upset. That's a very good point. Vladdy, we saw that.
Oh. They're going on. Fight here. No flash. Help here. I'm fine. Look at the rail, guys. I can look. No, anyone? No flash. Go Drake and us.
Guys, we can end, okay?
Yeah, let's try.
Don't put it start, yeah? No!
Nice.
Yes, we can end.
Hello and welcome back to LEC Versus. Betty is injured, so he has to sit down.
Yeah, Gravity won its battle yesterday, but it hasn't won the war, okay?
Still winning the war.
I'm still here casting. It hasn't defeated me just yet. But yeah, we're getting ready for G2 versus KCB.
Do you think it's better if I'm like down here?
I mean, I would have. Yeah, it would have been nicer if you had. That's better. Thank you.
Okay,
that makes me.
This is as far as I can do the splits, man.
Well, you're off camera now, so it's fine.
I can stand up again.
But yeah,
G2 versus KCB.
It's a bit of an uphill struggle for KCB.
It really is.
They are definitely not the favorites in this matchup. Last week, G2 definitely felt like that they kind of kicked it into 5th gear. They had definitely sped up the process.
3rd gear.
Well, they lost to KC, it's true.
True.
But their other 2 games were quite one-sided.
They were.
So I feel like that it feels as though G2 is kind of back in action. But again, from week to week, regular season G2, you can never really be too sure.
That's very true. They did get right at first selection. They picked first pick. KCB chose red, which means G2 so far this split are going to have played 7 games on the blue side.
Wow.
Not a single game on any other side of Summoner's Rift. Obviously, that doesn't mean they had first pick in all of their games with their new right of first selection. We're into picks and bans. Yanara, Rumble, and Aatrox taken away by G2. No real surprises there. Hoppy, Varus, and Jace, the removals by KCB.
Hazel does have the opportunity to get himself his fabled Aphelios, if he so wishes, something that in the ERLs he was very well known for.
True.
The question is, does he want to play it up against Caps' Azir? Of course, one of his most prolific champions, mainly because of how he typically plays it through the side lanes, but of course in the current meta, it is kind of the tried and true. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Ryze or the Talia come out from Camilo as response. Something like the Orianna, he can play, but doesn't usually fit into his wheelhouse. Would love to see a Ziggs mid. We did see it a little bit last year from a couple teams as an answer into the Azir, just because it can match in terms of the mid lane matchup and also gives good poke, but it looks like we're not going to see that today. Talia Pantheon going to be that tried and true combo that we've seen so many times before.
Yeah, just such a good combo. The ability to get the stun down with the Pantheon, a seismic shove to follow up, Unraveled Earth there for a subsequent stun. Makes it very easy to catch someone out. Unraveled Earth also really good into Azir when he's trying to use those shifting sands to get out of the fight. Talking about fabled picks, BB's Lee Sin. Will it rear its ugly head here once again? Xin Xiao is going to be the lock for jungle for G2, and they are looking towards the top lane. It's going to be Sion. Okay, Dylan Falco has had enough of your shenanigans. You've shenaned once, he won't let you do it a second time.
I can imagine the conversation. Listen, Dylan, like, I've had 3 Cassante games so far this split. Maybe we can change it up. And he's like, yeah, man, sure. Sion it is, you know? You can do the same thing on a different champion. I'm a little surprised about Xin, not because I don't expect it from Skumon. In fact, that was the first thing that came to mind. But into the Talia, I thought maybe he would lean more towards the Wukong. But it seems he wants a little bit more early game agency. They know they have the Sion. They have that follow-up to come through once the Xin Zhao decides to engage. Champions like Rakan potentially rise in value here, especially with the Poppy already gone. But again, do you want to be playing that champion into the Talia? We'll have to wait and see from the ball.
Yeah, Rakan doesn't have the best of times into Talia, and even into Pantheon. The ability for him just to point-and-click stun you as you're jumping in for a grand entrance stops your knock-up from coming in, and then you just CC'd in the middle of the enemy team. You have the Unraveled Earth there as well. You can't battle dance away without getting stunned. Becomes pretty tricky overall. And better the next ban here from G2 alongside the Caitlyn from KCB. You can see they're trying to pinch that AD carry pool a little bit, get rid of some of the pushing ADs into Corki, who does tend to have good matchups into a lot of AD carries early on because of that Gassel and Gut.
Wonder if G2 will look to remove the Aatrox next. We've seen that. Oh, already gone, I apologize. So with the Aatrox and Bessa, now they may even target Tao Zhen. We've seen him play a couple of these carries up towards the top side, and basically this man's champion pool from the split will have been removed if they do choose to get rid of that. They might also be thinking about supports themselves. Nautilus is another one that comes to mind for G2 that they could pair up with a plethora of AD carries, but also gives you that extra lockdown for those backline threats. We did talk about support bans. It looks like that it will be that. Why have Nico removed from the pool? I had a bit of a mind blank there.
That's okay. You're injured, Betty.
Didn't affect my memory.
A lot of the blood is going to that inflammation in your wrist. It's not going to your brain. That's the problem. That's my medical opinion. As Cassante is locked in for KCB, it is the final one in the pool for Tao, apart from that Zehen, which he's decided not to pilot here. We could be getting gigabaited, and it's actually Sion support from Lebrov. We saw Senna Sion lanes last year.
Longer than that, mate. Because that was back in the reckless...
Yeah, but we saw some last year.
Did we?
I'm solo queue, maybe.
Oh.
I saw some around better, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's
Instead,
fair.
Aphelios and Alistair, a double A to round out G2's comp.
Hansama Aphelios. Am I hallucinating? I swear, I can think of many champions attached to Hansama's name. Aphelios is not one of them. But maybe
it's
I'm
actually
tripping.
his 9th most played all time.
Okay, 9th I feel is pretty...
Sure, 41 games on it. The last time he played it was 2024 Spring Playoffs, so it has been a while. But it's also been a while since Aphelios has been that meta.
That's true. I guess there was a meta where it was just Jinx Aphelios, right? I'd
Very
be surprised if he didn't have that many Aphelios games. It's very, very valid. But yeah, excited to see that one. It will be his first Aphelios of the split so far as I can tell.
Yes, the last time we played it was 2024
Yeah, you
Spring.
did just mention that. Yeah, that you did.
And there's the Nautilus that you were talking about on KCB's side. So,
I mean, we've got very standard comps.
Yes.
Nothing to write home about. G2 have good scaling, good range, front to back, nothing crazy. KCB have something similar, a little bit more skirmishing power in the early game, but specifically their ability to play through the side lanes with Taliyah and Pantheon. They give that many more options approaching that mid game. The question is, can they actually catch a G2 as they look to try and catch those waves in the sides as we enter the mid?
It's really, when you're looking at teamfights later on as well, how do and who do KCB catch? Like, you're going in with a Nautilus hook. Do you want to be on an Alistair? As it is going to shifting sands away. Well, Xiao maybe, or an Aphelios perhaps?
I think you have to think about it similar to what we saw from the SK game at the start of the day, which is Pantheon, flash engage, everything, all the bells and whistles immediately come out, full on follow-up. You try to assassinate one of the two carries, and then you're like, oh, I mean, you've only got an Aphelios or a Azir left to deal damage.
Sure.
We're going to win that war of attrition. Whether or not they can pull it off, of course, is a different question as they go up against G2, our reigning LEC champions after winning in summer. Had a bit of a slow start to the split, finding themselves at 3-3. But last week definitely felt like that they were more in the driver's seat compared to what we saw from them compared to week 1.
Yeah, they went 1-2, 2-1, and on social media they're talking about how they expect this week to be a 3-0. They have KCB today, Lost Retones tomorrow, and then Vitality to round out the week. KCB on the other side are going to start off with this match against G2, and then Heretics and Fnatic on the horizon.
Love the chat. Baus molding over seeing Sion open. Poor man. Maybe one day he'll get his Sion.
Like, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Say somehow, and I know you're a Lost Returns hater, obviously.
Okay, not true.
I learned it from Jat, man. He taught me as the hook goes down.
Got it.
Onto Lebrov. And Lebrov going in with a heal here as well. Hazel just out of range of the pulverize. Prime using his own heal, flashes forward for those staggering blows, gets another one to Lebrov, who is forced away. You see what the G2 support was trying to do there, but Prime and Hazel coming out trumps on the top side, on the bot side, in fact.
Yeah, and you can see Lebrov trying to get a base off. Hook.
Oh, great hook!
Threads the needle there. Nice connect, and now I feel like alarm bells need to be ringing. Where is that Pantheon? Yukino has to be contemplating a bot lane dive. Of course, G2 don't know that he's on the top side of the map right now, but they have to be fearful of that potential play. Looks like Skewmont not making any immediate moves to try and rotate down towards that bot lane.
Prime's walking. He's still walking. He's still walking. The flash from Hansama perfectly timed. Hazel able to Valkyrie on the spot, but just gets to the right pixel to get over Lebrov's knockback under the tower. Hazel and Prime will be able to walk away, but it's a summonerless AD carry in the form of Hansama now.
I feel like that was a huge win for the KCB bot lane. They've gotten all the summoners out from Hansama. He did lose a decent amount of farm there as well. That wave is pushing underneath their tower, and I think they should arrive just in time based on the wave's position, because another wave is going to connect with it, stop it from getting underneath the tower, and that's going to force Hansama and Lebrov to stick around for one extra wave. So the timing, the execution, everything coming together for KCB. You could argue the only downside is that Hansama's not going to stick around for a potential gank as Yukino's on the bot side of the map, but huge win from the bot lane 2v2 of KCB.
Yeah, able to catch this entire wave. Will hit the level 3 off that wave as well. There is a small weakness perhaps with Hansama backing now. If he can pick up a cull off this first couple of waves, he will have a slight item advantage over Hazel, who went refillable, and Hansama and Lebrov actually staying around.
Well, I don't see what they're going to get, because this wave is just kind of frozen here.
I think the idea, as they saw the Nautilus walk towards mid, is perhaps we can set something up onto Hazel. And that is what they're trying to do. They'll get the next wave in as well. In the end, it's much ado about nothing, even with the root and with the cover of Skumond. Hazel able to hold the wave for now. Labrov should be able to punt him away. Had the trample going. Caps hooked again. Prime. Okay. Surely Angelina Jolie bending the bullets in this game.
That is an old reference that most of our audience probably won't understand.
Hey, if you haven't watched Wanted, you need to give that movie a watch. Hazel here needs to be careful because there's a flash from Labrov, and there's the root follow-up. Hazel trading back onto Hunt Summer with the barrier. Needs another one. Oh, gets it in time. Valkyrie's away and will be punched by a cow. He's sent home in a coffin, but he gets the 1-for-1.
Well played by Hazel, taking advantage of the additional summoner spell that he has to turn that situation into a 1-for-1. The wave is a little bit awkward for him, but still, I think he's going to be pretty happy getting what is effectively a 2v1 solo kill against Hunt Summer.
And getting that Hex Flash out of Labrov and the...
well, they got his flash out
too much. Was it the full flash?
Yeah, that was the full flash.
Oh,
Labrov just flashed over a wall.
Yeah. That's really big for Hazel. Goes back, gets himself a tier on a longsword. Cull, a double dagger on the side of Hunt Summer, and a 300 gold lead for the Corki for KCB on that bot side. Meanwhile, on the top side, it's two tanks punching each other, guys. You've seen this one a million times before.
But also, no, Yukino with a small camp lead. He was actually able to re-clear his topside camps before getting the base off, while Skumond is only just now succeeding in that clear. Of course, Skumond did go for an earlier base, so he's going to now make his way back towards that bot side of the map. So in terms of items, but who's ready to contest that? It's none other than Yukino himself.
Prime is level 2, just covering for his jungle as he looks at the contest on these Razor Weeks, gets the smite down, and secures it. One less camp for Skumond. The lead for Yukino will build as he goes back towards his own side of the jungle.
I do like that play from Yukino, though. The fact that he did clear his top side, then was in a position, utilizing his push from his laners to set up a small invade onto Skumond. The level of confidence is stuff that we always like to see from young players participating in the LEC. And so far, KCB, again, you think about early laning phase, traditionally, you think of G2, even if they are playing scaling compositions, against a team like KCB, their first time for many of these players in the LEC, they would crumble under the pressure. They wouldn't play with that level of confidence, but so far we're seeing KCB playing with nothing but confidence that they go toe-to-toe against G2 here in the early game.
Hunt Summer and Labrov definitely on the back foot in this 2v2. Prime does only have the boots. There's a Ruby Crystal on Labrov. This Alistar pretty tanky as well. Running the Unsealed Spellbook has that heal, so doesn't have something like the Aftershock or the Phase Rush to get out of a fight, but does have their ability to be a little bit more mobile on the map generally. You can get the teleport, you can get the Ghost out, you can move around a little bit more and influence other lanes. Caps going in. Camilo flashes away from the Emperor's Divide, gets the Seismic Shove back and will chip away at Caps' health bar well with that threaded volley, but Caps got what he wanted. Labrov was looking for this in case Camilo stepped a little bit too far up, but Camilo wisely backs away. Meanwhile, Hunt Summer stepping in. Flash hook's gonna land. Valkyrie in from Hazel as well. Hunt Summer, red, white, wants to fight. And really, just wants to get underneath the tower. Doesn't have the Moonlight Vigil for the Severum healing, so needed just to back away.
I mean, the roam from Labrov really costing Hunt Summer there in the bot lane 2v2. He's already down about 10 CS. Of course, he would have been able to recoup some of that difference from this next wave, but he can't afford to stick around now. He's isolated. The threat of a dive is real. He just saw the dragon go down. He knows very well that Yukino is on the bot side of the map, likely with level 6 as well. So if he sticks around to that tower, he is just going to hand over a free kill. So he's forced back to base. An even bigger advantage being gained for Hazel. I mean, look at this Corki lead now. 700 gold lead between the 280 carries.
And the reason that dive was so effective, as you said, was Labrov's roam. And it's something you talk about a lot as a support player, is showing on the map. Like, Labrov looks for the Hex Flash towards mid. Camilo was never really in range. There was a possibility that you could find him, but it was very unlikely. And because Labrov shows, Prime can just flash in, land the dredge line, knowing there's no threat of a headbutt pulverize. There's no threat of me getting knocked back under that tower. Perhaps just a little bit of over-eagerness. Ogre-eagerness. It's Shrek'd for Labrov at the bottom side. A little bit of over-eagerness there for Labrov. Or perhaps, you know, realizing bot lane isn't going that well, feeling he needed to do something somewhere else.
I mean, the moral of the story is support has many layers. Like a cake.
Get out of my bot lane! Oh.
Great movie.
And one
somehow,
probably a lot of our viewers haven't seen.
Somehow, that movie comes up in conversation every week, and I do blame Daniel
we're
Dracos
millennials.
for that. No, I mainly blame Daniel
Shrek
Dracos.
2 is the one that comes out, because that is a masterpiece.
Right. Again, this same conversation happens every week, and so, at some point, someone's going to say enough's enough. We're just going to have to watch it all together here.
Yes. LEC viewing party I'm going to do it after we get eliminated from Worlds this year.
Nice and quick, yeah. Right, we're setting up 4 objectives, of course. Grubs are available. Right now it is Yukino that's in the better position with his mid having just pushed in. Skewmon hasn't been spotted on the bot side of the map. Observers showing that for us now, but they're suspicious. They are suspicious. You saw that cue from Hazel going into the brush. Actually, did he see that? Yeah, he definitely saw that because I see the pings coming down.
And because of that, Grubs are easy.
Should be
KCB.
easy, yeah.
Got themselves a Drake. Going to get themselves the Grubs. Yukino is spotted doing these, but he doesn't care. Skewmon kind of snuck away and snuck back, but like, it's cover. It doesn't really do much. It allows the bot lane to push out a little bit easier, and I guess that's what Hans Sommer and Lebrov wanted in that moment.
I mean, they should definitely be aware. I mean, this is a risky ward play.
Lebrov's got a flash. Good hook from Prime, but he's still getting a knockback with a headbutt. And now Prime needs to get out of there, but with 3 members of G2 around him, he is food for worms. Hans Sommer claims the kill. It was a good hook out of Prime, but he just couldn't escape in time.
I will say that's a little disappointing from the KCB bot lane. They are basically making fun of Skewmon this entire time because they have full information that he's in the area, and then they still try and contest the ward. I guess they didn't track that Lebrov had snuck his way behind them to set up for that play.
I thought they saw the silhouette with the oracles that they were using. Now, it could be a spectator thing, but it did look like he had been silhouetted by it, and they were just playing for it anyway. Camilo has no flash here. TP coming in as well. That's Lebrov joining the Fragrant Starfall in. Knocked back with the Crescent Guard well by Skewmon. Yukino couldn't get in to do any damage, really.
Okay, Skewmon now making stuff happen on the map. Gets Hans Sommer a kill, gets Caps a kill. You can see the gold starting to mount the way of G2. Skewmon known for finding these early plays on his Xin Zhao, and so far in this game he's doing a good job. Dragon a minute and 20 away, so nothing immediate on the map, but once these resets come through, once the items are, well, I guess gotten closer to is the...
Small parts of items, of completed items, are still items in and of themselves.
Yes, that's true. But
a dagger is no less
league
valuable
terms, that's just
than
not
an
true,
Infinity
is it?
Edge.
No. They're components rather than an
items.
They're still just components.
That's true.
Yeah. It's also the way that the ones that really got shafted are the boots, because no one really sees them as an item. Really.
Yeah, that's very true. Like, we always talk about AD carries can now truly be full build.
Yes, they can.
Because they can get 6 true items. But, I mean, you look at the upgraded Merc Treads and the chain-mailed laces or whatever the new Ninja Tabis are called when you upgrade them in mid. They're incredibly powerful. Those shields you get, Swift March giving you 40% slow resist when you get the upgrade on them.
Cool.
Once again ignored. Camilo here, jumped on by Caps. He puts another soldier down. Chips away at that Talia's health bar, and this is where the Azir becomes stronger. He's completed his first item in that Nash's Tooth. It was very hard for Camilo to actually trade in effectively. He's gone back to base. Meanwhile, Tau and Broken Blade are having a bit of fisticuffs in the top lane. A gentlemanly duel. Tau looking for the Q3 knockback and decides a minion deserves it more.
Dragon going to be immediately started by G2. Yukino is in the area. Talia has the ulti, but Camilo being a level down, I wonder if they feel confident. That item differential might just be enough to dissuade them.
Prime doesn't have 6 either in this. Alistair does. Lebrov looking for the head, but stretch line away. No Pulverize to follow up as Yukino's coming across. Weaver's Wall from Camilo, trying to make this a 4v3 in KCB's favor. Unbreakable Will out of Lebrov. Hans Sommer opens up with the Inferno, Moonlight Vigil, and here is Caps. The Emperor's Divide was buffered, but he got stunned on his way across, and now is flashed into Hazel. Should be able to take him down. Does get the 1-for-1. Caps and is down. Hans Sommer chased out Crescent Guard in as well as Yukino dives into his enemy jungler. Lebrov off towards the top side, trying to get back into this fight. Prime too low to really do too much. Camilo across the wall, landing the threaded volleys, but they don't really have the damage. No first item on that Talia is costing them a ton. Dredge line in, Prime and Camilo team up to get 2 as Hans Sommer cannot escape and KCB bite back in the fight.
It's a scrap in the bot lane as we get kills across the board. G2 secured the Dragon, and it's KCB that's looking for it. The combo doesn't connect from Camilo. A nice double root comes down from Hans Sommer. A nice stun from Yukino to prevent Caps from immediately getting onto that AD carry. It buys Hazel a little bit of time. KCB's backline tries their best to escort Hazel to safety, but he isn't quite able to do it. A 1-for-1 trade, and this skirmish looks bad for KCB, because as you were highlighting, Camilo just doesn't quite have the damage. Yukino is buying so much time, but the fight's taken so long that Camilo eventually, over time, is able to whittle these HP bars down. Flashes over the wall, gets another kill, and just like that, we're back to dead even in gold.
A Drake apiece. Slight grub lead for KCB. Leads in mid and bot, about 200 golds apiece. Skumon has the lead in the jungle, but KCB will be very happy with how that fight did end up going. Camilo now finished his first item, that Archangel stacking up towards the Seraphs. The fact that Camilo had a second rotation up in that fight was huge for them. The delay, with the Aegis Assault coming out of the Pantheon, just stopping G2 from really being able to take him down rapidly enough to secure the kill. First items across the board now. Sunfire for Broken Blade in that top lane. Iceborne Gauntlet is what it is matched with. The AD carries have gone Triforce for the Corki, as expected. And Hans Summer has gone for a Storm Razor first here on Aphelios.
Upgraded boots coming through for Caps after completing that quest. I imagine Camilo must be very close. He has been roaming a decent amount. Of course, you get significantly less gains once you've moved out of that mid lane. Kills and the like will, of course, contribute to the completion of that quest, but a small advantage for Caps for the time being. Labrov getting low. Nice damage coming through. I saw he was about 70% HP, and then Yukino just chunked it.
Camilo flash forward from Labrov. The dive across the wall from Skumon. Labrov, well, he's very low, as Betty would say, as he's taken out. Prime's going to chase here onto Hans Summer with a Weaver Ball coming in. KCB can collapse. Seismic shove back. Hans Summer doesn't have the opportunity to use the red-white guns, and it's 2 more over to KCB.
I mean, okay, KCB, a 1.2k gold lead already.
Got the boots with the fur, Betty.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. They are going low, low, low right now. And they are just punishing G2 over and over again. That's a quick kill on the bottom lane. And look at where the gold sits right now. Camilo with a 500 gold lead. That's an 850 gold lead on Hazel right now. This bot lane is looking good for KCB. Question is, can they hold onto this lead? We look back at this, and it's Labrov that gets chunked down. This is what surprised me, right? So he gets a bit of a chunk here. Of course, fully stacked on the passive from Yukino. Huge chunk, just takes off about 20% of his HP. And they decide a re-engage is a possibility. Flashes in, gets the knock-up. Zin goes in, immediately stuns himself. Good reactions there from Camilo to get the Unraveled Earth. Then the hook connects because of the ward. Hans Summer did not know that he was on vision. The collapse from Camilo's ulti. Really, Camilo was the star of that play. Bot lane and in the jungle.
Yukino looking for Caps up towards the top side as well. Grand entrance in. Caps again. You can put the soldiers down, but you're hitting air. KCB with this pick comp are constantly finding members of G2 isolated.
This is impressive stuff. They're not slowing down against G2. Confidence is what you need to have in a matchup like this, and they're playing with so much confidence as they continuously punish their opponent. Camilo, 1.2k goal lead, 4-1 and 2 scoreline. Impressive stuff from the KCB crew. They need to keep this momentum up. They're going to use the Herald. They can hopefully break open the mid tower with that. There's only a single plate left, and once that's gone, it really opens up the map.
Really does. KCB, this team sitting at the bottom of the table. Solo down there, 1 and 5. TP coming in from Caps as they look for Tau. Did go all out. Q3 gets the knockback. Prime is there to help him out as well. Tau will just be able to dash his way out. As, yeah, sitting at the bottom of the table, KCB 1 and 5, sole possession of 12th place in the LEC. Yep. I think a lot of people have kind of counted them out. Like, probably 4 or 5 wins to get into playoffs. You only have 5 games left, and one of them is against G2, which they were expected to lose coming into today. But so far in this game, they have shown expectations be damned. TP's coming in. Labrov trying to get onto that backline again. Pops the Unbreakable Will, trying to avoid as much damage as possible. Broken the plate, joining in with a Decimating Smash. Labrov still healthy for now. The Drake has gone over to G2. They'll dive onto the Scion, but he's damn tanky. Moonlight Vigil Infernum not going to do too much as Hans Summer still only at 1 item. Yukino still chasing forward. KCB unable to find purchase on the fight. Caps is down in the bot lane pushing in, and Camilo has to answer.
Ultimately, a well-executed Dragon secure from G2. They used their tanks the way they're supposed to be used, as walls. They prevented KCB from getting anywhere near the objective. Now Caps, he's going for a dive.
Goes in with the Emperor's Divide. Seismic Shove doesn't connect. Camilo still looking for the damage. Skumon's coming in from the side as well. Does have that Crescent Guard up and the flash, and will jump onto Talia. Onto Talia. Lickety Split takes him out. Prime could chase Skumon down, but doesn't really have the backup to do so.
Okay, Skumon not going to let that early game go unanswered as he works with Caps to find a pick on the bot lane. Caps did do most of the work getting that flash out from Camilo, trading it for his own, but ultimately they get that shut down. KCB still holding on to the gold lead for now, but it's G2 with the advantage in Drakes. Baron going to be an option as we get closer to that 20-minute mark. But for now, it's KCB that hold on to all of their outer towers. Mid is now fallen. KCB, how are they going to push this lead further? Really, they need to be utilizing their mid pressure to start putting that pressure on sides, whether it be playing for bot lane, playing for top. Securing another one of these towers makes it easier to gain access into the enemy jungle and then start contesting. FlyQuest with a beautiful tweet. Keck W, we really lost to this. That you did, FlyQuest, that you did. Admittedly, internationally, I do believe the record is 1-1.
Yes.
With the MSI defeat that happened last year into then the world's victory for G2.
And recency bias means EU greater than NA. That's how that works. FlyQuest much changed from their roster from last year, losing Inspired and Whippo over the off-season. I think they beat Shopify Rebellion, though, in their first series in the LCS.
Griffin had a... it was a very fun series, for sure.
The Zoomers. It's always fun to...
yeah, I mean, some banging games in the LCS tonight as well, with Lion, new Inspired roster, going up against C9. We'll see how they do. But right now we've got to get through G2 versus KCB, with KCB holding on to the gold lead. There's a lot of posturing around the bot side of the map, but remember, no Dragon for about 2.5 minutes. What KCB want is that bot tower. They want to open up the map more, and G2 is not allowing it to happen. They are wave clearing. They're matching the pressure from KCB.
Yeah, Yukino using the Aegis Assault really well as well, just to avoid some of the extra damage coming out from G2. Can step forward while it happens as the rest of KCB begins to collapse around him. Broken Blade here has gone all out from Tao as he chases BB under the tower, dodges to the side of that third and Tophos. And now Tao will just dash away. BB almost falling there, but once again the top laners remain 0-0-0-0-0-0.
Yeah, but their damage per minute.
Woo! Grand stop! Oh, Yukino's here!
Surprise! Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a man with a large spear and a shield come to hand you your demise.
The perfectly average size spear, buddy.
Yep. KCB get themselves another kill on the board. That tower going to get much lower. But of course, G2, they recognize the position of the enemy jungle, so they set their sights on the bot tower themselves. Should be a plate. Yeah, I think they only managed to get the one on KCB's bot lane tower. But things are looking up. Earlier they were making G2 low, 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 but now KCB, they're going up, up, up.
It's golden for them as the teleport comes out from Tao. Flash from the Grove, flashed warded, couldn't get there in time. Tao escapes the clutches of the Minotaur.
Now you might be thinking, well, that was a waste of a TP, but it was in response to Caps' TP, so a trade across the rift.
I think G2 kind of giving up on this next straight. You can see from the positioning, they're moving up towards the top side. They've got two. They're happy enough if KCB want to try and take one of their own, and then it's two apiece, and really that doesn't matter to them. They can just scale up towards these next items. Caps is at 2 items himself now with the Leandri's Nash's Tooth, and Summer on his way to an Infinity Edge, but on the other side, like Hazel's at 2.5 with the Last Whisper. You got 2.5 as well for Camilo Leandri's, Seraph's completed, and that Fiendish Codex, which I've never really understood why it is fiendish in and of itself. Maybe it just contains forbidden knowledge or something.
Oh, that it does, yeah.
Yeah? You've read it?
Yeah, a bunch of very naughty words in there.
Ah.
Rather fiendish.
In Welsh or English?
Both, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, an amalgamation of the two.
Just
there is
together.
A bit of Scottish in there. That section probably has... Okay, please never do that again. You've just offended an entire nation.
Mate, that's a Tuesday. The accents have never been known to be very good. Prime here maybe caught out. So Rob was looking for the Hex Flash across the wall. There's KCB doing the Drake and G2 not contesting it. We talked about that already. KCB unable to extend their gold lead by much more, and I think they'll want to try to do so. They do have good pick tools, but I still believe that as the game goes later, it's going to be really hard to get through this Sion and this Alistar and this Xin Shao.
Well, so this is the thing. For G2, they're probably not concerned, because while KCB do find themselves with a nice lead, the experience difference is what G2 is likely relying on. Because given the... It's a minor item advantage, I will admit, but with this item advantage, KCB need to be pressing G2.
Yeah.
They need to be putting that pressure down, forcing G2 into fights when you know you are just objectively stronger. But if you kind of take this trading approach, then G2's like, we're completely fine with that. We know that we're going to scale really well. We've got this really nice front-to-back comp. We've got Azir, Aphelios. If you let us get to 3 items, you having half an item on us really doesn't mean that much. So we're quite content to just trade back and forth. And you can see that Broken Blade doing the right thing, covering for his mid laner as well, cautious of the fact that Pantheon could ult at any moment. It's actually Camillu that's forced out of the top lane because of nice position from Lebrov threatening a dive. Now the towers have equalized. I say that's the first tower of the game for G2. I miscalculated. I thought they'd actually secured that bot one, but I apologize for that inaccuracy.
Right. Remains standing for now, Vetty, but you are sitting down and can't read the screen as easily as you used to be able to.
Okay.
So
I might be older, my memory might be worse, but my eyesight's still peak. Glasses reliant.
Whatever you need to get through the day, Vetty.
Observers highlighting for us how low that mid-tier 2 is. The earlier Herald doing some serious work. KCB seems they're mainly just putting their attention in the middle lane. Broken Blade having to ult, react to that.
Starfall coming out as well as they look for Hansama. There's the flash forward, and Hansama has to flash the wall, but with the auto following him, he will fall. Lebrov Hex flashing away. Crescent Guard out from Skewmond.
Is it a Baron angle, Medic? Is it a Baron angle?
I think it's a bangle.
They're thinking about it.
Putting pressure down here. They have the Weaver's Wall to split G2's family in 2, coming up in about a quarter of its cooldown. Dash away from Tau, flash forward from Prime. They go onto the Scion. Not really the target you want, but he's already down to a 3rd HP. Decimating Smash coming out as well as Lebrov is on that front line. Flash away from BB, and the cow is gobbled up by KCB. Hansama 10 seconds away from coming back up. 12,000 HP on the Baron as Caps and Skewmond try and get in there. Caps still has the Emperor's Divide. BB's going to TP back in. Flash away from Caps as Prime has been landing these hooks every single moment he can. The Weaver's Wall from Camillu keeps Skewmond from keeping that Baron aggroed, and KCB will back away, settling for 2 kills off the play.
The reset means that G2 might just start it themselves. They've got an Aphelios fresh off the base that can just make a beeline towards the Baron. KCB need to react to this. They have some vision. They have to know this is happening.
They've got a ward just outside of the pit that will be spotting G2 go around towards it. TP behind now. As they look for that Talia flank, Yukino trying to get in. Broken Blade acting as the bounce to teleport in from Tau. Second TP coming in from Camillu. And now G2 trying to get out, but the hook's going to land onto the backline. Prime falling low. Moonlight Vigil onto Yukino into Hazel. Prime will go down, LeBron will follow suit. Skewmond going to dash onto Hazel, who has to flash away himself. Skewmond falling so low, but they just don't have the damage to take out this Xin-Zhao. Tau now dashes back in, will get it, but only Camillu still stands. KCB, it was perfect until it all collapsed around you. And Caps will top off the collapse with an Emperor's Divide. BB will take the kill, and it's an ace for G2.
So KCB did so much right, but the moment they peeled off the Baron, G2 punish. And look at the positioning here. Caps and Hansama have so much space to work with. This is their ideal front to back. No threat on the Caps. Hansama is a little isolated, and it's a bit awkward for him to get involved, but the fight has basically already been won. Skewmond and Broken Blade on the front line, getting rid of the carries on the side of KCB. They converted into an ace, and it's so sad for KCB because they were genuinely so close. They got that pick onto Lebrov, but with Skewmond in the area, they're like, we don't have any tools left. We might have to make a 50-50 situation. But once you've committed, you kind of don't have any other choice, because the moment you've backed off, you've created this perfect opportunity for a fresh Aphelios to just walk up and melt that objective.
Was cringe.
Did he just steal the blue?
He headbutted him away and then smited the blue.
Yes.
I mean, he'll be happy, denies the blue from the enemy team, but if you're Yukino, you are ruining the day. That cow made its way onto the Rift. An unsealed spellbook was added to the game. Camillu here looking for a Weaver's Wall, trying to split G2 in twain if he can. Guardian Angel now on Skewmond, who does step forward and spots out that Talia. Double cannon minion here for G2 means they'll slowly chip away at the tower. Next wave, probably about 10 seconds away from reinforcing their teammates as Hazel is forced away, and because of that, the tier 2 is going to fall. G2 will take it, and they'll extend their gold lead to about 5k, whereas 3 minutes ago it was nothing.
I'm a little surprised that G2 committed 5 members to the bot side, but I guess given Dragon is alive, they'll just use that pressure and immediately convert it into mid. Someone has to go and catch that mid wave and speak of the devil. There goes Han Sama and Labrov to go and catch that. Now at Soul Point. I wonder if G2's even going to need that. Typically, we see teams being unable to end off of a single Baron, and as you'll notice in the top left of your screen, there's only 20 seconds left, so how much more they can get off the back of it, I'm not entirely sure. I very much expect that top tier 2 tower to be G2's next point of focus, and KCP will have to see if they can find another pick. We saw it earlier in the enemy bot side jungle to really threaten that Baron play, where Yukino flash engages onto the Aphelios Han Sama, they one-shot him, and then they can use numbers advantage to actually win out on a fight. If they can find another pick like that, they're very much still in this game.
It's going to be harder to find a pick like that because one of the reasons G2 are clumping up the way they are is to avoid the Grand Starfall, to avoid the follow-up with the Weaver's Wall and having one player separated from the rest of the team. Caps is catching the wave on that top side. Labrov and Hans Summer alongside BB will just walk away. The vision they had on the bottom side jungle is now being either denied or dissipated by Labrov putting wards on the rest of the map. Hans Summer is at 3.5 items, matching Hazel. In the mid lane, it's a match as well with 3 apiece. Skewmond has an extra item, or a bit of an extra item over Skewmond, over Yukino in fact. And for now, KCB's pick tools, I mean, I don't see them getting through many locks, Fetty.
I mean, you can see how, when we talked about experience earlier, that the gold is a really great representation of how KCB had about a 1.3k gold lead that largely stayed the same.
Yeah.
But the second G2 get a small advantage, they go from a 1.4k gold deficit to a 5k gold lead. And this is kind of how you use that momentum to your advantage.
Did help that they killed all 5 members of the enemy team
absolutely.
and had a Baron buff,
you know, like, it definitely helps.
Swings around
does contribute, absolutely. But I mean, they also just had so much standing gold to pick up.
Yeah,
I think they got, what,
4 towers?
4 towers? Yeah, because the outer towers in mid and bot hadn't been taken yet either, so they used that Baron to... Not only did you get the Baron gold, you got an ace, and you picked up 4 towers. So that does, in fact, contribute quite significantly to quite a significant swing in gold.
It really does. It really does. When will it trickle down to the minions, is my question. You know, G2 minions should be wearing gold chains, rings, blinged out to the 9s.
You're trying to have a quick economy lesson here?
No, I'm talking about future mechanics in League.
Oh,
the higher your gold lead is, the more gold your minions give the enemy.
Ooh.
It sounds like a Swift play mechanic if I've ever heard one.
That would be, yeah, that sounds about right. Now, LeBron has to be very careful here because there's a Talia.
Seismic shove back onto him. Unbreakable Wall coming up, but he's already down to a 3rd HP. Hazel looking at the damage with the Cannon Barrage. There's the Weaver's Wall, going to knock LeBron back, but has the rest of his team to help him out. And LeBron does use the ultimate, but it's exchanged for Camillus.
Now, with a small trade advantage like that, KCB could, in theory, threaten something like a Baron. However,
it's not up.
Yes, exactly. Also, Caps, scary Emperor. That is an Emperor that does large quantities of damage.
Yeah, it's a dictatorship, not a democracy.
Absolutely. So, they're going to have to be careful of that now. Some of the vision that they just put down is being cleared out. Top has been pushed in.
There's some Borborygmus going on the Summoner's Rift.
I'm familiar with that language.
Borborygmus? It's the noises your stomach makes when it gurgles.
Oh. Well, there you go. Fun fact of the day.
Also a magic card that led to a rules change.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
We're not going to get into that right now.
I'm more fascinated about the fact that stomach making a sound specifically has a name.
It's medicine. Everything has a name.
Fair enough.
Most of it's just 3 Latin and Greek words shoved together to
that makes sense.
Conglomerate into something.
Yukino is trying to flank. And unfortunately, the minions are ruining that plan of his.
I mean, he's succeeding at flanking. It's just not an effective one.
Yeah, and now Labrov is shutting that down completely. He has said, nope, you've been spotted. Off you go. G2 can try, but the wave clear from Hazel is still enough to stop them from securing any access to the base.
I do like what Camillo's doing. Like, he's like, G2 in the mid lane, let's just get another wave shoved in, let's try and get some gold for ourselves. It can be very easy in this sort of game state to actually just lose out on a ton of gold, and you can see G2 investing so much time in the mid lane that bot wave has crashed, top wave is going to crash, they are losing some gold on the map that they could be getting.
They absolutely are. One thing that they could consider doing right now, just start off the Baron in order to try and force the TP out from Broken Blade and then immediately disengage. The only problem with doing something like that is that, number one, Dragon spawns in 10 seconds, and number two, G2 would probably just actually start the Baron themselves because they have a Scion and an Alistar. The fight over the mid wave has begun. Here comes Broken Blade. He's looking for something.
Runs in, Unstoppable Onslaught straight away, lands onto the Valkyrieing away Hazel, who flashes away from the headbutt. Pulverized Moonlight Vigil coming out as well. Crescendo from Hans Sommer will have a lot of damage. KCB very split. They'll try and dive onto Caps on the backline, but look at the damage onto Kamilu. Already they've lost one, and now G2 can just collapse. The Emperor's angry, and he's had enough. A triple for Hans Sommer off the back of an Emperor's Divide out of Caps. Yukino will fall for the Quadra. Hazel not going to give his enemy AD carry the joy of a Penta. Instead, he'll go towards the bot side, but G2 are marching out of mid.
We've already seen 2 pentakills today. It looks like Hans Sommer's not going to make it the third as they set their sights on the Nexus and look to get another win on the board.
Prime has respawned, and he will be back here trying to defend Hans Sommer. The Calibrum, Skumon diving in as they go for Prime, who tries to flash away, but he will live to fight another day. Hazel escapes to his fountain. The Nexus has no escape, rooted to the ground and now raised to it too. G2 claim the win in 34 minutes.
Definitely a slow start to the game for G2, as we expected from their composition. What I didn't expect was KCB to have such an aggressive early game. They mounted some very nice early advantages. They punished the bot lane of G2 very, very well. And that play around the Baron was looking so promising.
It really
they
was.
just couldn't quite close things out. The experience difference really being the thing that ultimately allowed G2 to get the victory here today. But you're seeing more and more impressive stuff. Prime, I mean, some fantastic hooks coming through from that Nautilus.
Really was, really was. I think KCB continue to impress and go from strength to strength, even if they still haven't been able to pick up that second win. You can vote for one of the G2 players and you play of the game. Vote at LEC on X. Broken Blade, Skumon, and Hans Sommer are your 3 options.
I mean, as you mentioned, now G2 will go up to 4-3, joining a couple other teams as that pack gets closer around the 4-win mark. KCB, unfortunately, yet to find that second win that they so desperately need if they want to stand a chance of qualifying for playoffs. They're running out of opportunities. Only 4 games left of the regular season. They basically need to win every single game from this point to really stand a chance.
Yeah, we're not sure on the exactitudes of whether 4 or 5 wins is where you need to be, but they definitely need to win as much as possible. Up next, we have Vitality versus KC. KC with the opportunity to really distinguish themselves from the pack, 6-1. If they take that win, Vitality could join that amalgamation that we talk about of Fnatic, Na'Vi, and G2 at the 4-3 scoreline. And it does help lower teams lower in the standings for teams to be close.
Yes.
Right? It means you can actually make your way into those playoff spots. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk, who is sitting, standing, something with Skumon.
We are sitting because that's the kind of discussion you want to have sitting down. Skumon, bravo. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for winning this game. What the hell was this?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not really sure yet. I mean, first of all, I really do think that they played pretty well.
They
so
did.
props to them. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, the game felt really hard. I mean, I think I have an idea why, honestly, but there will be a lot of stuff to review, and I guess that's the most important thing here.
Can we get a preview into the idea why? I know I don't want you to drag any one person, but come on, you gotta give us a preview.
I mean, I think we kind of like fell pretty behind on bot lane, and I think we weren't really able to get controls from it through bot, which made the game really hard. And honestly, I think our draft is like a bit rough in terms of like early game, which makes sense. But I think we made it harder for ourselves. So yeah, it wasn't that easy.
You have a lot of scaling champions, and it's funny because I was flaming your admin on Twitter, and I was like, oh, it's G2 again. They could have fun, but they're playing boring front to back. Haha, we're gonna scale and we're gonna win. And then you made the game interesting, but I want to skip to the moment you actually made the game interesting and got it back in your favor. The Baron. The Baron throw? I don't know. Actually, explain this sequence, because they had it and then they didn't, and then you just go there. Talk me through communication and everything and how you made it happen.
I mean, first of all, I really thought that we would lose Nash because like we died, right? And we didn't have our Scion, our tank, to face check the Nash, which is very hard with our comp. But somehow we managed to like stall as much as we can. And I think they made a mistake by just not committing into it. I think they really could have finished it, in my opinion. And once they just leave us with the Nash, when they use like everything, Pantheon Flash, Pantheon Ult, I think we're really able to take it over. So at least it was a good decision by us to
go back into it.
It's gonna haunt them though, because it really like they had you. It feels like you're down the ground. They're just like, oh, there it goes. Oh no! And like credit to you guys with the Azir, you have enough damage to kill it, but
this
damn.
is where, yeah.
Like obviously, once you guys have a lead, you play like demons. We know you can be this top level team, but I think we have to talk a little bit more about the early game because you mentioned the bot lane was falling a little far behind, but it felt like you guys lost control of every part of the map.
Let's put you on the spot, Skimon.
Yeah, a lot of this was just not super clean. You mentioned some mistakes in the bot lane. You mentioned some things you could do differently. But what was going through your head in this moment where you guys are really just getting torn apart in some of those early skirmishes?
I mean, like, obviously, like, even before going to the game, I knew personally, like, I just made it clear for our team that it's going to be hard early game because we're getting pushed in, like, most of our lanes. And they have, like, kind of stronger jungle, right? So it's, like, kind of normal in that sense. But once we just, like, lose our thumbs and we are not really able to match our tempo together to actually get vision through mid, I think it just becomes way harder. And we just didn't really find our timings to actually just like breathe a bit. And against the comp, it's really like punishing as well, right? Like they have double like global ult, Pantheon Talia, which is like really punishing if you do one misstep. And yeah, I mean, at least again, we got the dub, so I'm happy, but for sure, like a lot of things to watch again, to learn from it.
G2 obviously has had games where you've drafted spicy stuff. The most recent memory is Lee Sin. Sorry, BB, it's not supposed to be.
We don't talk about this. We don't talk about Lee Sin.
This was the most like cookie cutter scaling draft in the current meta. Because of where you are in the standings, were you guys just trying to be as respectful as possible just to get a win? Because I feel like in years past, if you were like 6-0 against a team lower down in the standings, whether it's KC or anyone else, KCB or anyone else, you guys would have been drafting wild stuff, trying new things. This felt really safe.
Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, like we don't want to disrespect anyone, first of all, and second of all, like we are 3-3, right? So I don't think we should be able to just like troll draft, right? Again, I don't think the listen top was troll, obviously, as you guys may know. But yeah, I mean, I think we just need to respect everyone and obviously just focus on like winning the best of one because that's the format, that's how it is. And when it comes to best of 3, hopefully, if we qualify and best of 5, we'll have like way more room to look at spicy picks.
If we qualify to playoffs.
Yeah,
taking it slow, very humble.
Yeah, I like it. It's the least G2 version of G2 I've ever seen. Closing thoughts on you, Skewmon. You have your top laner stealing your quotes, making them its own, and then revealing it 6 months later. You have to do the heavy lifting to take the victory in the end. You're the key out player of the game today. Anything you have to say about... They should pay a back massage for you, Skewmon. You're doing the whole heavy lifting here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy with this game in general, and I just hope that we'll be able to keep scaling because I'm definitely not happy with how we performed today. But I believe in ourselves and my teammates to scale up in this format, and yeah, I think that will make it happen. And yeah, I hope that everyone will keep supporting us.
Humble G2? Humble G2? We take it for now. Thank you, Skimon. Merci beaucoup. Congrats on winning this one. Got a long weekend ahead. That's all first here for now. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Vitality KC coming up next.
Playing for it anyway. Camilo has no flash here. TP coming in as well. That's Lebrov joining the Fragrance. Starfall in, knocked back with the Crescent Guard well by Skewmon.
Someone should zone him up, but he's no flash, no flash. I can zone him. TP behind. Finish it. Look to finish and just zone him up. It's tricky. Yeah, just finish it. I got it. Not this. Go. Slowly on Cassandra, guys. Tell him the flash. Fan.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, it's a map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Welcome back, everyone, to LEC Versus. We have a beautiful setup here for fans. So I'm joined with Corrales as well as Johanna. I'm going to ask both of you to maybe explain a little bit about what's going on today.
Yes, thank you. So Daisy and I have been working for a long time to set up LEC Fan Art, which is a community for all fan artists. And one of the results is that we have a table at the studio with some freebies done by some of our fan artists. And there's a project that we would like to announce, and anyone who is a fan and is creative can join this project. It's called the LEC Zine. It's going to be a zine with some fan art, some articles, some edits. If you like writing or drawing or editing, you can join us, and it will be something to celebrate the LEC at the end of the year.
Oh, thank you so much. That's amazing. Johanna, can you also let us know what's happening over here, because these two are doing their best?
Okay, so we're also having a friendship bracelet activation today in the studio, where people can come, they can make friendship bracelets representing their favorite teams, their colors, or even just themselves if they want. And obviously they can also trade with each other.
All right, that's awesome. Thank you so much. Laura, you have a blue bracelet?
I have a blue boo-boo bracelet because I was Le Boo-Boo before it was cool, so I'm actually making it. And I'm obviously winning because this guy is really slow.
It's not a race. It's not
a close one, that's for sure.
Your hands are much smaller than mine.
We're going to be heading over to Casper because we're already headed to game. Guys, take it away.
Dracos told me he was going to give me the friendship bracelet.
Really?
You know? Yeah.
That's nice.
He said, I'm his best friend.
Thing is, I feel like I now have to make one for K-Troll. because I did predict his team to go 0-11.
You did,
and
yeah.
so I feel like maybe this
I
is
think
how
you should
we
make
could be
one for
friends.
every player and every member of staff. I think that
every player and every
anyone
member of
that
staff.
agrees, tweet
No,
at Vedius
no,
on the internet,
stop it.
at
No, no,
Instagram,
no.
Vedius Official,
No,
Twitch,
no,
Vedius
no,
Official,
no,
Tuesdays and Thursdays
No, this is going to be the
nights.
tickets thing again. Stop.
Where are the friendship bracelets? We're into game. Or draft at least. Vitality versus KC. Vitality on the blue side will have first pick. They banned away Jarvan and Azir. And on the other side, KC got rid of the Orianna.
I love seeing Azir banned. Surely that means we're going to get even more crazy mid lane picks, surely. Of course, Azir being banned, Yehu has played 4 Azir games this split. I mean, of course, the meta right now is Azir, Taliyah, Ryze. So it's not that surprising to see it removed. But the fact that he's been getting it so often, I think Vitality finally want to put a stop to that, take away some of that comfort in the middle lane, along with the Varus, the Yunara, and a lot of the kind of tried and true. Now, Yike last week really impressed me. It felt like he was the star of the team last week. Felt like his presence was constantly felt. And also, I felt like we got to see a little bit of the old school kind of carry Yike. Not that, obviously, on KC, he hasn't had strong performances last year, but you have to remember, originally, Yike was like a Viego guy. That was the style of jungle that he came into the LEC with. And so when we saw him on the Aatrox again, it felt like, oh yeah, this is the Yike that you remember, the guy that knows how to win games 1v9. With the Jarvan gone, we'll see what direction he decides to go, as Vitality's looking to lock in Ryze for, we assume, Humanoid.
If it goes to anyone else, I'd be truly shocked.
Yes.
Vedius. Humanoid on the Rise has only played once so far this split, but it's kind of one of those mid laners that you really want to pick up if he is available. Things like the Taliyah can be used to answer it, but with the Orianna and the Azir band, it's a little bit harder for the Taliyah. We'll see where KC go with their next couple of picks. Currently hovering the Jace. Now, Jace jungle is what we most commonly see at the moment in the LEC, but, and this is a big but, one of the KC players who likes to play the Jace isn't European.
That's true.
So usually you give the Jace to that player.
But you know what he's done instead?
He's now picked Rumble, yeah, I know.
Okay, but the other
it was
thing
a
you
great
don't give the
joke,
Korean
Betty.
player is also Rumble.
That is also true. Or Aatrox, or
Yeah,
a champion that goes
if he's,
with the first letter A to
he's
Z.
a good Scion player, but generally people are like, Kana's on Scion. Okay, that's nicer.
One thing slightly neutralized.
Yeah.
But there is the Rumble for Kana. He's played it 2 times so far this split.
I will say Jace jungle I think is still good. I think the pros overreacted a little bit to the nerfs.
Oh yeah, it's only very small now.
Yeah, I think that he's been... Maybe when we get to the best of 3s, we'll see him come back. Which we are very close to, by the way.
We are
2
2
more weeks of best of 1s, then we're into the best of 3s.
I do think the Jace might be getting nerfed again on 26.3.
Well, if that happens, then he's probably...
I'm not 100% sure. I don't tend to look at patch notes too much before we actually play on them, because otherwise I get distracted and confused. Pantheon is the second pick, though Yike having some agency in the early game, and Vitality going to immediately locking Knuckos, because Sante into the top side to try and deal with that Rumble threat. When you get the Koenig Rukun, becomes a lot harder for the Rumble to do too much. It might be a Jace here for Vitality.
They've been teasing us a little bit.
Yeah.
Bit of Jace action, perhaps. Will we get to see it? Waiting for the timer to count down. Will it be a lock-in?
Oh, it is.
Okay, Jace jungle. Just as we discussed about it, it looks like that it's going to be back. Now the question is it Cassio or is it Taliyah? What are your bets? What are your gambles?
Into the Rise with a Jason Cassante, I think Cassio kind of rises a little bit higher, right?
I think Taliyah's better into Jace, though.
That is true.
When does a Cassio ever hit a Jace?
Yeah, but you got Pantheon and Rumble to hit the Jace.
That's true.
I think you go Cassio and you look for a Braum to deal with some of the Jace poke.
Ooh, but then their engage is pretty much only Pantheon.
You could get an engage AD carry.
Varus is banned.
Ah, yes.
Yeah,
okay.
see? I feel like, isn't Alistair the
I mean, Alistair's solid as well, yeah. I like Braum into Jace because you put an Unbreakable up and he's like, oh, accelerated Shock Blast. And you're like, ha.
I think Vitality is thinking about Corki or Ezreal. Now, that might be a bold prediction, I know.
In this meta of AD carries?
Meta, I know.
Corki or Ezreal?
But one would surmise that Vitality desires more poke.
Yeah.
So they need a champion that can do the poking.
Yeah, and Corki or Ezreal would fit into that. I wonder if Kazi gets any sort of leeway with it being his birthday today.
Ooh,
do you think he
happy
gets to
birthday,
say, hey, Pad, I would like to play Corki on my
I don't think he
birthday.
gets to do that at all, no.
I mean, he gets to do it, whether or not it actually has any
yeah,
impact
it's one
on
of those things
the end result.
where it's like, I'm picking the champion. You can tell me not to, but I press lock in, so,
We've got to go Vayne. Kaiser and Bard, the bans away here from either team. Bard against Busio, no real surprises there. We saw it banned for a lot of worlds against the
His Leona's kind of lit, though. He's the only one playing it in the LEC.
Yeah, it's
I know
solid.
you're a big Leona fan, too. I feel like it's been a nice addition to the LEC. I like seeing some Leona back in pro play.
I don't think it's great into Vitality's comp so far, though.
Yeah, they are a bunch of fast boys.
Yeah, and even then, like, you get onto a Cassante, he's like, who cares? I have enough CC and like,
they might be
CC
going
mitigation.
Braum. They might be doing it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Braum on the side of KC. But with the Bard banned away, we'll see where Vitality go for their final ban. Both teams have picked their top side, so you don't want to pinch the pool too much in either direction. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that Vitality would really want to get away.
Are they scared of Caitlyn?
Caitlyn Karma and just pushing bot.
Well, I don't think they'll go Karma with it, because again, I think they need a little bit more engage. I was thinking that Casey would be thinking about Alistair, but how sad is Alistair? I guess it depends what Vitality go. If they do, in fact, go for Corki, I think Alistair is kind of, well, it's going to suck, I feel.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to do it anyway.
I mean, Busio is a very good Alistair as well.
Sure.
So you can interrupt the Valkyrie if you play it well. He can, if
But it's
Kazi
more,
plays it well,
I'm
he
mainly
can
just thinking about, like,
Valkyrie away.
I'm at Dragon.
Yes.
Right? I want to approach Dragon. I'm Alistair. I'm face checking. I'm face checking into Jace, Rise, probably Corki.
Yeah, but if you're on the Dragon first,
yeah, then I'm getting poked by Jace Corki.
you press your R key and you get 65% damage
Yeah, and then
mitigation.
they run away, wait for your
yes,
auto
and then
off.
you get the Drake and you walk away.
I mean, sure, yeah,
that's kind of the
what
idea,
Lebrov
right?
did last time. There's that Ezreal.
Oh, great prediction.
I know,
Benny.
right?
Wow.
First Ezreal of the split for Kazi. Oh, they're making it way worse. Okay. Right, so remind me now, how happy is Alistair into this much poke?
Yeah, he's not having a great time, I'm going to be honest. Busio, obviously very good at the champ, obviously a very good player.
What
but
about
into that much
Sivir?
poke,
Is it a Sivir angle?
Sivir gives you the on the hunt for the movement speed increase on the Alistair. It means you can get the miasma down quicker as well. I don't mind Sivir here. I still think you lack a bit of engage and you are going to get poked. You now have the spell shield to avoid some of that, as the Sivir herself, and to avoid some of the poke in the lane. The risk is you've got the chain's focus resolve from Karma, which is if the Alistair goes in, it's really hard for the Alistair to get out. Like,
Well, I
really
think,
tricky in that bot lane.
you know how we always talk about Kennen, and Kennen needs flash?
Yeah.
I feel like this is one of those games for Alistair where it's like, if he's got flash, he's got plays.
Sure.
But I think it ultimately comes back to this idea behind Pantheon being the linchpin behind this comp. You have to just, whatever target he stuns, you kill him.
Yeah.
You get that target out first, and you play around the fact that you're 4v5.
And you have strength in the early game, right? You've got Rumble, who
you
does a ton of
absolutely
damage. Sivir, although we always used to talk about this, like 300 CS, 500 CS Sivir, you need 5 items. You don't need that much anymore. You have okay push with Ricochet, and Boomerang Blade can do a lot of work. Alice's base numbers are okay for the 2v2 as well. Cassio, if she can put some Twin Fangs in, can really do some work. So, like, Casey have enough damage to play through picks in the early game. The concern is, if it's an even game or if Vitality are slightly ahead going into mid-game, it is going to be really hard for KC to actually regain control of an area through the amount of poke that Vitality can put down.
I mean, here's the other factor. Here's the intangible.
Okay.
You know, you're getting the hype music. We're getting into game. 5th game of the day.
That's
exciting stuff.
All of that was tangible.
Right. Now, the intangible. Vitality. Let's think of them as a brand.
Yes.
Historically, would you associate patience with this brand?
No.
Would you associate calm demeanor?
No.
Would you associate, hey, let's just poke them for a little bit and then slowly chip them off the objective?
It's the least Vitality thing I've ever heard, buddy.
Right. It's also Kazi, okay? I mean, he's probably one of the most 80 carries I think I've ever cast in my career.
One of the most 80 carries.
Aggressive, I meant to say.
Yeah.
I meant to say.
Chuck that one in there.
Yeah. So, again, like, of
It's
course.
also his birthday.
Happy birthday, Kazi. We're not going to sing.
He gets 2 hats.
Wow. That's 'cause he's had 2 birthdays and a few more.
Yes.
So
Just a couple. I mean, really, we all only have one birthday.
favorite champ for the birthday boy. Is it his favorite champ? I mean, I'll happily trust chat.
Yeah. Chat would never lie.
No.
So yeah, this is what happens to Kalista and Busio early on. Now,
Absolutely.
they are doing the wise thing. Walk away
Absolutely.
Hide behind the minion wave. Yep. Let the minion wave get poked. You don't need to be poked, you're an Alistair.
Yeah.
The only poke that happens to an Alistair is when it's get put onto a skewer after it's chopped up, you know?
Absolutely. Because that happens to all the Alistairs.
All the
You
Alistairs,
implied that
yeah.
there was plural.
I'm pretty... Didn't the Minotaur get poked at some point in Greek mythology?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right. To be honest, you are the mythology guy of the two of us.
Not really anymore. I haven't played enough Hades recently to claim that
That's
crown.
fair.
You know?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Just like how I get all of my ancient history from Assassin's Creed games.
Hey, they use those to remap like architectural
I heard that
buildings
was false.
and such. Oh, I thought it was true.
Fake
I have no
news.
idea, man. Like,
but one of the most
I trust
disappointing-
me. I'd never lie.
One of the funniest things that I've completely off topic. Wait. hang on
As
a
opposed to
second.
what we've been talking
Whoa,
about
whoa,
so
whoa,
far.
hang on. I feel like
Busio's going in. There's a boomerang back. We talked about the poke. Back.
Yeah, so you know how gamers have gamer moments?
Yes.
Right? So I actually went to see that very famous cathedral in Paris.
Oh, yes, Notre Dame.
Yeah, Notre Dame. And I entered it. Beautiful.
Mhm.
The first thing I said, I was there with some other casters, and I said, wow, it looks like it does in the game. What I meant was like, I'm so impressed by how accurate the game was. Definitely not how it came out.
Heals coming out from either side in the bot lane as the trading continues. There was a weird mantra in a flame from Fleshy that kind of went under the Alistair, but in the end, maybe an elevation thing just didn't quite connect. Kazi should be able to get the push in as Humanoid walks away from Yahoo in that mid lane. Yike is pathing towards the top side. He lost his bot side Crab. He knows he has more players on this top side, so can play for that top side scuttle.
Keep my eye on those supports now making their move on the map. Resets come through a little bit late from Fleshy as they wanted to make sure that wave was underneath the tower, but already Busio is hovering around mid lane. Now, for those that didn't keep close tracks from FlyQuest last year, Busio was heavily credited to massive early game impact. And it was specifically from plays like this. And again, like this play specifically is not that novel. Many supports, level 4, level 5 first base, often roam towards mid, pushing out the wave. That's not super uncommon. But when you think about Inspired as a player, he was someone that was very like focused on himself. Efficient clears, making sure that he's in the right place at the right time. And so if someone like a lane needed fixing, that was kind of Busio's responsibility. He's the guy that would come along, help you get that push out, provide that cover. Maybe you just need a ward just so that you can try and fight your lane opponent. And he's someone that provided a lot of that. And I think that he's looking to try and provide that level of early game control to Casey as well. And already helping out Yahoo in this mid lane matchup, getting some very good damage down alongside Yahoo onto the rise. Fleshy here, of course, trying to match that. We'll see if Busio then immediately looks for a roam towards bot, knowing he can get there before Fleshy looks. For now, he still wants to provide this cover in the middle lane.
I think people sometimes forget about the triumphant roar from Alistair. When those minions around you die, you give a little bit of a heal to yourself and to an ally. And you can see you can trade some of your health. You can go in, headbutt pulverize, fall down to half HP, and then just stand around some minions, heal up your teammates and yourself, and walk very happily back down towards the bottom side.
We didn't talk about it, but that Phaser sure makes a lot of sense into ranged matchups, right? Just because, I mean, the Aftershock, while it can still be useful, also we saw the Unsealed Spellbook last game, but I guess he's deciding, no, I want this extra bit of movement speed, considering how much mobility is on the side of Vitality.
You need to be able to get on top of them. Trample coming out. There's the focus resolve. We'll get the root. Shock blast coming out as well, and Busio doesn't have that unbreakable will yet. Kazi flashing forward, lands the Mystic Shot, dodges away from the boomerang and the spit. And first blood goes over to the birthday boy.
That, it certainly does. Great way for him to start this game off. This is what you want to be seeing when you're running the Ezreal Karma. So much lane dominance, so much lane push. You want to be punishing every play that the Alistair tries to make, and they do just that. 600 gold lead already being developed for Kazi. Ezreal in a fantastic position here in the early game. Dragon likely going to be the next objective. No reason not to start that one off.
It looks like it. Do you have a moment for a joke, Betty, do you think?
I
Do you
love
see it
jokes,
happening on the map?
absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
So Darth Vader is talking to his son, Luke Skywalker. He says, Luke, I know what you got for your birthday. Okay. Luke's like, no, how do you know what I've got for my birthday? As Yahoo is falling low, but Busio's here to cover. It's like, how do you know? How do you know? Darth Vader's like, I have felt your presence.
Took me a second.
Realm warp up towards Kana as Humanoid's going back room prison. Nucko standing across the wall. Kana's going to flash. Lynx is there flashing for the follow-up, and Kana has not a leg to stand on. Grand Starfall in, knocked back from Linsus. Yike should be able to chase down his enemy number here and gets a kill in response.
Good ulti from Yike. Punishes the play from Vitality. Ends up just being a 1-for-1. I think Busio and Yahoo also looked for a play in the middle lane. They don't actually convert it into a kill. That's Flashy now trying to keep Busio around. Can Humanoid follow up? Doesn't look like it. He just wants to grab that minion wave. Okay, so bloodshed here. 6 minutes into the game, back and forth. Vitality, we did talk about it. They're not a team that likes to play particularly slowly. Already doing their best to find some action on the map. 2 assists for Linsus. Nice gank in the bot lane, nice gank in the top lane. Getting a kill on Takana makes it that much easier for Naknaka with his magic resistance to just be a happy camper in that top side of the rift.
And about 1.2k lead for Vitality through this early game. Sitting on Humanoid in mid and Kazi in the bot lane. And when Humanoid gets ahead, we do tend to see Vitality winning, or at least when they win, he's ahead. Whether it's a correlation or causation thing, who knows? Same amount of isolated deaths per game, whether they win or they lose,
yeah,
though.
So the thing about wins-losses stats, right, they can always be a little bit deceptive. Mainly because, you know, if you're losing, naturally your stats are going to look worse. That makes sense. But what surprises me and what impresses me is like the amount of deaths that he has in his wins and losses, very consistent. He's either trading his life for those kills and assists, or he's not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well, no, he's always trading his life.
Yeah, he's always trading his life. Sometimes he's not getting
It's not a very good trade. It's not a very good trade. But you can see in his wins and losses, he is doing good damage in every single game that he plays. And so after basically being benched by Fnatic, making his triumphant return on Vitality, he's looking to make a name for himself. And one thing I can tell you for sure is his presence and his impact is being felt regardless of wins or losses. Just sometimes in the losses, he doesn't quite get the kills that he's looking for compared to his wins.
See them setting up towards this bottom side right now. Does have the Rod of Ages in the, not Rod of Ages, just the Catalyst for now in the tier, so stacking up those items on the rise, as to be expected. Actualizer, the third item buy we most commonly see, has a huge spike on Rise. The ability to empower your mana, spend more of it, but do more damage when you're already stacking mana, and it scales off how much mana you've stacked. Very strong on this champion.
I like to think of it as the Kaioken. Did you ever watch Dragon Ball Abridged?
Oh, I thought it was a Barbie reference. No, I never watched What's Kaioken, mate?
It's from the first Dragon Ball, and there's a really funny moment in the Abridged series.
Oh, good flash.
Where Vegeta and Goku are fighting, and basically he goes Kaioken, and Vegeta goes, haha, I've dealt with that before, and then Goku goes times 10, and he goes times what, and then gets immediately punched in the face. Beautiful, beautiful use of the Abridged series. Very entertaining stuff. Anyway, that's what I think of. Basically, you go Kaioken every time you activate the Actualizer because your power exponentially increases for a short burst of time.
Just for the math nerds, we know it's not exponential. Vedi just likes that word.
Yes, yes. Actually, well, goes up and then it curves out. That's what exponential means, right?
No.
What word am I thinking of then? So it begins with E. It's not exceptional. There's a word there where it's
Humano's going to get caught, Vedi. Let's stop with the word games. Uses the ghost to try and get away. Stunned up with the shield vault. Is able to escape. Yeah.
Talked about it in the draft. Vitality at the fast
exponential is a curve that the slope gets steeper.
See, that's what I mean.
No, but you said it goes up.
It's like a spike, though.
You said it plateaus.
Yeah, it
doesn't plateau.
But exponentially goes from low and then up.
Yeah, like really quickly.
Right? Yeah, see, I am using it in the right context then. Because that's what Actualizer does.
But no, Actualizer doesn't exponentially. We're not going to get into it. It's not an exponential increase. Betty and I have these discussions very often.
You get more damage really fast. I think I'm right on this one. That's okay, Medic. It's all good.
Okay.
See, because now the game
tweet at Vedius.
No, stop telling people to tweet at me.
Hey, Drake 4KC.
You've got to X at me.
They're doing what they can to get something back in this game. They lost the 3 grubs earlier on, and Vitality still have that small lead that they developed in the early game. 1.5k. We saw a similar lead from KCB in the last game versus G2.
That's true.
However, KC's comp a little bit more reminiscent of what KCB were playing in that game, as they have got these pick tools available to them. They do scale up well as well. Cassio and Sivir do a lot of damage as the game goes on. Focus Resolve's going to get the route onto Kalist, but we'll follow up, and with Kazi being low on mana, I expect we'll see him returning to base to pick up some items from Boris.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing about the comps, right? Like, Vitality have a lot of range, which is the biggest thing we talked about in the draft. But KC have a lot of scaling themselves, as you were just alluding to. The fact that Cassio, I mean, an incredibly powerful late game DPS mage, and Sivir provides so much wave clear and damage as Yahoo gets slowed up.
Does have the flash miasma down, burns the flash as well to get away. Wisely, that focus resolved. If it had connected, would have led to an easy shock blast follow-up.
Yeah, I thought that he wouldn't flash to try and bait Humanoid in, because you still have the ulti, right?
Yeah,
and
true.
Your jungler is right behind you, but instead he chooses to play safe. I see top lane.
Grand Star fall out. Nako trying to escape here. The Equalizer down, slowing him up. He's going to Pathmaker away, but Yike puts a spear in his back and secures the kill. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Busio and Kalista getting zoned away from their tower. Going to lose waves to this. Not really much they can do.
Nice cross map from Vitality. They don't lose too much off the back of this. Yes, okay, they do give a kill over, but the plates that Kazi is securing, an extra bit of gold injected into the Ezreal. 1.3k gold lead, Trinity Force all finished up. Tier quickly stacking for Kazi. Birthday Boy has to be feeling pretty happy about how things are going in the bot lane 2 versus 2 for now.
Must be over the moon with the early lead that he's been able to develop on his second most played across the course of his career. 56% win rate on it over about 60. Well, this is his 60th game. And we'll see how much of an effect he can have as the game goes on.
One could say that for every kill he gets, his happiness exponentially increases. One could say that.
Hey, production, do we have Dracos on standby? Because I refuse to work with this man. Because he's injured, he thinks he can get away with stuff like this.
Ooh, look, tower plates. Humanoid. How many tower plates are we going to get?
Petrifying Gaze doesn't hit Humanoid. That is the most reminiscent I've ever had to when I can't remember who was casting, but the screen cuts to mid lane, and they just go, and in the mid lane, farming minions. It's just like, ooh, look, tower plates.
Ooh, look, supports mid lane.
Busio going in, Unbreakable Will coming out as well as Yike looks for the spear. They get the stun onto Flashy. Good knockback from Linsters, stopping the shield fall in from Yike. Meanwhile, the Twin Fangs from Yahoo will chunk out Linsters. True Shot Barrage going to clip Busio. Takes him down to about 400 HP, but should be able to walk away from there. Go back to greener pastures as Nako trading onto Kana here, who is overheated. Now gets the ability to cast spells back. Flashes away from the Q3.
Nako doing some work, even though he just got killed thanks to a gank happening in the top side of the map. Mid lane is where all of the fighting is happening right now. No kills go either way. The damage traded is pretty even, but it's just advantage being gained by Vitality in the side lanes. Nako pushing that wave under the tower. In the bot lane, Kazi continuing to push. I don't think he was able to get another plate off the... Actually, he may have been able to get another plate.
Hard to tell.
Yeah.
Hard to tell.
He is down to 2 now. In any case...
Oh, it is, yeah.
He is a very strong Ezreal, and Nako has a lot of magic resistance. So we are getting ready for the Herald and the Dragon spawning relatively soon. The question is, do Vitality care about the next Dragon, or instead are they more interested in breaking open these towers? Because remember, playing around these neutrals, like the way Vitality's comp works, it's not, I say traditional in the sense that how a lot of LEC teams play is group, press R, fight, right?
Yeah.
You have to be patient. You've got to leverage your mobility, your poke, and you have to land the poke. That's the really important part. Having control over a space, whether you're second to the objective or first, kind of changes your approach. But if you're second in the objective, you ideally want them to start it, because then both the dragon and you are hitting them.
Yeah.
However, if you're first on the objective, you've got to be very careful about how you play that one, because it only takes a single Alistar flank for the entire fight to go the way of KC. So patience and awareness is very, very important.
I feel like for Vitality, they are interested about fighting this. Fleshy fashion forward onto Yahoo. True Shot Barrage coming over the top. As Humanoid looks for damage. Petrifying Gaze doesn't hit onto anyone, but Yike dives onto that Karma to try and take her out of the fight. Aegis Assault needs another auto, misses the spear. Can't get in range. Gets another, but Fleshy heals up with the Mantra Focus Resolve. A renewal for Karma. Tops up her HP. Vitality come out with 2 kills.
Nice plays from Vitality. They knew that Yahoo still had no flash available. They get a quick collapse. They don't convert it into the Dragon, though.
Rift Herald, a couple of pings coming out onto it. Maybe from KC actually saying maybe they're doing this. We'll have another look at this because it's Ezreal, it's Kazi moving that really helps out the rest of this fight.
Yeah, Flashy, he needed to flash there. I really like the fact that he did it because it guaranteed both the slow into the root connect. Yike then just doesn't connect that Q. Nice sidestep from Fleshy.
I said it was Ezreal, he did nothing.
Yes, he shows up, stole a
True
kill.
Shot Barrage was good and the kill steal at the end was good, but the Sivir wasn't there, which did mean a slight number.
Fleshy really did all the work.
Yeah, he really did. That was great from Fleshy.
That was one of those support does all the work and everyone's like, well done, AD carry.
Yeah, it's, you know, Fleshy's cooked all the meals for Kazi's birthday party and Kazi's getting all the credit, you know? That's what's happened. No,
nice
really
last
well
hit
played
there,
by Fleshy. Often we see Karma's really struggle in the LEC. It doesn't have as much impact as you want it to. I like the Mikhail's first purchase as well to get out of that initial bit of CC. If you're dodging a Petrifying Gaze, you can
Yeah, I mean, you're basically
someone
just
out of it.
making it even harder for KC to lock someone down. We talked about how for Pantheon, what does he want? You stun a target, everyone piles onto the target, we immediately kill the target. Well, you land that stun, you're immediately going to get cleansed.
Oh, Fleshy.
Yeah. Well, okay. He did use the Mikhails. Yep.
Wolfpack is out in force.
Yep.
Yeah, so
anyway, top lane.
Kana. Caught out here as Nuka goes in with the Pathmaker. We'll get that root and the stun as Kana has no avenue to get out. Nuka tanks the tower. Vitality find a good cross map.
Yeah, very nice tower dive. Ends up being a 1-for-1 overall.
Oh, Busio died as well.
Busio also died. So it was a 2-for-1. Thank you, observers.
Linsis and Kazi just teamed up.
Maybe we'll get a
2-for-1 and a tower.
Maybe we'll get like a. Oh, we're just gonna get a full replay. Let's find out.
So Busio goes in.
Okay.
And then he walks into a. Okay, yeah.
Yep. That is a. So remember in draft we talked about. So when you face check on the Alistair, who are you face checking into? Surprise!
It's the Jace
It's
with
hammer time.
opportunity and unblade.
I'm
touch
dead.
this.
Yeah. So anyway, Herald was secured by Vitality. Plates now picked up by Vitality in the bot side of the map as well. Things going all the way of Vitality. You know, every week I sit there and think, yep, I found it. I found the best team in the LEC without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
And every time I come into a situation where I'm like, now we're going to see why they're the best team in the LEC, this happens.
Yeah, so best of ones. That's all, like...
actually, Medic, I think we can draw significant conclusions from single games.
Okay.
Where the LEC's been doing it for years. Okay.
I think we bring back best of twos. I always love ties. You know?
Don't tease me with a tie time. I don't know where that was going.
No.
I was thinking like ties, you know, like the tie. I was thinking of the tie joke.
Leave the jokes to professionals, Veddy.
Yeah, you're right.
I understand humor.
Yeah. You really, the audience went wild with your whole Star Wars one.
The Darth Vader one, yeah,
ago.
hilarious. Man. I've got another one. When they kill Busio, it's a Frisian kill.
I don't get
You
that
don't
one.
know types of cows, that's the problem.
Yeah, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was a prerequisite to the joke.
Frisian is a type of cow. You know the white ones with black spots?
I'm just...
called Frisians.
Do you know Gwen? You knew what I was going to do.
You think I don't know Gwen, did I ask? You think I don't know that, mate? On the LEC stage, you tried to get me with a Gwen,
I mean, it's been
did
so
I ask?
long, I thought that maybe you would have forgotten. Well, almost had you.
Yeah, very close.
Come on, Yike. Stun someone.
He's going to stun Kazi. Jumps in, gets the stun. Arcane shift away. Flashes as well to escape the Busio knock-up. Realm Warp coming in as Vitality look for the fight. What? True shot. Oh, Busio, a sliver of HP. Not a Frisian, that kill. Busio's able to escape. Edifying Gaze is going to land here onto Humanoid, but you just don't have the damage to work your way through him.
He literally had no vision of the brush. He knew he walked in there, but once he did, he couldn't see him. Wow. So what surprised me the most was Busio on his engage. It lost more HP than Kazi did. You're seeing how difficult it is for KC to really engage onto this comp. And to their credit, Vitality are playing an incredibly patient and clean game. They are leveraging their range very well. They are punishing the plays that KC try to make. And they're holding on to now a 4K gold lead. Another Adder Tower falls on the bot side of the map. And just impressive stuff against currently the first place team in the LEC.
A level lead for Humanoid in mid lane as well. Has had his Rod of Ages fully stacked, so we'll give him one level for that. But even then, about a level ahead of Yahoo. Busio is looking up towards this top side. Realm Warp not available for Humanoid, but does have Flash and Ghost, and still has a tower there. KC yet to take more than 3 plates off any of these towers. Next Drake in 50 seconds time. You can see Flashy and Kazi gaining control of that bot side a little bit. 2 items on Kazi and on Humanoid. They're very strong. Matched by Callisto. Although he is 1.3k behind, has got himself an Infinity Edge and an Essence Reaver, and Ricochet will start to do a little bit of work. You can see Nuka realizing that has built himself up some armor. He needs to be that frontline. He needs to be that tank. He's really, for a lot of the fight, probably the only one really getting hit by that Sivir.
Yeah, I'm worried for how Callisto will actually get in range to hit anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. But again, a single fight could change the entire landscape. And here comes the next dragon, third of the game.
Realm Warp behind Yike. Shock Blast in, they go for Yahoo. Humanoid puts the damage down with the Overload. There's a True Shot Barrage coming out as well. Humanoid is so damn fast right now as Linsus looks for it. Naku going on to Busio as well, who does have that Unbreakable Will. Pops it too late though, as he goes pop. Vitality find a pick, and KC have to walk away.
I mean, Vitality are playing this game very well simply by not creating 5v5s. They just find a target, collapse on them, and to be honest, the amount of damage that they got onto Yahoo, I was a little bit worried that they were overextending, chasing him down, because once you've got that damage down, you should feel pretty good. You can just go back to your objective. But then they converted it into a pick onto Busio, and now the TP, another pick, set their sights onto Kana.
Kana has Flash and TP here. Yike will see Naku walking away. Teleport out from Kana. Flash forward into the all-out. Now Naku drags the Rumble back. And now even with the equalizer down, Kazi should be able to survive this. Linsus takes the kill. Is that Baron for Vitality? They're running up towards it. Realm Warp available for Humanoid in about a third of its time up, but Vitality won't pull the trigger on the big purple worm.
Kazi a little bit too low to run the risk of doing that, and they do want his damage at the Baron, so they instead choose to not take anything more, the very safe approach. Vitality, again, they've been very inconsistent so far this split. They are at that 3-3 scoreline, but to have this level of performance against KC, again, a composition like this is something that many LEC teams traditionally are not very good at. It's easy for teams in our region to get sucked into the 5v5. They overchase for kills, they overforce plays, but again, Vitality really demonstrating their experience here. They're playing calmly, they're playing with range, they're chipping away at KC's HP, they're only committing to the fight when they know they've basically won it already. And they constantly have these side lanes pushed in. Earlier in the game, it was Naku and Kazi, with Humanoid mainly working with his support jungle to chip away at the mid lane HP. But now they've moved both solo laners into the side lanes to keep this push going. And items continue to come through. So very impressive stuff from Vitality in this game.
I'm personally a big fan of what Vitality are doing right now. Partly because it's pretty good League of Legends. Secondly, because I'm pretty sure them winning this game continues us on the road towards a possible 7-way tie for second place. Now, I haven't done all the maths on it, and we'll keep you informed about it, but we do love our ties, Veddy.
That we do. You mentioned that earlier with my terrible joke.
I just wanted to remind you of it, I'll be honest.
Thank you.
As Kazi clears out the mid wave, who was able to get a bit of push towards top, but Flashy and Kazi control over here right now. Linsus walking in, stealing away a blue, I believe, which is going to be given over to Naku. At least the secondary part of that buff. And KC really not able to find too much, as they do manage to catch out Fleshy, who was a little bit over eager in walking up the river. Fleshy with the renewal, heals himself up, and I mean, that's a support with the Mikhails and the Kindle Gem, able to tank up Yikes, basically full combo.
Yeah, I mean, Karma's an annoying champion to lock down. A single stun from Pantheon definitely not going to be enough, even if the damage started to look good. Hey, look at the bright side. Got the heal out from Flashy. Hey, that's something.
Yeah.
But aside from that, really, just look at that minimap. It's just push absolutely everywhere. Top lane constantly gets pushed in by the Ryze. Mid lane's constantly being pushed in by the Ezreal. And then you've got, well, you've got Naku here. He's like, nope, this is my bot lane.
All out away from the equalizer. Naku just going to walk away from this. Grand Starfall coming in from Yike and Wise. Wise from Naku, respecting the fact that there was backup for KC.
Absolutely, yeah, because in my head, I'm like, why isn't he chasing this down? And that's the difference right there. He knows that there are 5 champions in the game, not 1.
There are actually 10 champions in the game.
Okay, that's technically correct. He's only playing against 5 of them. Okay, you know that's what I meant. You know that's what I meant. You're being sassy now. You think you're clever because you understand the English language better than I do. But no, I was correct on that one. GG, noob. Anyway, back to game. Bottom top continuing to be pushed in. Vitality yet to start off the Baron. You might be asking, why?
That is exactly what I'm asking.
The simple answer, that's how they throw the game.
True.
Because there's like, think of it this way. Hey everyone, let's group up at the objective that reduces all of our resistances against an Alistair Pantheon. Also, we'd be grouping up in a small space, allowing for their limited engage tools to potentially engage. Which, you know, not a great idea. So instead, again, Vitality playing patient. Who is this Vitality, and what have we...
Oh my god, Kazi!
Okay.
That's the on the hunt use. Realm Warp
check
came out
his
as well.
PC. Check his PC. Right now. My goodness.
And that's all you need to do.
It's
to be
a
able to get a tower.
deathless humanoid game.
And the
Bring the
deathless
stats back up. Bring
Okay,
the
yeah, I
stats
got it, I
back
got
up.
it. So this is not just like how much he, this is just how much he dies.
Yeah, isolated deaths per game, 1.7.
So he has an average of 4 deaths per game, 2 of which are isolated.
Yes.
Ish.
Yes. And go back to live.
Oh, sorry, I have to
Yeah,
press
no,
buttons.
no. 0. I'm checking. Is he still on the stage? Yeah, he's there, man.
And he's been in a side lane a lot as well.
I mean, Vitality's looking
Oh,
clean. They're
TP
going for a
behind.
fight.
Humanoid stepping forward here. Busio trying to get a knockback, but Mikhail's on the Humanoid. He's just going to cleanse it away. Naknako now has the flank, and Kalist doesn't have a leg to stand on, nor does the Cow. 2 more to add to the first in the fight for Vitality. They'll take 3. Kana and Yehu, the only 2 left standing. I'm going to turn their attentions towards the Infernal Drake, maybe trying to sneak one. Dodge away from Naknako on the Petrifying Gaze. Was blind. Yehu around the corner. Now the chase continues. Cassio with her swift march boots a little bit quicker than Cassio. Of times past, but does have to flash away.
I'm going to say it. This is a beautiful game of League from Vitality.
Okay, last time we praised someone on Vitality, they immediately died.
I'm sticking to my. I'm sticking to it. I mean, just look at this collapse. So it's 3 versus 3 in the mid lane. A quick TP from Naknako. They see the members on the side lane, and even though the TP comes through from Yehu, it's just way too late. The damage from Humanoid is huge. Naknako on the flank isolates Kalist. And wow, what an impressive performance from Vitality. We talked about how so far this split, they have been very inconsistent. But wow, I guess this showcases the potential that this roster does have to have this level of play against KC.
Kazi just missed the cannon, so
yeah,
take it all back.
Yeah,
take it all back.
My bad.
It has been sublime, really, to watch from Vitality so far. And for KC, they've been found wanting. Unable to find the picks they wanted in the early game, now unable to really find any way back into this matchup. Humanoid has the Realm Warp, he's in mid. Has that actualizer completed, had it for the previous fight, which is why we saw Yike just disintegrate in front of them. Yike, he's posturing for a Starfall. The question is, will it be grand, or will it be not so much? Busio looking for a flank, spotted out by Fleshy. The tower already down to a single plate, and now down to the ground. Busio still looking to see, perhaps, if he can find a way onto that back line, but Naknako, new Busio is in the area, gets the flash out of the Alistar, and with Vitality pushing through 2 waves, it looks like Humanoid is now going to be sent down towards bot lane. Is it Linsus going mid, or is he just stealing away jungle camps?
Looks like he is moving over to mid lane. I mean, it looks like Humanoid wants blue buff. I mean, I can't blame him. The man loves his mana. But slow and steady does, in fact, seem to win the race here for Vitality, as KC, I mean, what have they really done this game? You know, we talked about it in draft about how difficult it might be for them to really close that gap. But they just haven't been able to find it. Nice sidestep there from Naknako. Even if they did find that engage, I don't know if it meant much. Kazi's taking some damage though. Here we go.
On the hunt, Grand Starfall, they're looking for Fleshy. Gets the Mikhails. He puffered it beautifully to get out of the shield vault. Crucial barrage coming out from Kazi. He's just going to chip KC as they retreat. Fleshy is having a worldie, Betty.
Oh, he certainly is. I mean, it is an insanely impressive game from Vitality. They cleanly disengaged from the fight the second that KC tried to overforce. Like, KC, understandably, getting desperate at this point. Vitality's right at the entrance to their base. They have to try and do something, and what they do just isn't enough. And Vitality, they're not getting impatient. They know they have the lead, because what's very easy to do in this situation is, oh, well, there's no objectives on the map, so let's just keep pushing.
Yeah.
But if you do that, that's how you leave yourself open to getting picked. So they're not doing that. They're just pushing waves and then leaving. Like, I mean, you can see Lince is still clearing through his jungle because they don't need to overforce anything. All they need to be ready for is the dragon spawning in 2 minutes' time. That's going to be Soul. If KC doesn't come and contest them, you thought the poke was bad before.
Oh,
well, the poke
Soul.
is going to make it so much worse now. So, yeah, like, just keep doing exactly what you're doing. Of course, for the viewers, it does mean it's a bit of a slower game. But for Vitality, this is a very meaningful demonstration because it showcases what this team is capable of when they execute well upon their game plan.
And you did ask, what have KC done this game? And I don't think it's for lack of trying a lot of the time.
Yeah.
I think KC have tried to be proactive, trying to find picks, as we just saw in the mid lane. Vitality have just been uncharacteristically respectful and patient and have backed away exactly when they need to. We even saw it on the Nako play towards the bottom lane. He's winning the fight against Kana, and he's like, no, I'm good. Now we see the poke coming out from Vitality in the mid lane. True Shot Barrage going to go across. Spell Shield from Kalist. Still takes a chunk of change damage there from Kazi. Meanwhile, Yike is pushing out bot lane. They're looking for an objective bounty on that tower. Vitality go in. Flash forward. Petrifying Gaze coming out as well as Kazi dodges away from Busio, who's already down to half HP. Now Knuckles needs to get out of here. Dodges across the wall. Still no reset from Yike. Does have that Grand Starfall. So Vitality went in looking for the fight. TP now. Humanoid's going to turn it on Kana. Uses the stopwatch to buy a second Grand Starfall in. Humanoid still healthy enough. Flash away from Flashy. Yike going forward, has that GA, but it's chipped away at once again. The GA just bought, immediately ruined by Vitality. Busio goes in, an arcane chip from Kazi. He's untouchable on this Ezreal. Finds himself a double, Realm Warp onto the backline. Lince's going to kick off in the fight, gets the double. Yahoo! Yeah, no. It seems the focus resolve is going to land. Flesh is just going to chase out the Cassio. Dodging away from the Noxious Blast. Linces dives in. A Petrifying Gaze from Yahoo will get him. 1.1k. As Fleshy can continue to chase the Cassio. The rest of Vitality pushing in for the win. Nako TP's forward. Yahoo gets a double at the end. But his Nexus is forfeit. Beautiful from Vitality. Busio running out here, trying to get onto Kazi. Will knock him away. But the Nexus is already done. A single auto from Humanoids enough to claim the cherry on the top of an incredible cake for Vitality.
A deathless game for Humanoid, a deathless game for Kazi. Impressive stuff from the two key carries. I mean, domination from start to finish. They executed their composition beautifully. Played with patience, played with their range. They didn't give KC any opportunity to find any fight that they were looking for. I mean, really, really impressive stuff from Vitality.
And you can vote for one of them in your player of the game. Votes Linces, Humanoid, or Fleshy are your options. I just, you know, I wonder
I really
if we'll
think
see.
Fleshy deserves it for this one.
I think Fleshy too,
Yeah,
I agree.
I think it was probably, I mean, I don't remember every single game perfectly.
It was really
It has to have been one of his best games of this play
really
for sure.
Really good from Fleshy.
So
perhaps we'll see exponential improvement for Vitality from here
we
on
will.
out. I mean, if they have exponential improvement, they're winning Worlds this year, Betty. That's
And
how exponential.
I like that timeline. Love that
They're
timeline.
also like winning the Football World Cup and winning the Olympics and just somehow
things
winning
looking
everything.
up for Vitality
They really
this
are.
year.
They really
but I
are.
mean, it really is important to recognize that KC dropping to 5 and 2, right? It
Yep.
is yeah. So it just makes the standings that much more interesting. But enough from us. Let's go here from the birthday boy himself.
Happy birthday, first of all. Can everyone say happy birthday?
Thank you, thank you.
How does it feel to be old?
Sorry?
How does it feel to be older?
How the best birthday is going?
How does it feel to be... Oh,
Oh, sorry, I don't hear you. Oh,
wow! Aw.
wow.
You know what? You can make a wish.
This is like what I wished for my birthday. Because I
Really?
usually lose.
Yeah, that makes sense. But now that you're older, do you think you're also wiser?
No, I'm washed.
How are you going to deal with that?
I mean, let's see, you know, right now we are here with Humanoid, the second retirement home kind of, you know, we are the old people here like SK. So maybe like we have 1 more year, 2 more years in us.
Okay. I mean, you had one more game in you. That was pretty good. So tell us the changes from last week to this week.
I mean, there is no real change. I think we are pretty good. It's just BO1, you know, so like you can't really tell how good a team is from BO1. Like you see KC were first place, now they just got stomped, so.
Humble King. I appreciate that. But when it comes to having a birthday wish, when it comes to expectations for the rest of LEC Versus, do you have any?
Like ours or overall?
Yours.
Ours? I mean, for the LEC Versus, like top 3.
Okay.
Top 3 right now, like, and if Humanoid sleeps well, maybe top 1. Let's see.
Okay. I hope so too. Thank you so much for the interview. Once again, happy
Thank you.
birthday. Congratulations on that. We're going to be heading over to the desk, I believe. So, oh, never mind. It's a break. So we'll be back with the break after the break. Bye.
It do be like that.
Doobie doobie da ba da ba. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Maddie's got
Boom, boom, boom. Do be da ba da ba. Whatever.
EP here, Yoke will see Nako walking away. Teleport out from Kana. Flash forward into the all-out. Now Nako drags the Rumble back. And now even with the equalizer down cards, he should be able to survive.
Ooh, lucky. Ooh la la. Papa pizzeria, mamma mia.
Damn it. Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Welcome back to LEC Versus for the last best of one of the day. It's going to be MCORs versus Los Ratones. And guys, I would like to readjust expectations given how the day went. Sure, G2 won. Vitality upset against KC. I'm starting to believe in the stocks you put right this morning, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean,
honestly,
it's a day of upsets.
Yeah.
I think like that G2 win was pretty fraudulent, right? Like KCB kind of should have won that one.
Surely.
And KC losing as well. Anything can happen. The circle of suck have already shown us that anybody can beat anybody.
I agree that anything can happen, but let's not correlate all these.
Anything can happen, but not this. How does that make any sense?
No, hold on. I'm just saying, don't pretend like this is suddenly likely because like G2 almost lost to KCB. Those two things are unrelated. There's
That
no
is
like
how it
crazy butterfly effect.
I don't know. I
thing
think
happening
that banana peel has been laid up and it's ready to be slipped on.
There's bananas all over the stage right now. That
Oh
has
my
been the
gosh.
theme of the day. But rolling back a bit and thinking about Los Ratons last week, they were doomed, completely doomed, and then they managed to clutch 2 wins back to back. What the hell was that?
I think it's pretty obvious. It's Nemesis. Production beat me to the punch. You pull up the graphic. This man is a one-man army. His stats are incredible. His damage has been good. They give him all of the money. They give him all of the creeps. And look, it pays off. Are there an occasional like good play, good initiation from someone else? Yes, absolutely. But this man is really putting the team on his back.
I mean, Baus on the Gragas in that team fight we just saw
Yeah.
right there did a ton of work, but the player that's allowing Los Ratones to find all these angles and actually be in the game, and the only one that's actually not kind of getting stomped in lane has been Nemesis.
Oh, wow.
And he's playing like a shad.
Shout out to the fans, to the Los Ratons fans, and for all the amazing artwork that we've seen. But yes, he is the man of the hour here for Los Ratons. Thank you. You can applaud yourself. That's amazing. And he's coming in today in a really interesting mid lane matchup, especially going up against Jojo Pyun. That's what I have my eyes on.
Tough competition.
This is kind of where we got to come back down to earth, because Jojo Pyun is looking like the best laning mid laner in our league. And like, don't get me wrong, he has some oopsies, but so many of Los Ratones' games are these miraculous comebacks from behind, and we've seen Koi throw, don't get me wrong. But against Jojo Pyun, if he can build a lead just like he has in so many other matchups, I just don't know if they're going to get the chance. This guy's a terror.
I mean, it's true, it's a tough challenge for Los Ratones, but if there's a team to weather the storm and then make a comeback happen, it's Los Ratones.
Okay, I'm sorry. What planet do you live on right now?
Okay.
Let's take it down. Can we take it down?
Why not?
Los Ratones, they made a miraculous comeback. But miraculous. Miracle. Like, Lightning's not going to strike 3 times consecutively.
Have you seen MKoi throw? They're nearly Shifters 2.0.
You know who strikes 5 times consecutively? Every top laner against Baus, because that's right, he got solo killed every game so far, and I'm not even throwing shade. He said it himself on social media. Are we going for the perfect? And is Mirvin the next one on the line here? Because Baus doing whatever he can, doing the best he can here in the league, and honestly, we said it, his Gragas was pretty clutch. But knowing Mirvin, knowing the type of champions that this psychopath on the top lane likes to play, I'm wondering how much fun he's going to have today in this
I've
matchup.
never heard a greater caster crush opportunity in my life. This guy's getting Cassante. He's being stuck in a tank matchup. Nothing is going to happen. But I hope there's some insanity. Because, look, this should be another super explosive matchup. I think if Los Ratones have recognized, like, Boss is going to go 10-0 or 0-10. Yes, we've entirely seen the 0-10s thus far. And yes, it does feel like anytime you play against Los Ratones, you will be getting a solo kill for free. It hasn't, but they've won 2 games despite that. And so if he has a champ like Gragas where he can impact in the late game, I feel like there's always a chance. That said, I do hope that this is an opportunity for Mirwin to remind us that, yes, he's good on the tanks. He's been solid in the lane. I want to see those crazy carry performances.
I don't think we're seeing that in the best of ones. I think we're going to see Rumble or Cassante. Will Baus still get solo killed? Probably, as is classic tradition at this point. But then they're going to weather the storm.
Oh, God, Jack.
Given the way the day played out today, we've talked about Nemesis and how he's the shining line for the Los Ratons. What are the stonks here? If you're a Los Ratons fan, going up against Movistar Core, they lost last week against GX. But it's supposed to be a different team, and we know the caliber of this team. They're sitting on top of the standings right now, so...
I mean,
are they going to make the miracle run?
The one thing that I see for Los Ratones that's the hard part is like the way Giant won, and the best way I think to beat MKoi, which is how Shifters won as well, is to stomp bot lane. And I don't think that Crowny and Reckless, while they're willing to play like a ranged support and try to bully bot, I don't think they have that firepower to them. I'd love for them to prove me wrong, but I think the game is going to be very stable and nice for Supa and Alvaro, in which case they're going to have a lot more impact. And punishing Jojo is so much more difficult than MKOI's bot lane.
I agree. I think if you're a Los Ratones fan, you just keep doing what you've been doing, which is praying that You Say Run syncs up when the team fight starts so you can clip it out and that moment matches everything you want. And then when it doesn't, you reset the song, wait for the next team fight and pray one more time that your anime music is going to kick in and Boss is going to save the day.
I think it's the biggest challenge that Los Ratons are going to have to this date, because MKOI, earlier this split, boom, the biggest goal lead we've seen since 2018, 20k goal lead, where Los Ratons thrives is to come back from deficits. if they manage to get themselves in this situation and actually come back, for me, that's the peak.
The game plan is to go down 20k and then come back from the biggest goal deficit ever.
You know what? I want to know what Mirvin thinks about this and actually about the top lane matchup, because right now Ginny is standing by with him. Take it away, please.
Yeah, I'm in a bit of an unfamiliar spot, but I have Mirren here. You're going up against Los Ratone. So my question to you is, what are you going to do to the boss today?
Honestly, today I think it's going to be a pretty chill day. I'm just going to let my ball into the work, most rock and roll in the game. I'm just going to chill in top, into Baus, Messi of League, famous for being the GOAT. So yeah, I mean, pretty unbalanced matchup. I'm just a top laner. Yeah.
Okay. You're just a top laner. Thank you so much. We're going to be heading over to our casters. So guys, take it away.
Okay? Yeah. So we have some new casters.
Yeah.
Hello.
Kazi and Humanoid.
Hey.
Nice to meet everyone.
Take
Nice
it away.
to meet you. Okay, so I mean, today we are gonna see Los Ratones against MKOI. What do you think about this matchup?
I think this matchup is heavily favored for the MKOI, but you know, the Baus effect and the Baus in law, it could prove the haters wrong.
Yeah, I mean, as long as MKOI bans Sion, I think it's gonna be fine. But well, the important part is how is the bot lane gonna go today?
Well, I think that if Crowny gets Caitlyn, it could be actually even. If he finally stopped picking Corki, you know, this champ is a bait.
Are you having troubles against his Caitlyn
Yes.
in scrims, in
Yes,
practice?
his Caitlyn is very powerful, so I think they should focus on playing the Caitlyn. And yeah, we are in draft. Wow.
Wow.
So the viewers don't see the draft until it's on the big screen in front of you guys.
well,
Let's go. Let's go.
We could have warned you.
Spoiler
We could have
alert, we are
warned
in
you.
draft.
Yeah.
Damn, great intro for us, guys. Okay, so we know exactly what to look for. So why is everyone banning Sion against Baus? Tell us.
I mean, he's just an OTP, you know. I mean, his Sion is legendary. Everyone knows his Sion. He's the best Sion on the planet. So, I mean, you have to ban it, kind of. See, you can see the first ban coming in, as always.
Well, they can't just yet, but they...
Oh, you can't see it yet, but we can see it.
Yeah.
We have extra information. So
So
yeah.
if you were going to ban in this game, what would you say your first 3 bans would be, you know?
I mean, the Ryze for sure, because Nemesis is the best Ryze in LEC right now. By far.
Yeah, I actually like the ban so far. I think the Ryze, I mean, Nemesis has been spamming Ryze non-stop, kinda. So yeah, the Sion kind of has to come in. Jace is pretty OP on the patch as well, so I kind of like these bans so far.
Okay, okay.
I agree.
Any other AD characters, does Yunara need to be banned now, or do you not really care about it in this matchup?
I mean, I think they're probably willing to do the Yunara Corki trade again. I don't think it's that good for Corki anymore, but let's see, you know. I can't predict.
You say any more, what's changed with Corki that you think has made
I think
it?
it's just Europe as a region, you know. Like
Okay.
usually, I think Corki is like 50-50 Yunara internationally, but in Europe, Yunara is just winning most of the
So
games
if you
because-
suck, then Yunara is better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just quickly look up Kazi's win rate with Corki.
Azir first pick.
So Azir is first picked. Are either of you surprised at all? Okay,
Unexpected.
yeah,
Maybe like Riot
so-
Games can do something about this champ not being OP for like 6 years straight, but we'll see.
Talia maybe from Nemesis?
It's gonna be a Talia or Orianna, I guess. Maybe he wants to like go spicy and pull out an Aurelion Sol, but of course it's the Orianna. We have never seen this matchup before in mid lane, so I don't know how it's gonna go.
Is it Jarvan as well next to it? Would you blind pick Jarvan this early?
Honestly, I don't really like Jarvan into Azir, so I wouldn't, but it is a strong champion, so I'm not really sure.
What was that? Was that sound effect?
I mean, I was like Corki Caitlyn, you know, it's...
So what is it about Crowny's Caitlyn that is so good? Like, what does he do that other AD carries don't do? We don't see every AD carry picking it. Why is Crowny so good?
I mean, I think Crownshot's biggest strength is like winning lane, you know? Because I don't think he can really play like scaling ADCs or like passive ADCs. I think he's really good when it comes to Caitlyn and when it was Zeri Lulu meta, when he would like power farm and be really aggressive with the ults. That was his cup of tea. So I think it just suits him, you know? And I think with Reckless really likes range champs, and with Caitlyn, range champs are good.
Yeah.
So I just think it's good for them.
That makes sense. It's going to be Jarvan locked in for MKOI to match in the jungle, and now they are hovering over Teemo and Singed, which I doubt they will pick instead Cassante. Another sort of top lane, you talked about the Azir-Orianna matchup, Humanoid. Cassante into another tank is kind of, or into a rumble or something, it's kind of just what we always see in top lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is why people like the fearless best of series, right? So that this doesn't happen every single game, but it is best of one, so it's bound to happen. But Cassante at least is a fun champ to watch, I guess, and it's relatively new Poppy, I'm not sure about that one. I mean, if I play Azir into Poppy, I'm really happy, but...
It's Baus Poppy.
Yeah.
Oh, well then,
it's top
I mean,
Poppy now.
then, I mean, he's gonna go full AD Poppy, so... Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, but we'll see,
But Baus Poppy is actually unironically like really good. I think like his Gragas, Sion and Poppy are kind of good.
No. Oh, okay. I mean, someone's speaking on a lot more confidence on Baus. Do you play against Baus a lot in solo queue?
Yeah, I'm fearing him, you know, whenever I play against him. Like he's everywhere, in every bush. I have to be very aware of his movement on the map.
But it's also, do you guys know, like, Reckless, would you expect Reckless to ever play a Poppy support as well? Could that ever be flexed to bot lane?
I don't think so. I think Reckless has been doing well with like the Namis and the Lulus or Braum. That's like, I think his main champions right now. So I would expect him to pick one of those.
So with the amount of engage that Koi have, I mean, mainly from the Jarvan, are you expecting like more engage to come through, or when you see a Poppy, how does the game plan change, especially for you in bot lane, Kazu?
I mean, for Poppy, I mean, just don't pick... I mean, if you pick dashes, it's fine. Like, if you have dash on everyone, Poppy can't block everything, you know?
Of course.
So it's actually fine. It's actually fine. Just pick something like... I mean, I'm not sure. Like,
I would pick like a scaling hyper carry right now into Poppy. Because this guy is... Like, Poppy is just kind of a frontline tank with not much mobility. So
Jinx Aphelios, something
yeah,
like
yeah. Aphelios kind of OP in this patch as well, so...
Yeah, for sure. The thing is, like, most of the picks that are good into Poppy are kind of not that good into Caitlyn except for Aphelios.
Ah,
so
I see. But things like Nautilus, is that something you'd consider into this comp with what Koi has drafted?
I mean, let me see. I'm not sure.
You mean for
like,
for Lost
I
Returns?
am not the draft god.
That's fair
I'm just a player.
You mean for Lost Returns or?
No, I was thinking for Koi mainly, because I always like, even if Poppy is top lane, I'm thinking about, okay, well, I need something that can play into the long range of Kate. I need something that can follow up on the Jarvan. Alistar would be my immediate instinct, but I imagine that if you pick Alistar blind into Caitlyn, you're going to be extremely depressed.
Yeah.
Because you literally just made an Alistar extremely depressed. So I feel like, okay, you can't go Alistar, so what's the safest support you could blind? It would either be Nautilus or Leona. But now I'm seeing a Mundo, and now I'm like, well, actually, I have no idea what support I can play.
Yeah.
Maybe Braum.
I think the big problem is if you pick something like Nautilus here, you go Braum on 5 for Lost Returns, and then you're not having a good time at all as the Nautilus, right? If you ever go in, you're just instantly CC'd.
I mean, if they go Ezreal Karma here, it could be actually pretty good for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think blinding a melee support here with like Caitlyn being picked and then having counter pick support, it's gonna be rough. So yeah, they go with the Karma.
Well, they learned from the best, didn't they?
Yeah.
Ezreal Karma, you know?
That's, yeah, they just copy our strategy.
I mean, is there a chance that maybe Koi and Vitality scrimmed this week, maybe? Who knows?
We didn't.
Oh, okay,
actually
well, there
did
we
not.
go.
I mean, I'm just gonna say it's not the most inventive
I mean, that's
strategy in the
true.
history of
That
esports.
is fair.
So there is the Nami. You talked about the range for Reckless. Having a look at the team comps and the lanes in specific, is there anything that really stands out to you two?
I mean, this draft is exactly what I would expect from Los Ratons. Like, they played Nami before, Caitlyn before, Poppy Baus. Everything's the usual. I just didn't really expect the Ezreal Karma from MKOI, but it's quite good in this draft, so...
I mean, you are right that I would also expect their draft, but I think the draft is pretty bad from Lost Ratons, since
Why?
they just kind of have 0 engage. They have just no CC on pretty much anyone, like only CC is Poppy E. And then if you play against a no CC team comp, it's kind of easy to play usually, so you usually want at least some engage. And here they just get also kind of outranged by Ezreal Karma and they have no engage, so unless Dr. Mundo just gets fed, which happens usually actually, then he can just run at the enemy, then it's going to be a hard game.
Do you think, though, that LR actually have winning lanes? Because I think Orianna can get push and control against Zia, and I think Caitlyn Nami can also play into the Ezreal Karma, no?
Yeah, Orianna wins lane early game, but then starts losing once like level 9 comes, I think. And bot lane, I don't know, I'm not the bot laner, so you take it away.
For bot lane, Ezreal Karma should have the upper hand early on. Like with levels, Caitlyn Nami can contest more and more, but I think this... if I was Ezreal Karma, I would be pretty happy playing this matchup. I think it's like low-key one-sided.
Oh, really?
Low-key one-sided. Okay, so what are we looking for? Like, how do they play it to make it one-sided? What are you doing as the Ezreal Karma in this lane?
I mean, the only way... I mean, it's even really hard for Mundo to actually gank this lane, so they just need to like have good reset timers and get control of the lane level 1. Like, the most important part about this lane is just level 1, how you play around the bushes. And also, like, if Mantra lands, if Karma hits spells, you know. It can also happen... Okay, you see good...
It's over.
Yeah, it's over.
Caitlyn cute.
Lane's doomed. If you guys watch on the right monitor, you're about 10 seconds ahead.
Oh, it's 5.
Oh, 5 seconds ahead. So maybe the middle monitor
this one is the stream one.
This is what we usually cast off.
Okay.
So Benny likes to be ahead so he can predict stuff.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. No, do this.
No. Okay, that's... well, I'm caught.
Yeah, I guess the bot lane matchup is going to be the most important, as always, in the early game.
So far, Caitlyn hit both isolated Qs on the Ezreal. Okay, here it's coming. They are playing with the bushes, but there is a ward, and I don't know if they know about it. Oh.
Good dodge from Alvaro. 0-3 all time on the Karma is Alvaro.
Is he 0-3 so far?
All time. So he lost at MSI 2025, lost in Spring Playoffs 25, and in Superliga in 23.
Champ is not for everyone. That's for sure.
I mean, Flashy had a great performance on it. Lane, maybe not so much, but out of lane, he had a really good time, Flashy.
Yeah, I mean, he's Roman, you know, he leaves me on bot. We are just chilling 1v1 with Kalist.
So do you guys, I mean, do you guys still call for jungle stuff, or is these days just junglers do their own thing?
I mean, junglers do their own thing, but usually our jungler is just farming, so...
I mean, I think usually you give suggestions, and then the jungler decides if he's going to do it or not.
Fair enough. That's a very respectful way of talking to a jungler. I like it.
Alvaro was spotted as he came around for this invade. He has Alvaro moving from bot side, level 2, and Super's moving across as well, so it should be an easy enough red steal.
I mean, let's see.
Yeah, I mean, here comes the bot lane prio that just makes the game diff, I guess. Maybe that's why you don't pick Nami.
But it's fine. It's gonna be like once she gets mandate, she's gonna pay off the tax.
Mandate's such a strong item if you can get it early on. Also, you don't need boots really. You don't need level 2 boots on the Nami. You get movement speed from all of your skills, so you can just get that, rush that, instead of if you're playing a tank or something, you want like Murkies or something along those lines. Jojo actually getting the push in mid. A little bit surprising there, Humanoid.
Yeah, I mean, usually Orianna should win early game, so not sure what happened there, but I guess if you miss one QW with Orion, then it's gonna be hard. But he's probably just gonna be fine. He will just push this way from base. But Azir winning early is kind of good for Azir. Yeah.
But isn't also Jojo also just a super aggressive mid lane player to play against?
Yeah, he's for sure really good in lane.
Well, yeah, taking this Grom is kind of huge for him.
Yeah, evens out the camp disadvantage that was on.
Oh, and he's
and he can actually play for steal. And Mundo wins 50-50 usually, so let's see.
Here we go.
Well, he's actually smoothing.
That was a very early smite.
And now he's cooked.
Now he has to flash. Now Ro's here with the renewal. Oh
no.
I mean, it doesn't matter that Yo-Yo fell flash. He
I
still
feel like
gets
this
first
happens.
blood.
It
And
happens as well every time, no?
yeah. And we have a pause.
It was a back.
It was okay, wait.
Okay.
Can we get a replay, please?
Have you guys ever paused a game when you knew it wasn't really a bug, but you were like, that could have been a bug?
No, I actually hate every time someone pauses the game.
Okay.
I wouldn't pause even if I know it's a bug, usually.
Really?
That explains the 3-3 record, I guess.
Oh,
4-3 now. 4-3. My mistake.
I mean, I won LEC because of bug post.
Really?
Was that the Akshan one?
Yeah, the Akshan one. When we beat G2 in the VO5, Akshan was just flying all over the map.
I remember.
And then, we
so
prepared
abusing bugs in LEC.
We prepared for the team fight and we just stopped them in that fight. Easy.
Weren't you in that team?
No, he wasn't there.
Oh, no, I was. I was out.
He was getting stomped back then.
Wow, I love this relationship. I'm glad that you two can just be open and honest with each other. It's healthy.
Yeah, it's even better now that we live together.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. It just brings us closer, you know. Then
I know,
can be more open.
Well, thankfully the game is starting again.
I saw some of your tweets in the off-season.
My tweets? I tweeted something? What did I tweet?
I can't say it on board.
Probably you didn't remember.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah, I don't remember, probably.
Well, now that the awkward tension has passed,
Yeah, we got it right. Back into the game.
Can we observers? If we can get a replay of that last play, I'd really love to get some super in-depth breakdown from our two professional players here to help us understand how even the greatest of us can make mistakes, right?
Yes,
That's true.
yes.
Wow, you just say and it happens.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at this. So of course the smite comes down a little bit early, and so now Valia, as you highlighted, in a bit of trouble, Kazi.
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue is like the smite. Mundo usually wins, you know, but he kind of mistimed his spells with like the damage and everything. And then I guess Elia was like a little bit panicked, so...
I mean, to be honest, he just dies no matter what, even if he smites the blue buff, but at least he gets a blue buff, I guess.
Oh, so you think that the play basically had
Yeah,
no...
I mean, from what I saw, then the Ezreal Karma just moved on him, and Azir also had Prio, so...
So basically, he should have just been happy with the Gromp that he got.
Yeah.
And could have walked out.
I mean, I also didn't see what his bot lane was doing. They could have maybe hard pushed. I don't know if it...
Maybe it was bot lane fault, we don't know,
Yeah,
because I
we don't
wasn't
know.
paying attention, but...
Probably bot lane fault.
Yeah, I mean, let's blame bot lane that one.
Can
valid.
blame-
Oh,
no. Not
And
in
that's
the
a,
all-in.
that's a tilter.
Yeah, Jojo engaging on Nemesis with Alioya and Alvaro there to back him up. You see Alioya smirking in the camera. Obviously frustrating to have another pause going on, but it looks like Velia is maybe having a couple of issues on stage. The referee is behind him right now, so we'll see exactly what happens. And how we go, Baus waving across to the other side. Not really much happening
I mean,
in the top
spoiler
lane.
alert, like, Orianna is probably dead, because Jojo Pin is just gonna flash after his flash now, and then he's gonna die.
Yeah, but Jojo is level 5.
He is 6.
And,
He's 6. He just got 6.
He's 6? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was
it's,
looking at the overlay and on the
Oh,
top. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's 6.
But is this a mind game? Like, because surely Nemesis only has to react to the ult, no?
Well, he kind of, like, Jojo Pin doesn't have to ult, so he can just wait for his flash, and then flash after him, probably.
okay,
so.
okay.
I mean, because he has Jarvan coming in.
Unless,
and
I
he's
mean,
got Karma, right?
No,
I don't know. I think if everything is played correctly, then he dies, but we'll see.
There is no way.
With the pause, I'm sure they
I
will all play
disagree.
it well
Oh, you're
because
going
they
on
can talk about
opposite
it.
sides?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I think Orianna is fine. If he's good, he's just gonna wait for the Azir. W himself, run.
But
He
he's
has
slowed.
phase rush.
He's gonna
Nobody
be
has
slowed.
phase rush. He auto WQ.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you that he's dead. You wanna bet?
Let's bet.
How much?
Shave the head.
No, no.
We can't bet money on the LEC.
You're not getting that
50
content.
cookies.
Oh, okay. We can't actually.
Yeah.
50 cookies.
50 cookies is fine. You can bet 50 cookies. No problem. Yeah.
50 cookies.
Do you have to eat them if you lose, or do you have to buy them? If
Buy
you,
them.
You have to buy them for the other person if you lose.
But I don't want cookies.
Well, you'll get cookies.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, you can put a different thing up for the bet.
Yes, you can make a
Humanoid.
different suggestion.
Okay, I want steak.
Okay.
Okay, so Kazi has to buy Humanoid 50 steaks.
Yeah.
And Humanoid has to buy Kazi 50 cookies.
Good trade,
Yeah?
good trade for
Valid?
me.
Yeah, nice. Okay. We are just still in this pause, obviously. We'll tell you guys as soon as we get information as to exactly what's happening, what is happening. But I assume league officials are just making sure that everything is working fine. I will say, like, it's not often we have players in a pause.
Yeah.
But I feel like we're going to ask you a couple more questions, then let you guys go. Because
Yeah,
keeping
okay.
you
So
for until 10 minutes in the
That's
game,
true,
we don't know
yes.
how long that's going to
Normally,
be.
that's a great. Normally, we only keep the players for 10 minutes, and you guys have now been here for a while.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's fine. Like, it's getting
Yeah?
us closer.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, we are networking
but you
here.
guys
I
do
don't
have
want to
a-
get beaten up by
I
Pad
was
when
gonna
he
say-
says you kept our players up really late.
You do have a pro
You know?
game tomorrow, no?
Yes.
You guys still have a game to play?
Oh, it's,
That's
we will
alright.
win.
It's
don't worry.
already
You
proven.
win.
We will win. It's GX. No big deal.
It's only GX.
Okay.
The team above you in the standings.
They are just lucky.
Oh, yes.
They're
Okay.
just
I mean,
lucky.
a couple of the wins have been a little bit fortunate.
Okay,
After that,
okay.
you play G2, right, on Sunday? How are you feeling
I mean,
about that?
another free win.
Another thing. You
Oh,
saw what they were doing in KC.
I did
Blue
see that.
Stars.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
here.
That's okay. Well, let's get into these questions so that we can actually let you go and not get in trouble. So, based on what you've seen so far, has anything shifted your perspective? Because originally you said you think Koi has the better draft and they should win. Has anything about what you've seen so far changed your opinion?
I mean, no.
No?
No, I think the draft is pretty hard winning.
Okay.
Especially as an Azir player playing into Poppy and Mundo, that's very easy to play. And he's just really strong against just full tanks that don't have like any way to get on him. So, yeah.
If LR are to win, how do they do it, Kazi?
Ready, play is about to resume. We need to see if Nemesis dies.
Yeah, we'll see if he dies and then we can let
Yeah,
them
then
go.
we'll let them go. I think we're going to
mean-
get back into the game.
Well,
Well, I guess
no, he didn't flash.
that's 50 stakes for me.
50 stakes for Humanoid, and Nemesis didn't flash. Therefore, Kazi was kind of right, because he could have just
I
flashed
mean, he could
in
have flashed,
response.
yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, Jojo Pin could have just flashed after him, so I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah.
I guess he knew he was just not going to flash, or I don't know.
Reckless did use his flash in the bot lane to escape the clutches of Alva and Alioya.
Oh, that's a good trade.
Okay, Kazi. If LR is to win this game, how do they do it?
I don't see.
And on that note, Kazi and Humanoid go. I'm going to mute your mic. Betty's going to mute your mic. Humanoid, you guys take off your headsets. Thanks so much for joining us. Alioya getting caught out by Velio, who's chasing him down. But they don't have the damage. Velio now down to 300 HP. He's super trying to put some damage into his back. Thank you so much, guys. It was a pleasure. Have a good one. Enjoy the stakes, Humanoid. And everyone escapes on the bot side.
Okay. So we got a lot there.
How much of it applicable to League of Legends?
That's a great
Who
question.
knows?
That was something, for sure. But we're going to focus back in on the game because, as our two pro players did help highlight for us, this early game is not looking good for LR.
Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle.
The impact that Elyoya is already having on the map, you can really feel. He went from punishing the Valiant invade into a mid gank, into a bot gank. He got flash from Reckless, barrier gone for Crowny, and pretty much there's a lead everywhere outside of Crowny, who has that small gold lead now in the individual matchup.
Yeah, has been able to out-farm Super so far. Super has been moving around a lot. For Lost Returns, it is the start of a relatively difficult run in the LEC as well, or at least in LEC Versus, as they have MKOI today, then G2, then Na'Vi, then SK, then Vitality. Need to be picking up a couple of wins, at least, you feel, out of those remaining 5 games if they are going to make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this matchup, it was always going to be a difficult one, right? Because KOI, to me, they do feel like the best performing LEC, unless it's on a Monday, in which case things do happen to change. But overall, what we've been seeing from KOI, especially in their laning phase, has been super strong. But perhaps that is the magic as Baus.
That's the keeper's verdict. Will knock Mirwin away. Yeets him to the tri-bush, but Mirwin very happy to walk back. Baus was low, doesn't have teleport either, so we'll just have to use the home guards to get back into the slam.
Oh, Mirwin actually going for a fast push, I guess, because of the situation with the TP. But that was actually pushing towards him. I thought he might actually leave it come towards him. Regardless, he will get that wave underneath the tower. But yeah, it's not an easy schedule ahead of LR. But again, they are a team that has a habit of falling behind early and then making those miraculous comebacks.
Yeah.
So we'll say the game isn't over until it's over. Roots will force the flash out from Crowny.
Yeah.
He knows that he's in a lot of danger there.
Actually, really well played from Alvaro. Uses the heal super early just for the movement speed boost to get in range for that focus resolve, and then positions himself in a way that even the 90 caliber net doesn't get Crowny out of range of the focus resolve tether.
I was going to say the wave was in a very awkward spot. Alvaro, though, no flash.
Hide away from Reckless. Alvaro still only level 5. Elyoya trying to join the fight here, but Alvaro falling low, and Auto almost taking down Crowny. Will help Velia get the kill, but Velia now falls to Super.
I think that's worth it for KOI. They've now gotten a kill onto Super, handed him a double buff as well, which means he's going to be even happier just solo farming in that bottom lane. He's going to drop his ultimate to quickly push out the wave as much as he can. I think that what LR tried to do there was punish the, I say punish, but it was an awkward wave state, basically. Yeah. That wave was basically slow pushing towards KOI's tower, and so they needed Valia there to help get that push out and escort Crowny and Reckless into the lane. And they do successfully get that push out, but then they see an opportunity to convert it into a kill. So here, again, they're just pushing out this wave. Alvaro oversteps, they know he doesn't have flash, and they think, hey, maybe we can get a quick kill here. Crowny doesn't quite have the damage. Nice net into auto just isn't enough, and then Velia has to force the overcommit, and at which point he's guaranteed to trade his life for his opponents. But ultimately, the fact that Super got that kill, I think, was a net win for KOI.
It gets him up towards that first Triforce spike as well. A little bit more of an expensive AD carry item. We're going to rush that as quickly as possible. We'll see an exchange of grubs for the Drake. As MKOI have control over this bottom side, Elyoya can just walk in and start up that Hextech Drake, while Velia will get himself the grubs, farming up well on this Mundo. You can see he's got about a 3-camp lead over Elyoya. Mundo does just farm really well, really effectively in the jungle. And later on, we do have that Mundo-Orianna combo. You know, the flash shockwave that we have seen a few times.
Sure, I'd say that that's like a well-known historical combo.
Yeah, but it's one we've seen a few times. G2 kind of brought it out at Worlds last year. We saw Lost Returns use it last week.
Yes, we did.
And so it's a combo that, although perhaps not as famous as some of the others, still deserves respect, Freddy.
I saw I Will Dominate judging whether or not Mundo was using the W to hide the shockwave.
Deliberately hide it, yeah.
Yes, and then after further review, he decided that no, that wasn't not the case, just a happy coincidence.
I mean, maybe Velia will use it this time to hide the shockwave.
Perhaps he will. We'll have to wait and see.
That defib. Crowny and Reckless's recalls were stopped by a True Shot Barrage, and they will come back out as Super pulling the wave here slightly. I think with the True Shot Barrage hitting the minions, this wave is still going to push in slowly. Super, you
can feel how painful it is to this bot lane.
Yeah.
They just know they can't overstep. Like, I'll quickly bring up the minimap, and you can just look at these wards. Just the sheer control that they have over the bot side of the map just makes things really uncomfortable, and they know their jungler has to path top so that he can get his camps.
because if Mundo just sits there and helps them lane, then you know what Elyoya is going to do? He's going to invade your top camps, and he's going to take your farm. He's going to play with his top side, and the bot lane is not going to get punished, because as Kazi highlighted for us earlier, it's a very difficult bot lane to gank. So really, things are just quickly... I know it doesn't feel like it, but they're really snowballing the way of Koi.
Reckless has gone to Timbuktu here. Crowley left on his lonesome underneath the tower. Is going to get healed up. Tidal Wave coming out as well, and it's really well played by Lost Ratones. With Nemesis TPing in, it's Reckless that gets the shutdown, but LR getting a kill on the board.
Yeah, an unfortunate outcome, but ultimately a much-needed play. Good teleport from Nemesis. They basically keep Elyoya chain CC'd. He did not have the tower aggro, but it didn't matter. They had enough damage to secure that kill, and so he ends up getting punished for it. They're going to keep Nemesis now in the bottom lane so that he can at the very least get some farm, but they know now he needs to base. Caitlyn was originally making their way towards the middle lane. Now they're going to back off. Super, if you interrupt that base, that
would have been huge, but...
Looks like he's going to be fine, but more plates secured for Jojo. He has an 850 gold lead in mid, a 20 CS lead. And like that, playing for the team, Nemesis, good job, but the individual sacrifice that he's had to make now is really going to hurt.
Yeah, usually when you see something like that, you see the AD carry move back towards the mid lane on their reset, comes back out to bot with Velia catching the wave in mid instead.
But the quests.
Yeah.
The quests make things like that much harder in the early game. And you can see on the right-hand side, Koi, 4 out of the 5 players already completed that quest now.
Yeah, those little lane icons underneath the Koi or LR banner shows you how many have got them. Crowley just finishing up his. And Elyoya looking towards the mid lane as Nemesis is just going to be safe under his tower for now.
But we didn't explain it earlier because obviously it was LR that got that kill. But Koi really just stacking the pressure on bot lane. Their game plan is so clear, just attack, attack, attack the bot lane. Jojo is guaranteeing push in the 1v1. Meowin is also doing very good in the top lane, kind of winning out on these trades. And in the bot lane, they're just repeatedly either denying them farm, given the state of the wave, or they're saying, Elyoya, just come, just threaten, just be here, just act as a presence to make them really uncomfortable. And you can see, I mean, huge credit to Growney for keeping the farm as close as he's been able to, because it's just been non-stop aggression from the MKOI side. And now they're really using the poke.
Super Arcane shifting forward as Elyoya tries to steal away the red. I believe it's Velia that actually was able to get that for himself. Sitting with the double buffs right now. Yeah, Elyoya has no buff, so he's going to go back into his own jungle. It did give Super a little bit of time to chip away at the tower and at Crowley's health bar, but Crowley's topped up now. Imperial Mandate complete alongside the Dream Catcher for Reckless. Let's get him to a relatively strong spot and buffs Crowley a lot in these extended fights if they do happen. Super here's going to have to shift. Ace in the hole is going to hit his back. He dodges the briefcase. Ebb and flow from Reckless gives Velia a little bit more movement speed, but Super underneath the tower should be safe as houses, as the next briefcase will not connect.
Ulti going to be used to thin out that wave. Velia doing what he can to just help push that out. Elyoya, I mean, he could be considering a top lane invade right now. I'll keep my eyes on what he's up to on the minimap, what direction he decides to go to, but look at his movement right now. Moves into the river, might just be threatening a mid lane play. I mean, he did see that ward.
Knew he was spotted on vision, but seems like they want to play down towards the bottom side of the river anyway, so it's like, well, there's no point. Well, no point clearing out that. Dragon's coming up in 20 seconds, so let's go and play around that. Make sure we're stacking these up, so at about the 25-minute mark, we can be playing for that soul.
I mean, Dragons definitely seems to be the focus from Koi. Quest now completed across the board means that a lot more movement is going to be happening, but LR really stacking up as 4 as they try to gain some access into the river. That gives Koi quick advantage to push out mid and push out bot. Velia's trying to deny Jojo from getting access to the river. Good damage comes through.
Yeah, Crowley has the IE complete.
Bounce is now here. Quick base from Meowin. This means that LR has position to contest this.
They should just be able to take this. There is a TP coming in from MKOI as they look for that flank position. Jojo has a TP too, as Super has to ward off Nemesis. But there's the shotgun. Crucial Barrage. He's going to clip onto Nemesis as Super falls low, gets the barrier out. Dragon going over to LR. Now Jojo TPing in, looking for that Emperor's Divide. Jumps in. Reckless flashes it. There's a wall between Baus, Crowley, and Velia. But with the tidal wave coming out, Jojo has to flash over it. Baus with a knockback onto the Azir, and Lost Ratones equalize the kill score at 3-3.
I mean, LR, they're playing very well. It all started, remember, with that chunk onto Jojo.
they, instead of trying to control the waves, pushed out mid, forced Jojo out, and then Nemesis finds this fantastic flank to basically remove Super from the fight. He has to back away because of a very deep TP from Mirwin, and then Jojo doesn't find anyone. A good flash from Reckless, a nice sidestep from Crowny. The ulti from Reckless is good as well. Koi, they just can't get any of the combos that they want. With the Zia gone, their damage disappears.
Oh, they smoked this shit.
Just don't have damage at all.
I mean, he really did smurf that. His subtle sidestep, very subtle, to dodge away from the Azir ulti. That gold lead, remember, it was 2,000 the way of Koi, and now a couple of small mistakes. Starting with that dive on the bot side, handing that kill, it did go to Reckless. It was unfortunate for LR, but ultimately they did get that kill. And then they find another one around the river fight. So now the gold lead, like, it's within touching distance of one another. That doesn't remove the composition that we talked about with both Humanoid and Kazi. They did mention how Koi does have the advantage compositionally, but in the state of the game right now, things very even.
17 minutes in. LR actually with a slight lead if you look at neutrals with the 3 grubs earlier on. Shockwave onto Jojo. Does have the Emperor's Divide, and Nemesis falls low, but Velia's on his way across, and Jojo has to run. No flash on him. He goes forward instead. Nemesis flashes away, and Jojo... Oh, no, Jojo. He's just done for. Tries to get the damage to Velia, who just swipes him away. Stonks for Lost Returns as Elioya and Super going to try and take the Rift out here. Bounce with the knockback. Elioya buffering the Flag and Dragon, then flashing forward. Bounce! No way, it's Bowson's Law! How'd you get there? How?
In the face of the best jungler in the LEC, Bao says, nah, I'd win. He just yoinks the Herald out from underneath him. Smite included, doesn't matter. The bot tower's going as well.
Lost Returns got first tower of the game through bots.
They are swinging the momentum quickly. Koi, though, they're going to try and answer back. They get the mid tower. This is the magic that LR have shown time and time again. Not quite the goal deficit that they were in against Shifters, but they've definitely been able to stabilize this game.
And they've got 1,000 gold lead, Vetti. Have the Rift Herald on Baus. He can put down that eye and get himself some plates. Hasn't had any control of that top side so far. You can see 2 plates to 5 in MKoi's favor.
I was about to say, look at bot lane. Very scary situation for Nemesis. The wave isn't in a great spot, but Alvaro's going to be chunked out of his own jungle.
Deadman's plate stacking up as well. Alvaro's going to try and flash away, but another briefcase to his back. Oh, just going wide. Now Jojo can open up a little bit, but only a Hexacoordinator and an Ash's Tooth. That's a summoner out of Alvaro. Revelia didn't burn anything.
Looks like Jojo's also going to be building the Shadow Flame in this game. I feel like Leandris just makes the most sense, given they're going up against a Mundo. Baus, though, in some danger, going to be forced to flash away.
Yeah, no ultimate after that. Nice outplay at the Rift Herald means that he cannot keep his verdict to keep the Cassante out of there. Velia knocked up now, went a little bit too deep. Maximum dosage popped. The Emperor's Divide from Jojo onto Nemesis. Alvaro's been left to his own devices, and Velia will very happily pick up the kill. Maximum dosage is going to heal him up, almost back to full. Elioya and Jojo on the chase. Super in the mid lane being chased down by Crowny and Reckless. Velia, where are you going to go? That passive comes up relatively quickly. Flag and Drag going wide, using the defib to heal up some of that health. Crowny taken out by a chunk of a True Shot Barrage. Arcane shift forward from Super, still onto Crowny. Super's looking forward, can't quite get the damage. Reckless able to dodge away, but with an Arcane shift forward, Super takes the kill. Crowny falls next. Super needs to dodge behind his teammates, but still landing the Mystic shots. Now Arcane shifts forward, but can't quite land another one to Velia.
I'm shocked that Velia is the one that walks away alive after all of that. Remember that he's the one that started the whole play in the first place. Moving into that bot side tri-brush and Koi trying to fight. Hang on, it's Proxy City on the top lane for Baus. Is he he's gonna TP out of this one? Will he get away?
No.
He won't.
Mirwin able to catch him, but it's just to stop that teleport. Not really going to be able to fight any further.
Okay, so we go back to this play. Velia, he's just, I guess the comm is I can interrupt the base, but he doesn't respect the positioning of Koi members. Koi wisely turned their attention onto the Orianna, though. They're thinking, I want to kill onto Nemesis. That's way more valuable. Shockwave doesn't quite come through. Ends up being a 1-for-1. Great damage then connects from Super as he lands his ultimate onto both Crowny and Reckless. They then look to try and chase them down. But this all started with Velia being way too aggressive. I think that invade cost his team so much from a very good position. Mirwin TPing in as well to assist out on the team.
Give me your KDA Reckless.
He's hunting for it. 1-1-3 now the scoreline for Reckless.
mKoy now pushing through the mid lane. And so it's about 1,000 gold lead. They gave up the Drake for this. Baus look for Mirwin. Doesn't get the knock into the wall, so no CC on Mirwin other than the knockback. And mKoy just using their time to push through the lanes. It does look like Baus used Rift Hold, I have to assume, up in the top lane. You can quite see it. There's a couple of plates down on that tower.
It was either top or mid. I also didn't quite see it.
One of the two. But doesn't have that tool still in his toolkit.
Let's take stock.
Okay.
We've had Koi get an early gold lead, a significant one.
Off Velia invading.
Yes. Then LR swung the game back.
Really
found
good
a
play on
couple
bot lane.
picks. Played around Dragon very well. Good stuff. Then Velia invades again.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden mKoy have swung back.
Yes.
So what we're saying is we're waiting for the next Dragon, but the last Dragon just went down, and it must have gone the way of LR.
It did, yes. They have two now.
So Dragons is the win condition for LR.
Or just win the fight.
Yeah,
Just,
but that's what they'll do it.
Baus steals the Baron somehow.
Yes, right.
And you get the Dragons. Yeah, okay, sure.
I mean, I was expecting this game to just be a blowout. But, I mean, Koi do continue to demonstrate some inconsistencies in their play. I talked about how, like, Monday seems to be their off day, right? Because they now have all of their losses on a Monday. But inconsistencies in terms of how they convert early game leads into mid-game stomps was something that I thought that they kind of resolved based on what we've been seeing from them so far this split, but we are seeing a couple of those mistakes in this game. For now, though, they are in the lead. Nothing too significant to write home about. A lot of the advantage is mainly sitting on Mirwin. But against Baus, I mean, he's spent his entire League of Legends career in gold deficits, so I don't think that's going to phase him that much. He's going to be looking for every opportunity he can to get gold on the map, and to his credit, he is level 15, on track to hit 16 the same time as Mirwin. Super isolated in the mid lane, but he knows he has great vision coverage on the top side, and look at these two wards he's got underneath him as well. Just great protection pretty much all around, means that he's happy to keep pushing this far deep into the middle lane.
Yeah, 2.5 items, Manamune and the Last Whisper to back up that Trinity Force. He completed first. Storm Raider Infinity Edge for Clowny. He's a little bit behind in terms of pure itemization. He's a little bit behind in gold. No real surprises there. Smited away as Super gets another plate in the mid lane. Should get 2 out of this. That Essence Flux does a lot of work on towers when you are in such a strong position. It feels like mKoy just very willing to suffocate out the top side of the map right now. They did it with the bot side early game. It didn't quite work out the way they wanted it to. Now the top side is their priority. Waiting for those level 16s. Waiting for perhaps a third item on Super. Could go towards the Cyrildas. Or maybe even just go down a Lord Dom's route into something like Mundo. Could go Mortal Reminder if you want the Grievous Wounds. You could go any of them. It's Cyrildas. Cyrildas is the option.
It's Cyrildas.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense with an Ezreal. You do like the extra slows. You have so much range, you can use it really well as Velia. Oh, Jojo!
Okay.
Really good player most of the time, but I have no excuses for what that was. Reckless comes in to pick up that blue buff that was lying around on the floor. Jojo has no ultimate, about a quarter of the cooldown back. And a second as Baus. It's like being in Berghain. Baus looking for the fight, Super jumps across it. Ace in the hole, tanked up by Elioya. Alvaro down to about a third HP, and the Infected Cleaver, mimicked as a briefcase, won't be able to get much more. Crystalline Overgrowth on this tower. Lost Returns can tank it up and just push forward.
Dragon in a minute's time. Secure the tower, reset, get back out on the map. The problem is the side lanes. Mirwin and Jojo back at it, as they often are, keeping this pressure up, forcing LR to come and respond. What happens while they're responding? Vision control happens. Look at the minimap. The Karma's going to come back out onto the base, fully stocked up on all those wards, and can then start making her way into the river. Of course, she is isolated. She does need to be careful of that.
That was cheeky from Alvaro. He inspires Super just as he recalls, so he gets a bit of extra movement speed coming out of the base.
Yep.
That's kind of nice. Did miss a ward in the mid lane, but that ward's kind of always expected to be around that area, so not going to matter too much as they try and get control over this bot side river. It's Elioya and Alvaro, Super and Jojo on their way across. Emperor's Divide now back up, and Jojo can forget his slight mishap earlier on. But Mirwin might not forget the time he was caught by Baus. Slammed into the wall, tidal wave coming out. Blast cone onto Velia. Mirwin Should be able to dash across the wall here to Elioya, so in the end it's a tidal wave for Mirwin's flash.
Got a bit of HP from him. Ooh, nice use of the plant there, just the right timing for Mirwin to get some HP back. Here we go, TP now from Nemesis, coming in from behind his team. They're looking to play the front to back. But
Bouse, Keeper's verdict. No one found guilty as they try and jump onto Bouse. The dragon down low as Elioya wins the smite by Velia flashing forward, but there was no shockwave on him. Nemesis not close enough, Velia falls. I didn't see the shockwave, it looks like it went off.
No, there was a shockwave right at the start of the fight. It connected onto the two of the front line.
All right, my mistake.
The W hiding the shockwave.
Yeah, my mistake,
But the problem is now with the jungler gone, that opens up a Baron. Koi not going to waste this opportunity, and it looks like LR is not trying to trade back. Keep your eyes on Velia in this fight. If that ulti had connected from Bouse, it could have been a different affair. But Velia knows he's going to get that ball. Shockwave comes there, only connect. It does connect onto Super.
It does, yeah. No, credit.
Chunks him very low, but then he has his team to help him get out of that situation. Ultimately, a team fight that does not go the way of LR. Koi very much back in the driver's seat with this Baron buff. They're likely going to continue with their siege. 4-1 likely to be the expected setup. Some recalls actually coming through though, but I guess he does have the TP on his ear. He can just TP back down to mid if he wants to, so they can secure that tower, or they can just take their time. I don't really like seeing teams, specifically in the LEC, try and play a 1-3-1 with Baron, because I feel like you kind of spread your resources too thin, and there is enough wave clear in the game that you don't really get as much as you want from it. I think it's just more efficient to just play 4-1 and then use your pressure to then collapse into one of the side lanes.
But 1-3-1 it is for now.
Yeah, it does look like 1-3-1. Bouse and Jojo just going head-to-head on the top side.
I think it might spread into a 1-4. It depends if they feel like one, as in Jojo top side, and then Mirwin and the rest of the crew down bot. But it actually looks like a 1-2-2, which is something you can get as a ballerina, but also in a League of Legends game, it seems. Super dodging away from Bouse. Redemption coming out. There's a TB. Bouse flashing for the knockup. Keeper's verdict for the follow-up. Super, though, with an arcane shift across the wall and a flash. Will get himself to safety for now. Ace in the hole won't be enough. Dodges the cleaver. Another arcane shift, not in time. Velia gets the shutdown.
That is a big shutdown as well. Mundo is going to continue to get tanky, and this will slow down the siege from Koi.
Mirwin needs to get out of here. Jojo is coming in. He's the big damage source now for Koi. Mirwin going unstoppable, pulling Bouse back with the all-out. Tidal wave across. Not connecting on any of Koi. Bouse is down to half. Nemesis falling low as well. Jojo with the stopwatch, but you have to expect the collapse is going to happen immediately afterwards. The Emperor's Divide didn't do much at all as Lost Returns find 2 on the play.
Jojo with a couple of big fumbles in this game, and LR shut down the siege. They'll get a lot of very important gold. You can see the Baron power play on the top right of your screen. 200 gold. A lot of gold gained back for LR. Much needed to alleviate some of this pressure. So Super, isolated, pushing in the mid lane. And remember what I said earlier, when you divide your resources, it just becomes easier for your opponents to find these picks. The ulti from Caitlyn, not quite enough, so it's Velia that needs to clean this up. So he has 850 gold. That's the first shutdown that's going to come through. Then, Koi is sticking around still looking for a fight. They're playing way too overconfident. LR groups up as 5, Mirwin does ulti. Jojo, I guess he's looking for a play here, but then he gets shockwaved. He stopwatches the shockwave, but now he's trapped there. A shutdown goes, I didn't get to see how much gold Caitlyn actually got off the back of that, but I have to imagine it was a decent chunk.
Have to think the same. I think if you press Z on your observer thing, you can see it. So we will find out. Velia caught out a little bit here. The shockwaves deceptive here from Nemesis. Catching out Jojo and Super. That mic's still on, it seems, as Mirwin's going to go all out onto Velia here, pull him across the wall, Super looking for the damage, but Bouse has the flank again! The stun into the wall with a tidal wave coming out, Velia will fall, but Crowny answers with one of their own! Lost Returns get a 1-for-1. And Koi playing in a 4v5 and still trying to take the fights.
I mean, when you're in this kind of deficit, 1-for-1 is completely fine, because you're just stalling the game out more. And the longer the game goes, the closer you get to getting more items, and with more items, the increased chance you have of turning the game around. Death Cap is so close for Nemesis. Look at this build. This is like an old school Season 2, Season 3. I'm just going full damage, one-shot Orianna, right? And it's going to hit like a truck. It makes Orianna squishier, but Nemesis can make the shockwave that can turn the game.
Keep our eyes peeled
I'm
for
gonna check,
it.
does he have enough gold?
He does.
He does.
He does have enough gold.
Rabadon's death cap. Jojo now finishes his Zhonya's, went for an Oblivion Orb for that extra healing reduction.
I mean, credit to Bounce, 0 deaths this game.
Yeah.
He's been trying his best to find those
a couple of really good picks as well. That one onto Super.
But we did mention it, there is that death cap now fully finished. LR grouping up around the river. Dragon is alive. Koi need to be very respectful of their opponents. The poke is going to come through. Velia getting low.
It's only third Drake for either of the teams. Super trying to put the damage into Baus, who walks away with the steadfast presence. Mirwin dashing forward, can't quite find any purchase onto Baus. MKoi going to start up the Drake. Lost Retones will walk through the bottom side, spotted out with the far side alteration. Now cleared out. Drake down to 4K. Velia still stepping in, looking for that smite fight. Elioya backing away as Mirwin dashes forward. Keeper's Verdict finds him. The dash away from Mirwin as he went all out onto the backline, but already Alvaro's not there, nor's Jojo! Mirwin falls first. Crowley takes the kill. The Drake as well to Lost Retones. And now Baus is on the chase. Super Arcane shifts away.
That was a big Poppy ultimate. We're seeing how these team fights play out for LR. Create a numbers advantage. Use the Poppy ultimate to separate 2 members, convert it into a winning team fight. The Shockwave is still available for Nemesis. Soul point now for LR. A game that based off the early game felt like it was done and dusted, but they have fought their way back valiantly. So Mirwin, he overset, but look at that Poppy up from Baus on the back line. Such important targets. Jungler trying his best to get in, but he knows he's going to die if he tries to. Mirwin oversteps, isolated from his team. He eventually falls. And LR put themselves on Soul Point. And while they are desperately trying to cross that midway line, you can see that the gold means less the longer we go into this game, because LR is really starting to pack a punch.
Blade of the Ruin King for Super. He knows he needs to make his way through Baus and through Velia. Velia 300 heart steel stacks as well. If he gets to auto onto one of these squishier members of MKoi, it's going to be a lot of damage. Jojo still only sitting at those 3 items on this Azir. MKoi garnering control over the top side river. And now the waiting game happens. Kazi talked about Baus's Poppy, one of the top 3 picks he looked at for him. Mirwin, no flash, does need to be a bit cautious. He's been caught out a couple of times. Baus stepping forward now. Steadfast presence. Lands the buckler into Mirwin. There's the damage from Super. You can see it will chip away, but when you've got a Spirit Visage on both Baus and Velia, and you have the healing coming out from Reckless with that redemption, with that ebb and flow, it's going to top them up very quickly. All that healing received is buffed up. They also have that 1 Ocean Drake. Jojo now backing, sells his seal to get a Blightning Jewel. Needs a bit of magic penetration on this Azir.
Attention. Both teams just gathered in mid before Koi were playing the map. They were pushing side lanes constantly. They were making it awkward for LR. But now, LR is not afraid to just engage on the isolated members, so Koi feels the need to group up and match them. Baron is alive. This fight for the mid-wave contest, unless it turns into something, I feel like they're just going to keep staring at one another. I don't think either team is super confident to force the fight.
Looking to see if he could find the flank. Like a Cataclysm into an Emperor's Divide. The issue is you've got flashes up for everyone now. Only Mirwin lacks that summoner.
So these waves are very awkward. If we just look at the side waves, like, it's awkward for LR to step up here. It's awkward for them to step up here. Someone needs to go and catch that bot wave, though, and start pushing it out from the side of Koi. They can wait for it to come through. And Jojo's decided, you know what, I'm just going to sort this top wave out now. I'll get it pushed, allowing for Nemesis to finally catch it. He is a level behind Jojo, but 17-18, the difference isn't too significant.
Negligible.
It looks like, I think Nemesis is working towards that Zhonya's. I expect that to be the next purchase that he goes for, as Baus in the middle lane now does take a bit of damage.
I mean, he takes a bit of shield damage now, taking a little bit of his health. But once again, you can see the top up from Reckless. 310 HP, now has the Shirelia's 3 items on this Nami. Alvaro going for a Dawn Core himself for a 3-item support. There's the Shirelia's away, gets Crowny to safety. Everyone dashes across the wall. Baus still looking for that engage. Steadfast presence from him for a bit of movement speed as he retreats. That wave in the bot side continues to push and push and push towards MKoi. Baus is down to about half HP. Ace in the hole on Jojo, uses the Shifting Sands shield to keep himself healthy. Jojo's going to be the one to answer. He's the one with TP for MKOI. The Lost returns, no. And they have a small window. As soon as Jojo shows, you feel they have to go.
It's not easy for them to start a fight, right? LR before were punishing the overextension, the overaggression from KOI. Ideally, they want KOI to be the ones to start the objectives so that they can find a fight. Dragon, 40 seconds. We've basically just stared each other down in mid lane for about 2.5 minutes now. But I don't think LR hates this situation. They need these objectives to win out on fights. Crowny doing what he can to chunk away at the HP bars of KOI. A nice hit onto Super, going to push him back. He does have a bit of lifesteal himself with the Blade of the Ruined King. They need ways to get through this HP bar. But honestly, the most important player is Baus. Can he land that ultimate once again? You saw how impactful it was in the previous fight. He needs to do it one more time. They have full river control. The TP comes through. Jojo pushes out mid, and here we go. The Dragon once again.
Super trying to step forward. Baus in his way. Alioya chunked out by Crowny. Build over Peacemaker's going to land as well as Mirwin steps onto Velia. That passive stopping the knockback. Redemption coming out. Alioya topped up. Counter Redemption, Super falling low, Baus stepping in, Jojo looking for the damage, Mirwin stepping in with that Q3, True Shot Rush coming out as well with the Tidal Wave onto Alioya, chunks him out, Baus with the Keeper's Verdict, knocks out Jojo, but Baus might pay for it with his life, the Cloud Soul there, GA popped on Alioya, Jojo's going to look for the flank here with that Emperor's Divide, can he get on the back line? He can't get it in time, Alioya's already down, Super having to Arcane shift away, Jojo far side automation on him smartly to spot him out, Velia still going wherever he damn well pleases, walks down Mirwin, forces Super out, and now Alvaro needs to escape.
It may have been Baus sacrificing his life, but it's traded for Alioya. The jungler is gone. LR just need to start this Baron up, and Velia needs to land that smite.
Nemesis should be able to chase out Alvaro. Velia doesn't have anyone that he's going to be contested by for this smite. Alvaro still running from Nemesis, who's now falling low on mana. He's going to recall. There's the Baron. Lost returns with Cloud Soul and Baron, and this chunk on Alioya was massive.
It certainly was. Alioya just couldn't get close. Like, they're trying to use their poke on the side of KOI. Velia is getting very low. The Shockwave connects onto two, forcing Super back. Nice play there from Nemesis. Mirwin doing what he can, but this trap line is making it so difficult. It is KOI that is being kept at arm's length. Crowny and Nemesis feel very safe, and sure, it looks like an overcommitment from Baus, but his goal is to just keep KOI busy, because then Alioya is left isolated from his team, and they're able to fight their way through. Soul, Baron, LR staying alive in this game. We're at 38.5 minutes. KOI has not come close to the base of LR. The limited amount of engage on both sides, it feels.
The gold is basically ticking up at exactly the same moment as well. 72.6 apiece as Velia steps forward onto Mirwin. Baus looking for the knockback on this Cassante. Puts down the Steadfast Presence to make sure he can't dodge away. Redemption's coming out. He'll dash out with the footwork. Velia now a little bit overextended as Jojo and Alioya look for the flank. Baus gets the stun onto the backline. Ace in the hole with the Shockwave with Velia flashing in. Jojo pops the stopwatch and the Aqua Prism wasn't quite there in time, but Velia stands wherever he pleases. The Emperor's Divide will do nothing against him. Lost Retones will clean up the fight.
Lost Retones continue to do it. Fight after fight is going their way. Super getting locked down. The TP from behind. Baus is looking for a kill.
Baus, 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 Baus. Super slammed into the wall. And Baus gets his first of the game. Only Alvaro stands 30 seconds on anyone else.
Just like that, Medic, I think they've done it. 4 members are dead. LR is going to get a huge upset win against KOI.
Is it just 3 in a row? Is it just 3 in a row? 0-4 to 3-4. MKOI from the top, toppled by Lost Ratones. The Toonies on top. Lost Ratones claim the win.
A massive victory that showcases why you cannot underestimate this team. A lead is not enough to close out the game. Until the Nexus falls, they will fight until the bitter end. Some impressive stuff. There were definitely some mistakes from LR, but my goodness, Baus 1-1-7 on the Poppy. His ultimates were the difference maker at the team fights.
They really were.
They gave the numbers advantage, and in a game where there's just no engage, really on either side, in the war of attrition, creating that numbers advantage is what it needed to bring them the win.
Importantly, credit as well to two of your other player of the game nominees, Nemesis and Crowny. Nemesis is Shockwave finding super in that fight around the Dragon. Crowny 7-1 on 3 on this Caitlyn. Had a stellar performance, was finding those autos perfectly when he needed them. Chunked out Elioya before the final fight around that Drake. And now...
But I mean, think about this, right?
Lost returns are 3 and 4 already.
Their schedule was supposed to be a difficult one.
Yeah.
This was a game, was supposed to be a foregone conclusion, but now question marks will be raised.
They have G2, who look beatable. They have Na'Vi, who were beaten. They have SK, and they have Vitality.
I mean, the hope for LR is certainly on the rise.
Yeah.
They have now joined so many teams in that mishmash of 3 4s, 4 3s, and it's only KC sitting at 5 wins. It really is anybody's for the taking. That top 8 is incredibly close.
It really is. For MKOI, I think a few question marks begin to arise. They started the split off really well. They had that win versus KC, 2-1, 2-1. Now a loss to Lost Returns, who played really well. All credit to them, but MKOI, after getting that early lead, would have expected to be able to close the game out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was a lot of disrespect at times being shown. I mean, Jojo had some
a dire.
Yeah, some of his plays were serious blunders, and I mean, LR they held strong and they turned it around.
I'm gonna hand it over to Ginny, who is standing by with Crowny. Ginny, take it away.
Thank you, guys. Crowny, congratulations. That was incredible. 3 in a row as well. How does it feel to be winning all the time?
It feels good, yeah. I think we had some very winnable games in the first week, so it feels good to actually, destroy their Nexus.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys have completely switched the tables on these teams. You're now able to get win after win after win. What do you think has been the biggest factor impacting these wins?
I mean, for me specifically, I think I had to get used to the LEC stage again because I didn't play here for like 2 years, and it's like a new stage. So the first week I think I was...
You like the new stage?
Yeah, it's nice, yeah, and the crowd is super nice. But I was like misplaying mechanically the first week a lot, even more than now. So I think that got kind of better, and maybe we got a bit clearer like meta read. So that helped, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean, if anything, like these teams, I don't think necessarily the expectation was for you guys to be winning here today, so I'm sure you're very proud of yourself as well. When it comes to the team in general and the atmosphere and being here in Berlin, how has that been as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's been amazing so far, and time is passing like super fast. So we're trying to just enjoy every day, I guess, and learn as much as we can, and it's been amazing, yeah.
You still have a couple more matches, so I want to hear your expectations now that you've been winning and you know you can do it. What's the end goal for LEC Versus?
Well, I think we're taking it game by game. So first we want to qualify to top 8 and get to like best of 3s, and then just show some more spicy picks, and yeah.
Okay, that's a promise we're going to have to hold you. Thank you so much for the interview. Thank you guys all for tuning in. We're ready to be heading over to PGL with Drakus and Reckless, so do the thing.
Thank you very much, Ginny. My absolute pleasure to be joined by Reckless after that insane game. Let's get the generic interview question out of the way. How do you feel in this moment? Because I was surprised by this game. Were you surprised? Did it feel like a sure thing? Run me through the emotions of this game.
Going into the game, obviously, KOI is a really strong team. So we knew that we were going to have to play a really good game to even have a chance today. And I think now in hindsight, we didn't really play that good of a game. But our composition at least allowed us to scale into the game, and it didn't stack the Drakes. So it felt like at some point we're going to be strong enough to this group and fight, which is kind of what happened. We were losing for a long time, and things didn't look too great. But due to the Drake stacking, we could go late game, and in late game, anything can happen. This new League of Legends 2026, it feels like it's hard to end the game, even if you're in a good spot. So it's just about like patience and finding your timings and using the Phaelites well, and eventually you will get your chances to win the game. And I think we took at least those chances really well. But definitely early game was tough, and I think with tomorrow's game against G2, it's really important we just clean up a few things, because this kind of game state, I feel like if they play a little bit better, we don't even get the chance to like scale into the game, because they're going to have 3 Drakes, and then the Drake stacking comes into play at like 25 minutes. So it's important we do a little bit better early game tomorrow, I think.
Yeah. How do you feel like you have improved in the early game? Because obviously you've had these 3 wins now, and a lot of them have been rough early games, at least in terms of the gold, and then finding these miraculous comeback moments. But do you feel like you've at least seen some of the improvement in early game that you were looking for?
Not really. I think today was tough as well. We died on jungle level 4. They did a good invade with bot prio, and then we tried to invade ourselves and we died. I think if they were doing the drakes, it would have been a harder game. They were more focusing on like trying to dive and doing invades. So I would say our early game not getting much better, but at least we have like a clear idea of how we want to play later. I think this is kind of where you can see our roster having a lot of experience. It feels like we are good at problem solving in the game, later into the game, mid game, late game, on how to have a chance of even winning. I think, it's a good thing that we have so much experience in the team, because a lot of good ideas come and we can actually come up with something even in the most dire state. So I think it's just important we talk about the early game, because the better other teams get as well, the less chance we will have to actually get a good play in the game. So it's just really important we fix the early game, I think. Then everything else can follow. You know, anything can happen 30 minutes into the game. We have players like Nemesis on the roster, like anything can happen at that point. So we just need to get to that point in a good state.
Yeah. And one guy, and I do want to give a little bit of credit to your early game. I know there was still a lot that you were focused on that was more negative, but I do want to give a credit to our key player of the game. It was Baus, 86% of the votes. Didn't die in lane. Did not die in lane. Incredible poppy ults. It felt like you guys are slowly but surely figuring out the formula to make sure that he's comfortable on stage, finding the picks that work. I'm curious, because you're getting dangerously close to playoffs. A dream that I think, a lot after coming into the year, for sure, optimism from Los Ratones fans. After the first few days, it felt like it was really far away. Now it's feeling closer and closer. You guys are facing a lot of other teams that are near the low end of the standings, so you have a lot of opportunities. How do you feel about that race for playoffs? What's your optimism like? What are your thoughts on the journey that lies ahead?
When I look at other teams, I don't think anyone is particularly clean right now. It feels like it's a bit of a mess for everyone. So with us having a mess as well, that at least means we are on even footing. I think it's just really important, like what I said about the early game, but also because of the short time span after the winter split, we will no longer be here. I think it's just really important we take like every moment with the utmost importance. So we don't like let a game slip or let a scrim day slip. We need to make use of every single moment we have, because in comparison to other teams, we only have one split. We don't have the entire year to figure things out. We have only now. So yeah, we just need to like really be in the present and take game by game and really give it our all every game. And with every team being a mess, I honestly feel like we can win against everyone and we can lose against everyone. So it's just important we come in with our best selves, and then honestly anything can happen. Yeah. Just focus on ourselves, most important.
Yeah, and I think what's really cool about this project for me is that we've talked a lot over the years, and across the many different versions of Reckless, the many different teams and lineups, is I have never heard you so singularly focused. Like you're like early game, next game, all that matters, one step at a time. Does this project feel different to you? Does it feel different than anywhere else you've ever worked on? Like what is making it that's so clear to you exactly what needs to be done? Or is it just because the early game is so messy that it's that clear, that it's that obvious?
I think it's more that it might be the last thing I do here. Los Ratones after this, as I said, no longer in the LEC, and I don't know where we stand after this as a group of people. What's going to happen, I have no idea. And I would be surprised if I end up in another team in the LEC, so I'm kind of just like giving it my absolute most every day, because I think it might be the last thing I do. As sad as that is, it's the truth. I would love to play here, of course, in the future more, but a lot of things have to work out in my favor for that to happen, and maybe I had my good situations over the years. Maybe it's like, it's better I just go into this with the mentality that it's the last thing I do, and therefore I give like 100%, 110% every day, instead of hoping for something that might not come around after. So yeah, maybe last time you see me in the LEC, I think that's why I'm giving like my very, very best. Yeah.
I'm only grinning a little bit because maybe that means we could poach you for somewhere else, like the broadcast.
Maybe,
who knows? But like obviously it would be a shame to see you go. But I'm glad that you're seeing the fruits of the labor on this run, where you are so focused. You are finally seeing the wins, the hard work paying off, even if again there might be a lot of hiccups in the earlier stages that the late game is coming together. I want to take a quick look at the standings before we close out today. You guys slowly but steadily rising. A lot of competition around you. MKoi kind of expected favorites today. You mentioned it yourself. The league is messy right now. It feels like anyone could beat anyone. Do you think there is a clear top team in your eyes? Is there a clear #1 in the league right now?
I guess before today it was KC, and then KC had a pretty bad game today against Vitality. I don't think their draft was the easiest to play out though, so it's hard to say if it was something else or just that. I think GX honestly looked pretty clean, and that was probably the toughest game we had as well. If I think about all of our games, GX game was probably the one that was the least winnable for us. I think every other game we probably could have won, but that game felt very unwinnable, and perhaps that means they're the best team right now. But that can change, you know. Tomorrow maybe another best team, and next week it's completely different again. So yeah, as I mentioned before, just focus on ourselves, do everything we can every day. Maybe it works out.
Sure. Well, regardless of what happens in the future, I'm glad that I at least, and the fans here at least, get to see you again tomorrow, Los Ratones. We'll see how the match unfolds. That, of course, is going to do it for us here on our side. If you want more League of Legends tonight, the LCS is now live with C9 versus Lion. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place. We will see you then. Thank you, everyone, so much for watching, whether it's here in Berlin or at home. We love it. See you tomorrow.
It's a good read from Shale, though. Oh, Ice, that was not
Stepping up, and Yoppy's waiting for the root once again onto Ice. Close to getting the feathers out now. Finally, the ulti, the root, the flash!
I'm looking here. Yeah. I'm on the flank. Look here. Yeah. One in the flash, one in the flash. One in dead. Lucas Santel. Yeah. Guys are so f***ing cute. That was insane.
No, it's no. It's better. No. Before we go, you need to say I'm the best. I'm the best. It was better than. Okay, let's show him how to do it. Let's show him how to do it. Okay, I'm the best. I'm the best.
No, I will not do that. Fights and big opportunities they can't take, but unfortunately, like, you can't find them as well.
Direct hit. Hang on. That truck came slamming into Sam D. He has no chance to escape. And Upset, he ain't level 6 yet, so he can't respond in kind. 4-shot coming. Ooh. Flash! No! Lost but just killed Upset. That's a very good point. Bloody, we saw that.
Oh. Guys, we can end, okay? Yes, that's right. No, yes, we can end.
Playing for it anyway. Camilo has no flash here. TP coming in as well. That's Lavrov joining the Fragrant. Starfall in, knocked back with the Crescent Guard well by Skewmond.
It do be like that.
Doobie, da ba da ba. Yeah. Man, he's got it. Boom, boom, boom.
Doobie, da ba da ba. Whatever.
Teleport out from Kana. Flash forward into the all-out. Now Nako drags the Rumble back. And now even with the equalizer down, Kazi should be able to survive.
Ooh, lucky.
Ooh la la. Papa pizzeria, mamma mia.
And Leoya's just going to try and take the rips out here. Bounce with the knockback. Leoya buffering the flag and dragon, then flashing forward. No way, it's Bowser's Law!
I got it.
Oh my god, you're insane. What? No, you're actually insane.
Kill of 2025!
A new wave is coming to the LEC! That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years!
Oh, Jackies!
For a bit,
Crowd's already, but a trash slide.
Their rapid, crazy minds run the arcane again.
Everything blue in the side.